Chapter 280 A Fierce Battle. Brat, are you coming out by yourself or do you want me to take you out? The golden-armored man's spiritual will instantly locked onto the riverbed. At this time, Lu Ming realized that the crystal-level old man surnamed Li was no longer on the ground and there was a liquid-level golden-armored man. His appearance was also very similar to the old man's and Lu Ming was naturally quite surprised. However, he had already been discovered and was locked on at such a close distance by the golden-armored man's spiritual will. He knew that it was impossible for him to hide, so he immediately thought for a moment before waving the small blue flag in his hand. His other hand flashed like lightning and put away the two treasures. The transparent water curtain and the vapor inside it disappeared in an instant. The two black talismans on his back suddenly burned to ashes. On one hand he had been able to hide from the sea race because of the concealment of his hiding place, and on the other hand he had been able to rely on the heavy water pearl and the essence water flag, especially the fog from the pearl, which had almost merged him with the riverbed. In addition he had also used the hiding secret technique, which had reduced his vital signs to the lowest level. With all these Old Li could not find him. Of course this was also because the sea race expert was not good at using secret spirit techniques. If it was any other expert who was proficient in this area, Lu Ming's life would be in danger. After a short moment, a wave of black gas rushed out from the ground. After rolling and condensing, it transformed into Lu Ming's figure. "Who are you, sir? Are you also from the sea race?" He scanned his surroundings with his spirit imprint and did not find any traces of the old man from the sea race. Immediately, he relaxed and asked with flashing eyes. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I'm someone that old bastard Li left behind to deal with you. The egg of the sacred beast should be with you, right? If you hand it over, I can make you die faster. Otherwise," the golden-armored man unceremoniously threatened. "Sir, your tone is quite arrogant. What's the egg of the sacred beast?" Lu Ming was slightly startled. The purple beast egg flashed in his mind. However, he would naturally not admit that the item was in his hands in this situation. "You don't know about the egg. Forget it, I don't care if you really don't know anything about it. As long as I kill you, I will naturally know. Remember, the person who killed you is called Li Jia." The golden-armored man's eyebrows furrowed at first, but soon after, he spoke with killing intent on his face. Then, he made a sudden chi-chi-chi sound with one hand and shot out a dense amount of golden rays from the soil toward Lu Ming like a storm. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. He formed a sign with one hand and the black gas on his body immediately condensed. It transformed into black tentacles that wildly danced and changed into a black shadow that covered his body. At the same time, a layer of pale blue cultivation chi also turned into a light barrier and appeared in the black shadow. In the next moment, the sound of rain suddenly rang out in the air. The seemingly aggressive golden rays hit the black curtain and immediately transformed into a cluster of golden light that burst apart. However, other than allowing the tentacles to scatter a little, it was unable to do anything to destroy them. When Lu Ming saw this, he was slightly startled. Before he knew why the opponent did this for, the golden light that had burst open gathered again. With a shake, they transformed into another golden-armored man. This golden-armored man appeared with a vicious expression. He moved his arm and ruthlessly punched out. At the same time, the other golden-armored man in the distance also turned into a golden light and dispersed. Lu Ming was shocked by his strange technique. He had no time to dodge and could only move his arms quickly and cross them in front of him. At the same time, a layer of golden liquid rolled out and his arms turned into a dazzling golden color. Bang! A golden fist easily hit on the black curtain, causing it to shatter inch by inch with a strange shockwave. As for the blue light barrier behind him, it was easily torn apart by the explosive power of the fist. The fist smashed into Lu Ming's two golden arms that were crossed in defense. There was a thunderous boom. The golden fist immediately exploded between Lu Ming and the golden-armored man before turning into a shockwave that swept in all directions. Lu Ming and the golden-armored man's body shook and they were pushed back by the huge force in front of them. After the two of them lowered their bodies and steadied themselves, they looked at each other and almost cried out at the same time. "What secret art did you use? You are a body cultivator." Lu Ming and the golden-armored man became silent at the same time. However, Lu Ming's expression was somewhat unsettled, while the golden-armored man revealed a serious expression. "Looks like I've underestimated you. A person who could cause even old bastard Li to be humiliated was indeed not an ordinary human cultivator. However, even if you are a body cultivator with your initial liquid level cultivation, as long as you don't attack in close range, you will only be a target. The golden armored man finally spoke with a glint in his eyes. Subsequently, he raised one hand and a golden light flew out. It suddenly transformed into densely packed golden threads that scattered. With a chi-chi sound, they shot toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's face darkened. With a flip of his hand, a small blue flag appeared in his hand. With another flip, it silently entered his body. A blue light flashed on the surface of his body, and it instantly transformed into a translucent crystalline form. The golden threads flashed and easily pierced through Lu Ming's body, leaving behind countless small holes. Inside there was the unknown translucent liquid. The essence water flag. Who had let such a treasure fall into the hands of a human? It seems that ordinary methods really are unable to deal with you. Since that's the case, then take my true divine power attack. The golden armored man cursed and spoke in an abnormally sinister manner. Suddenly, the golden armored man's body swayed backwards. His shoulders shook and countless golden talismans immediately flew out. At the same time, 100 feet tall giant simulacrum appeared behind him without a sound. Although the shadow of the giant was indistinct, one could faintly see its fangs. There was a simple leather skirt wrapped around its waist. It looked extremely valiant. The golden armored man formed a hand sign with one hand and gave a loud shout. The giant immediately raised his arm and reached a huge palm to grab toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming only felt a shadow as big as a house coming from the sky. It appeared amidst the churning of countless golden talismans and pressed down with its 5 fingers separating quickly. A wung-wung sound resounded in the surrounding space. Lu Ming immediately had a feeling that he could not avoid it. At the same time, a huge wave of energy descended upon his body, making him unable to move even an inch. He raised his eyebrows and knew that it was time to fight for his life, so he immediately bit his tongue and shouted. His 4 limbs suddenly became thicker, and he immediately mobilized all of his strength and got rid of the restraints of the immense strength. He suddenly took a step forward and the small blue flag rushed out from his body. At the same time, he grabbed the heavy water pearl in his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, he shot out a huge palm in the sky. Bang! Compared to the huge palm in the air, Lu Ming's fist seemed extremely thin and weak. However, the instant he struck out, the space nearby became blurred and distorted. At the same time, an ear-piercing explosion sounded and a ball of golden light exploded between the fist and the huge palm. The moment the tornado rolled up, waves of golden blasts spread out in all directions. The golden armored man felt his body tremble and the golden talismans on his body immediately disappeared. At the same time, the giant shadow behind him blurred and actually shattered into golden light. The golden armored man's face was filled with bewilderment. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, but he was unable to see anything due to the gray wind blocking his way. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the wind and a green streak shot out. In a flash, it crossed a distance of over 100 feet and arrived in front of the golden armored man. Kacha! The golden armored man's neck emitted a golden glow as it broke apart, while his huge head rolled down. At this time, the tornado suddenly separated and Lu Ming walked out with a sword sign in his hand. His face revealed an expression of joy. That green streak was the sword technique he had just learned. By bringing out the Cyan Moon sword directly, he killed the golden armored man unexpectedly. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. The headless corpse of the golden armored man had not fallen. Instead, with a movement of one of his arms, it suddenly got bigger and grabbed the nearby sword that had just appeared. With a sound of breaking air, the golden armored man's head strangely rushed over. Opening its mouth, it spat out a series of golden talismans at the sword. The talismans only spun a little before they landed on the sword's body. The sword, which was struggling desperately with a low hum, suddenly dimmed and stopped moving. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly and he was unable to feel the connection between him and the Cyan Moon sword. At this time, the golden armored man's head flew and steadily landed on the headless body. The broken neck only flashed with a circle of golden light and returned to its original state without the slightest wound remaining. The eyes on the golden armored man's head opened and smiled strangely at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally dumbstruck. I never thought that you would actually cultivate a flying sword technique, and that you would also be a sword cultivator. If you were someone else at the late stage of the liquid level, you might really have fallen from that strike just now. But trying to kill me is just a delusion. Since my divine power cannot kill you, then I can only use my best technique to crush you," the golden armored man said with a cold smile. Chapter 281, A Fierce Battle. C281, A Fierce Battle. Your best technique? Crush me? Lu Ming felt sore all over his body, for he had just used his full strength. When he heard these words, his heart couldn't help but shiver with fear. According to his observations, that attack from his opponent just now was almost the limit of his Fa Li. Unless he had another even more powerful secret technique, there was no way for him to make an even stronger attack. Whatever his best technique is, Lu Ming would not just receive attacks passively. So he suppressed his doubts and formed a sign with one hand. This time, dots of blue light quickly condensed in front of him. After gathering together, they transformed into a crystal-clear ice awl. At first, the ice awl was only around 1 foot long, but it soon became half a meter in size. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he made a hand sign and abruptly slapped the huge icicle in front of him. Immediately, a blue light flashed and the ice all shot out in a flash. At the same time, his other hand flashed with a green light and transformed into a huge wind blade that was a few feet long. With a flick of his wrist, it abruptly disappeared as well. Subsequently, Lu Ming stomped his feet and shot forward like an arrow. The golden armored man only felt a ripple in front of him as a misty green wind blade appeared in front of him in a flash. At the same time, the blue ice all behind Lu Ming arrived not far from him. The golden armored man gave a cold snort. After some talismans appeared on his arm, a golden fist shot out. A misty golden shock wave gushed out of it. Bang! After the shock wave, the green wind blade and the ice all suddenly condensed and then strangely exploded at the same time. After the green wind blade shattered, countless green shards flew out, and when the huge ice all exploded, a wave of blue misty cold chi rolled out from it. The golden armored man felt his body turn cold and a layer of crystalline frost appeared on his body. This caused his movements to suddenly slow down by more than half. Even the protective golden light was unable to block this coldness in the slightest. Almost at the same time, a jade-green light ray shot out from the shards of the wind blade and passed through the golden armored man's brow in a flash, causing his face to freeze and become pitch black. Then Lu Ming twisted his body and flashed behind the golden armored man at an unfathomable angle. The fist that was grabbing the heavy water pearl shook and struck out silently. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The golden armored man's cultivation chi barrier was torn like paper and Lu Ming's fist landed solidly on the golden armored man's back. From within, an indescribable light black shockwave gushed out and crazily entered his body. A low roar. The golden armored man's body instantly expanded like a balloon before finally exploding with a muffled sound. A wave of golden misty air instantly shot out in all directions. Only then did Lu Ming happily retreat a few flashes to a spot a few hundred feet away in the air. He didn't even blink as he stared at the center of the air current. A good technique, no wonder you're so confident. However, it's my turn now. You can die in peace. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful aura emerged from within the golden waves of air. It also transformed into a huge whirlpool that rapidly and crazily soared at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the limit of the late stage of the liquid level. At this moment, the air waves dispersed and the figure of the golden armored man appeared from within. He was completely unharmed, as if neither his head nor his body had been pierced by the jade-green light ray before. Moreover, the aura from his body felt even stronger than the old man surnamed Li. Lu Ming's heart sank deeper when he saw this. Although he did not know what secret technique the enemy had used, it was not only invincible. His opponent who had entered the crystal level had already far exceeded his expectations. He was not someone he could withstand. Lu Ming's mind only quickly turned and his body suddenly sank. He transformed into a crossbow and shot down to the ground with a faint yellow escape talisman instantly appearing in his hand. In this situation, escaping underground was perhaps the only way for him to preserve his life. However, at this moment, the golden armored man laughed coldly and made his move without any scruples. With a movement of his shoulder, a fist shot out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming only heard an explosive sound from behind him and a creepy feeling instantly descended on him. Immediately, his heart trembled and his body blurred and turned around 180 degrees without thinking. At the same time he raised his hand. Pooh! A misty black bead suddenly shot out and became the size of a wash basin. At the same time, countless black talismans appeared on the surface of the bead. Everywhere it passed, the air buzzed and became distorted. It was obvious that he had already used the heavy water pearl to its limit. However, in the next moment, a thunderous boom came from the clear sky in front of the pearl. A translucent fist that was the size of a water tank abruptly appeared, colliding with the heavy water pearl. Whiz! A whooshing sound was heard. The talismans on the bead shaved before the bead returned to the size of a thumb. It bounced back and it's a third faster than it used to be. When Lu Ming saw this, his face naturally showed great surprise. Without thinking, he reached a gold palm to catch the black bead that was shooting at him. And he used all of his strength to activate the heavy water bead's restriction in his heart in order to stop the bead. However, when the black bead bounced back, it was already infused with a great amount of external power. Even if the restriction was to immediately activate, it would only slow down the bead a little bit. While the speed of the bead slowed down a little, he grabbed it. But the next moment he felt his 5 fingers heat up and an unbelievably terrifying power gushed out from the bead in his hands. Its power was almost 3 times stronger than the heavy water pearl. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly as he let out an angry shout. He grabbed his arm and suddenly thickened it by a circle. His skin shone with a golden light and the bulging veins on his body could be seen clearly. With a hong sound, 2 huge forces collided in his hands. A faint black light flashed and then disappeared. Lu Ming took a few steps back, spewing a mouthful of essence blood. Although he did not let the bead out of his hand, his palm became bloody and a sharp pain instantly came from the area where the blood was flowing. Lu Ming was heavily injured. Not far away, the sparkling shadow of the fist became blurry and arrived in front of Lu Ming without a sound. Lu Ming got both angry and alarmed. Although he wanted to evade, it was too late. He could only make up his mind and use both of his arms to block the attack. Immediately, balls of golden light exploded in the air, causing an earth-shaking loud noise. With Lu Ming in the center, the air instantly created numerous misty golden tornadoes and shockwaves that rippled in all directions. Everywhere they passed, the air was filled with sharp screeches. When the golden-armored man saw this, his face remained expressionless as he threw a punch in the air. He did not take any further action and only silently watched the ground below. Moments later, when the golden tornado dissipated, the shockwave that filled the sky gradually disappeared too. At a low altitude, all that was left was a lone figure standing upright. The golden-armored man narrowed his eyes and clearly saw Lu Ming's current situation. Lu Ming's face was extremely pale, and blood flowed from his eyes and nose. His chest was even opened wide, and the upper half of his clothing was completely destroyed, revealing the dragon-scale armor that he wore on his body. It also left behind a few inches of clear fist marks on his skin. With your early stage of the liquid level, you actually managed to withstand a full-powered blow that was from a crystal-level cultivator. You can be considered the first person I've met to do that. However, your internal organs should have all been broken by my fist's power. You are already a dead man. Do you have any last words to say? The golden-armored man examined Lu Ming with a pair of eyes. A complicated expression flashed across his face and he spoke with a serious tone. When Lu Ming heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he opened his mouth to say something, the skin all over his body suddenly cracked open. Countless threads of blood shot out from the surface of his body, completely turning him into a bloody man. He retracted his arms and his body swayed a few times before he fell from the sky and heavily landed on the ground below. As for the heavy water pearl that Lu Ming was holding in one hand, it rolled and slipped out of his loosened 5 fingers. It only stopped after it had rolled to a distance of 3 feet. However, the surface of the pearl was full of blood and dust. The golden-armored man let out a long sigh as the aura from his body descended rapidly, returning him to the late stage of the liquid level in an instant. He muttered to himself, I didn't think that a mere liquid-level human would be able to force me to this extent. However, in this way I don't have enough time. I will have to quickly find the egg of the Saint Beast and bring it back to Elder Li. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept across Lu Ming who was not moving on the ground. After a few seconds he suddenly stretched out his hand at Lu Ming. With a piu sound, a thick stack of glyphs flew out from Lu Ming's sleeve. After circling around in the air, 10 of the glyphs trembled and shot toward him in a flash of yellow light. However, at this time, a fluctuation suddenly appeared below him. A bloody palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed the glyphs in his hand. Chapter 282. That's impossible. The golden-armored man's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. The owner of the bloody palm was Lu Ming, who should have already died. At this time, he had stood up and his entire body was shrouded in a light black halo. All the wounds on his body flowed with light golden blood, and at the same time, all the wounds rapidly contracted. The white muscles under his skin emitted a chi-chi-chi sound, and reassembled at an incredible speed, making it seem as if countless tiny light insects were squirming under his skin. At the same time, the muscles on his arms and legs bulged, revealing a layer of crystalline color. A ball of black flame rolled between his eyebrows, and after a moment, it turned into an unknown black talisman that flashed with an extremely mysterious black light. Seeing this scene, although the golden-armored man was shocked, he did not hesitate to move his arm. With a wave of his 5 fingers, he shot toward Lu Ming, who was standing on the ground. A loud explosion resounded. A ripple appeared in the air to the side and a faint golden blade light appeared out of nowhere. It shot toward Lu Ming's body in a flash. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly moved one of his arms to the side. Like a ghost, he spread his 5 fingers and actually grabbed the golden light that was shooting at him. The golden-armored man's complexion changed dramatically. Although the attack just now was not of the crystal level, the light was also extremely sharp. It was not something that a flesh and blood body could block. What made him even more surprised was that the current Lu Ming did not have much of an increase in aura, but it became abnormally dark and gloomy compared to before. He was like a completely different person now. The golden-armored man was hesitating as to whether or not to activate more magic power. When he was about to attack his opponent again, Lu Ming raised his head and opened his eyes. With a sizzling sound, 2 half-feet-long yellow glows actually shot out from his eyes. The golden-armored man in the sky suddenly felt a cold light flash on both sides of him as his 2 arms fell off his shoulders. The golden-armored man was shocked. With a furious roar, his body flew back 100 feet. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a burst of golden talismans. After spinning for a while, they formed a huge golden shield in front of him. The 2 arms that had been cut off burst apart in a strange way. At the same time, specks of golden light appeared on the golden-armored man's shoulders. They rolled and condensed before transforming into 2 arms that were exactly the same as before. However, the golden-armored man's face was as cold as he stared at the Lu Ming below. He said word by word, "Who the hell are you? You can't possibly be that human kid from before." The astonishing silver light in Lu Ming's eyes had already dispersed and unexpectedly revealed his bright silver pupils. But he remained expressionless. Suddenly he exerted force with his 5 fingers and with a kacha sound, cut off the golden light and crushed it. Subsequently, he withdrew his hand and flipped it over to take a look in front of him. Surprisingly, a dozen bean-sized scarlet scales appeared on his palm. On the other hand, the surface of the dragon scale armor that he had been wearing was completely empty. The original dozen or so dragon scales had already vanished without a trace. This Lu Ming had unexpectedly used some unknown means to completely absorb the dragon scales on the armor into his body before moving them into his hand without anyone noticing. Otherwise, even if his body had been reconstructed, how could he possibly block that incomparably sharp light? The golden armor man thought the scales was mysterious indeed, but this brat was not as powerful as he had imagined. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the golden-armored man. After sizing it up a few times, a strange expression appeared on his face as he suddenly said, "Just now you injured my host for me, allowing me to break out of the seal and gain control of this body, so I will give you a quick death and keep the golden Hercules talisman. There won't be many talismans that can have intelligence like you in this world." His voice was somewhat similar to Lu Ming's, but it was clearly much darker. "What golden Hercules talisman? What nonsense are you spouting? Human brat, no matter what you are, since you want to die, I will grant you that wish." After the golden-armored man heard these words, he immediately jumped up. Killing intent flashed on his face and he immediately formed a seal with one hand. Layers of golden talismans immediately surged out from his body, and a golden giant appeared behind him. The golden-armored man had suddenly entered the crystal level. Such a weak art, if a true celestial level master were to see it, he would be very angry. However, it seemed that this golden Hercules talisman was of good quality. Even in the ancient times, it could be considered a top-quality secret talisman. But, with your current aura, it's too hard for you to get to the crystal level. At most, you only have the power of 2 strikes. After that, you probably don't even have the power to transform. Lu Ming's face did not show much surprise and he only muttered to himself thoughtfully. The golden-armored man's expression became even uglier. After he finished speaking, he could no longer endure and roared, "My power is able to easily crush a mere middle liquid level human." As soon as he stopped shouting, he instantly performed a sign with both hands. The blurry, golden shadow of the giant behind him suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time he moved his arm and a hand shot out at Lu Ming. Pooh! The air above Lu Ming rippled and a huge golden palm that was several acres large appeared. It extended its 5 fingers and descended a few feet. With a chi-chi sound in the air below, an invisible, enormous force pressed down from the sky. Lu Ming felt the air around him tense up and the air became as hard as steel. It also pressed down on his entire body, causing his bones to let out a jie bang sound. What a weak body, he's already at the middle liquid level. He can't even endure such a tiny bit of power. Lu Ming, looking at the huge golden palm descending from the sky, his eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He actually completely ignored the immense force that was pressing down on his body. The golden armored man, he was overjoyed. Immediately he crazily urged the giant behind him. There was a thunderous boom. The huge golden palm once again descended by half a meter. Immediately an even more powerful force descended from the sky, causing the ground near Lu Ming to sink. It forcefully formed a huge handprint that was a foot deep. Lu Ming was standing in the middle of the handprint. All his exposed skin cracked open once again. Countless threads of blood shot out from within and transformed into a fog of blood. It seemed as if his entire body was about to be forcibly shattered by the huge golden palm. At this moment, a cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth, "Extinguishing finger." A dark red light suddenly flew out from the blood mist. With a blur, it transformed into a huge bloody shadow of a finger and stabbed directly into the golden palm. A shocking scene appeared. The instant the golden palm was hit by the blood-red finger, its body trembled and countless bloody cracks appeared out of nowhere. Then it scattered into pieces in the wind. At the same time, the giant shadow behind the golden armored man also disappeared in a flash. The golden armored man was quite experienced. When he saw this scene, he knew that the opponent wasn't bluffing but actually had the ability to kill him. Without saying anything further, he hastily formed a double-handed sign and ignited all the remaining Fa Li in his body. "You want to run away now?" Within the blood mist on the ground, Lu Ming lightly sighed once again. Subsequently, the blood-red finger circled around in the air before pointing at the golden armored man in the distance with its fingertip. Bang! The golden armored man had already pushed his speed to the limit and ran more than 100 feet away. Immediately he felt his entire body suddenly become hot, and under the effect of a strange power, his body exploded into countless fragments. At this moment, with a sound, a blood shadow shot out from the blood mist below. With a few moves, it passed through the area where the golden armored man had exploded. After the blood-red light disappeared, Lu Ming appeared in the air once again. However, this time, there was a shiny golden talisman in his hand. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought that I could get such a treasure the moment I got out of the seal? However, if it wasn't for him being intimidated by me, not daring to attack from close range, leaving me with such a long time to release my power, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to use the extinguishing finger with this body that I just controlled. Lu Ming, looking at the golden talisman in his hand, a strange smile appeared on his face. What was shocking was that the golden talisman kept struggling in his hand, as if it was a living thing. But the next moment, Lu Ming coldly snorted and spat out a cloud of faint golden blood mist. Immediately, the golden talisman flashed wildly for a few seconds before its spirit light scattered and turned into a worn-out yellow talisman. Soon after, Lu Ming's body sank and he slowly descended to the ground. Just at this moment, the black seal between his eyebrows flashed a few times and the wounds on his body healed at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 283, The Scarlet Dragon's Bones. C-283 The Scarlet Dragon's Bones. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Ming threw the talisman in front of him, clamped it with his hands and rubbed it. Immediately, a bloody flame began to violently burn between his hands. The voice of the golden-armored man begging in fear came from the yellow talisman. "Senior, stop. I surrender. Do not erase my intelligence, please. If you keep me with you, I will definitely be of great help. A mere talisman spirit. Do you think I don't know how to raise one? Rather than leaving you alive, I might as well cultivate another one myself." Lu Ming said expressionlessly, and then he ruthlessly rubbed his hands together. The golden-armored man let out another miserable cry and a wave of black gas rushed out from the yellow talisman. After that, there was no longer any sound. The intelligence of this yellow talisman had actually been so easily erased by Lu Ming. After doing this, Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mini conch that was about an inch tall. It only spun around in front of him before turning into a huge conch that was about a foot tall. It was precisely the Sumeru conch. Lu Ming put the talisman on the Sumeru conch. Immediately, the talisman entered the Sumeru conch. Subsequently, Lu Ming put down the conch. His eyes flashed with a light and released a terrifying amount of mental energy that swept through his body. The spirit of the sword, there are actually two. Human sword cultivators were indeed very difficult to deal with. Cultivating the flying sword technique was a choice. In this way, this immortal 6-yin sword embryo would be of great use. The bloodline power of the sword spirit is extremely troublesome for others. As for me, erasing the imprint on it isn't an easy task. In addition, this body was too weak. The dark bone technique he had cultivated before was also superficial and did not have the essence of it. He needed to reinvent himself properly. The empty shell of the Scarlet Dragon should be useful. Before all this, he had to clean up here first and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the junior of the sea race would rush over. It's going to take me a lot of trouble to deal with it in my current situation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed incessantly as he muttered to himself. With a movement of one hand, he took out a green robe from the Sumeru conch and draped it over his body. With a shake of his sleeve, the rainbow light flashed and Lu Ming put the Sumeru conch away. With a stomp on the ground, he transformed into a ball of black light and soared into the sky. He circled around the surrounding area like a gust of wind before collecting the huge blue banners that were inserted into the sides. He pulled all of them out, and they had once again become a thick stack of small blue flags. The moment the last blue flag was pulled out, the huge crystalline net that had originally covered the entire sky immediately turned into seawater that sprinkled down. The light dimmed. Lu Ming's body appeared in the center of the area. He only looked at the stack of the flags in his hand before rubbing his hands together and the bloody flame flashed. The flame then turned all the marks left in the flags into dust. He then waved his hand downwards. Whoosh! A black bead shot up into the sky from the ground. After a few flashes, it disappeared into Lu Ming's sleeve. Then he rushed to the mountain area. Li Kuan felt he's going crazy. Although he was sitting in the huge formation at the center lake of the floating city of the sea race, he was like a tiger in a cage as he walked back and forth within the formation. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, and several clumps of bright red blood stains appeared on the front of his chest. Not long ago, he suddenly lost his connection with the golden-armored man. As a result, he wasn't able to defend against it, so not only was his mind injured, but he also was attacked by Fa Li. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, faintly feeling that he only remained half of his energy. This naturally caused him to be both shocked and furious. He immediately knew that something had happened to the golden-armored man. However, just when he was hesitating whether he should disobey the rainbow-robed woman's orders and immediately rush to the mountain area, he suddenly lost contact with the flags. So, even if he were to rush over now, the opponent would definitely escape without a trace. Moreover, the opponent was actually able to kill the golden-armored man. It definitely wasn't that human kid. It was most likely that another crystal-level human expert had interfered in this matter. It would be useless if he rushed over by himself. Li Kuan gnashed his teeth and wanted to tear Lu Ming apart. 4 hours later, in a natural cave in the mountains, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a yellow cushion. In front of him was a white and a yellow sword simulacrum that were 2 inches long floating in the air. These were the sword spirit that Lu Ming had condensed from the Taigang sword and the sword spirit given by Immortal 6-Yin's spirit imprint. The two seemed to be similar, but one was merely nurturing for a few years while the other had been nurturing for at least 1,000 years. In addition, the cultivation of the person who refined the sword embryo was vastly different, so the difference between the two is wide. Logically speaking, the two sword spirit that couldn't be separated from the body were now exposed in the air in such an arrogant manner. If other sword cultivators were to know about this, they would probably be even more dumbstruck. Lu Ming quickly formed hand signs with his 2 hands while chanting an extremely obscure incantation. At the same time, a faint black light was emitted from the surface of his body and the black talisman between his eyebrows even let out a piercing light that gave off a pu sound. The black talisman suddenly transformed into a mass of violently burning black flames. With a flash, a wisp of the black flame shot out and coincidentally landed on the yellow sword simulacrum in front of him. The originally quiet and unmoving yellow sword simulacrum immediately began to buzz. It struggled with all its might within the black flames, but it just had to stay where it was, unable to move at all. At this time, Lu Ming stretched out a finger and pointed at the white sword simulacrum. With a shake of the sword simulacrum, it steadily jumped into the black flame and instantly overlapped with the small yellow one. With a low shout, Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light golden-colored essence blood. All of the blood fell into the black flame without leaving a drop behind. Ting! The originally faint black flames instantly transformed into a light gold color. At the same time, the two small swords, which were originally overlapping each other, began to merge together at a rapid speed. After a while, the two small swords had already transformed into a faint golden sword which sparkled like a star. Very good. Under the effect of the consciousness flames, the mark of Immortal 16 can be easily erased. All its power was moved into the other sword spirit. Although it would inevitably lose a small part of its power, it was at least 100 times stronger than if I couldn't use it. Next, I only need to let this newly born sword spirit be tempered in the consciousness flames. Then I can completely remove the excess impurities in it and have nothing else to worry about. Lu Ming, looking at the golden sword in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a smile and mutter to himself. Subsequently, he let the small golden sword be wrapped in flames in the air while he pulled out a 1-foot-tall miniature Scarlet Dragon shell from his sleeve. However, a small portion of its soft abdomen was impressively damaged. The crystal-level Scarlet Dragon. With this body's cultivation, it's just a grudging try. However, this human kid is really blind. He did not know that the true essence of the dragon was right in front of him all these years. Lu Ming. After examining the Scarlet Dragon shell in front of him for a while, a trace of ridicule suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he suddenly moved his arm and used one hand to touch an ordinary-looking scarlet scale below the Scarlet Dragon's head. Immediately, a red light flashed on the surface and he pulled out an extremely huge crystal skeleton. It was at least 70 to 80 feet long, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It also emitted a faint red light. This was precisely the Scarlet Dragon's complete bones, and its entire body emitted an extremely shocking aura. It turned out that after the Scarlet Dragon was seriously injured, not only did it leave behind the entire empty shell, it even used a secret technique to refine the bones and hid it in a dragon scale on its neck. Lu Ming was naturally unable to see through this secret technique. However, it was impossible for it to hide it from the Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it is a Scarlet Dragon. If it was an Earth Dragon or a Golden Dragon, it would be even better. However, under these circumstances I could only barely use it. However, this human kid wanted to cultivate the Dragon Tiger Hell Art. Now he is able to achieve twice the results with half the effort after it was absorbed by the dragon bones. But how could I cultivate such a devilish cultivation technique? After I finish modifying my body, I will immediately leave this remote place. I will find a way to return to the demon domain so that I can cultivate my supreme demonic aura. Lu Ming used his finger to touch the extremely large dragon bones in front of him, revealing a trace of regret as he muttered to himself. He immediately made a one-handed sign without further delay. The black flame between his eyebrows flashed and another strand of flame shot out, landing exactly on the dragon bones in front of him. Under the burning of the black flames, the dragon bones began to melt like a candle. In a moment, it had turned into a crystal grain the size of a bean. Lu Ming waved his hand again and grabbed the crystal grain. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Subsequently, the black light on the surface of Lu Ming's body flourished once more and the black flame between his eyebrows began to swirl. He then closed his eyes and started cultivating. After a while, his face suddenly flashed with a crystal light and his expression became extremely painful. At the same time, the muscles on the surface of his body began to wriggle. A densely packed bang-bang sound came from the depths of his body. Thick green veins immediately popped out of his skin and his body was suddenly lacerated open as blood flowed out. Chapter 284, Refining the Treasure. C284 Refining the Treasure. The areas where the flesh had split open even revealed the white bones within. The white bones originally had some silver spirit marks on them, but now a few more scarlet red threads slowly appeared. The two intertwined and overlapped with each other. After a while, the latter strangely seeped into the depths of the bones, never to be seen again. The light golden blood that was originally flowing out of his wound suddenly stopped bleeding after a short moment. Lu Ming formed a sign with one hand once more. The black flame hovering above the dragon bone jumped and landed on the other bone. The seemingly extremely hard bone was instantly refined into a sparkling and translucent pellet that Lu Ming then forcefully sucked into his mouth. Immediately, an explosive sound came from the bones in his body. The surface of his body instantly split open into countless extremely small wounds. There was no longer any expression of pain on his face. It looked extremely strange. Half a day later, all of the dragon bones were turned into crystalline pellets and were swallowed by Lu Ming one by one before easily melting into his bones. At this moment, he could clearly feel the drastic changes in his body. The toughness of his body had probably increased by more than half. Of course, the Scarlet Dragon's essence that was refined from the dragon bones could not be completely refined like this. Lu Ming would take at least a few years before it was completely absorbed. Lu Ming was not satisfied with this. His gaze swept across the Scarlet Dragon shell in front of him and he grabbed it with one hand. His wrist trembled slightly and immediately, a faint black shockwave surged out from his 5 fingers. A shocking scene appeared. The empty shell trembled and began to emit poo 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 sounds. Under this shockwave, all of the scarlet scales began to fall off of the dragon's skin. They transformed into specks of red light that shot out in all directions and a large amount of black mist flew out. With a shake of his sleeve, Lu Ming covered all of the dragon's scales before pulling them back into his hand. Looking at the hundreds of scarlet scales in his hands, Lu Ming revealed a hint of happiness on his face. He suddenly opened his mouth and dozens of scales jumped up. Like a whale swimming in water, they were sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. The other scales shook and floated in the air without moving. Subsequently, Lu Ming formed 2 hand signs with his hands and yelled something in a low voice. Both of his eyes suddenly released 2 completely different strange lights, one golden and one purple. The faint black light that was originally being emitted from his body suddenly dispersed and turned into wisps of dark purple light that crazily danced around his body like living creatures. Lu Ming sat in his original position without moving. However, during this process, scarlet scales began to appear on one of his arms. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, all of the scarlet scales appeared, each of them flashing with a sparkling scarlet light. They seemed to be naturally grown on his body. At this time, Lu Ming relaxed and gave his arm a slight shake. That was a sinister arm completely wrapped in dragon scales. Good. I've absorbed the bone essence of this Scarlet Dragon. Otherwise, with this body's cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to use this technique so easily. Lu Ming looked at the bright red arm in front of him, muttering to himself. In the next moment, the golden and purple-silver glows flashed in his eyes and immediately, the scarlet scales on his arm flashed and disappeared into his skin without a trace. His arm once again became fair and shiny. Lu Ming smiled slightly and put down his sleeve. He then waved his hand at the hovering dragon scales in the air. Dozens of the scales shot toward him and were sucked into his mouth. Another round of refining had begun. 4 hours later, the last dragon scale was also refined by Lu Ming. His gaze fell on the dragon skin that had become smooth. Although the skin was much softer, it was not something an ordinary beast skin could compare with. Therefore, he only pondered for a moment before cracking his brows. A wisp of black flame rolled out and instantly wrapped around the dragon's skin. Lu Ming flicked his fingers continuously and numerous black hand signs appeared one after another. After a flash, they all disappeared into the black flame without a trace. The originally light red dragon skin gradually softened under the black flames. From time to time, wisps of green smoke would come out. It smelled extremely fishy. As the dragon skin became crystal clear and soft, it also began to shrink in size. When Lu Ming saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stopped the technique and flipped his hand. Immediately, the Sumeru conch appeared out of thin air. With just a spin of the storage treasure, it brought out a large amount of various refining materials that Lu Ming originally stored inside. Most of them were the items that Lu Ming had obtained from killing his enemies over the years. With a shake of his sleeve, the materials entered the black flame like bees. They instantly transformed into a colorful liquid that entered the dragon's skin. Subsequently, he made a sign with his 10 fingers once again, flicking at the black flame. The dragon's skin began to distort and transformed according to his will. After a while, a scarlet leather armor with many unknown black inscriptions on its surface appeared in front of his eyes. With a wave of one hand, the black flame immediately separated from the armor and flew back. At the same time, the leather armor let out a wung sound and vaguely appeared within the robe. Lu Ming took off his robe and looked at his leather armor. Suddenly, he placed his hand on it and pressed down with his 5 fingers. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Subsequently, the red light of the leather armor greatly expanded and layers of faint red marks appeared out of nowhere. There were actually 26 layers. In a flash, they disappeared one after another. This should be considered a high-grade spirit weapon. It seems that my refining skills haven't decreased by much. It's a pity that this brat really doesn't have any good materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for me to refine a top-quality armor with a few more supplementary materials. Right now, I can only use this one. Lu Ming looked at the leather armor on his body. He seemed to not be satisfied as he shook his head. Then, he draped a long robe over his body and made a grasping motion with one hand. After the fluctuations, a ball of golden liquid and a piece of pale golden clay appeared in his hand. It was the glazed fire gold and golden essence dirt. What a stupid brat. A good thing was only be used as a simple amplification material. Let me make good use of this treasure. On the other hand, this gold essence resting dirt is indeed the best material to refine a pill. However, I am not proficient in the art of alchemy, so what use is there for me to keep it? However, by fusing it with the heavy water pearl, I'll be able to refine that treasure. It's not a waste of this material. Looking at the two materials, his eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Subsequently, Lu Ming's sleeve shook and a green light and a black light flew out at the same time. After a slight spiral, they each transformed into a short cyan sword and a black bead. It was the cyan moon sword and the heavy water pearl. Originally, the materials used for these two magic tools could be considered okay, but their refining methods are extremely inferior. It's just nice for me to take the opportunity to adjust the restrictions inside. After using a disdainful gaze to size up the cyan moon sword and the heavy water pearl, the black flame between Lu Ming's eyebrows rolled and condensed before landing on the two of them at the same time. In an instant, a fierce black flame surrounded the two of them. He then raised his hand and waved to the empty space beside him. Pooh. The glazed fire gold and the golden essence dirt moved and landed on the sword and the bead. They were both submerged by the black flames. The expression on his face became serious for the first time. A finger quickly streaked across the air in front of him and black talismans immediately appeared out of nowhere. They swarmed into the two magic tools within the black flames. The sword and the bead started to emit a clear sound, while wisps of black mist began to gush out with a humming sound. His refining this time was obviously much longer than the previous time. A day and a night passed. When two balls of black flames flashed in front of Lu Ming and returned to his brow, a small golden sword with a crescent moon embossed on the hilt and a slightly larger black bead appeared. The glazed fire gold and the golden essence dirt disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Lu Ming laughed and pointed at the small golden sword with one hand. Immediately, the sword flashed and flew in front of him. It really is a top-quality sword. It could barely withstand the infusion of the sword spirit. So, a Yuan spirit flying sword can be successfully condensed right away. One of Lu Ming's arms moved and he extended 2 fingers to grasp the small golden sword. He lowered his head and examined the sword with his mental strength. A smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, he flew to one side of the sky and waved to the other sword shadow that was still surrounded by black flames. When the black flames flew into his brow, the sword shadow blurred and soundlessly appeared in front of him within a wave of fluctuations. Looking at the small golden sword and the sword spirit before him, Lu Ming took a deep breath. His other hand reached out and grabbed the sword spirit, then pressed it onto the sword in his other hand. At the same time, the black flame around Lu Ming's brow slightly rotated and an extremely powerful mental energy violently surged out. The mental energy instantly solidified and transformed into a misty crystal pillar of light that directly entered the small golden sword. However, at this time, Lu Ming suddenly let out a miserable cry. The sparkling light at his brow disappeared and the small golden sword and sword shadow in his hand were simultaneously thrown away. His body trembled and directly fell over. Chapter 285 Golden Moon Sword. C285 Golden Moon Sword. The black flame on Lu Ming's brow suddenly became blurry and transformed into a ball of shadow as it flew away from Lu Ming's body. At this time, waves of Buddhist chanting came from Lu Ming's body and a milky white halo scattered from his body. Following the fluctuations in the air, A glittering bubble the size of a bean silently appeared in the center of the light. With just a spin, there were 8 ordinary-looking grayish talismans emerging from it. When these talismans appeared, they were only the size of a grain of rice. However, with a shake of the wind, they became as large as a fight, and all of a sudden they disappeared. In the next moment, the shadow more than 100 feet away from the mountain peak where the cave was suddenly began to ripple in the surrounding air. 8 misty gray talismans silently appeared and simultaneously pounced toward the center, accurately wrapping the shadow within. No, I've escaped from that damned place with great difficulty. I'll never go back. And Strange Man's crazy voice suddenly came out of the black flame. The flame began to heat up and turned into a black fire lotus. Each lotus petal was struggling desperately in the gray talismans. However, at this time the 8 gray talismans suddenly began to shine brightly. They slowly turned around outside the black fire lotus and then merged into a 10 feet large gray talisman's formation, and colorful light shot out. A miserable scream. The black lotus then turned into ashes after the colorful light dissipated. The black flame appeared again, but it was much dimmer than before. Then the gray talismans rotated and the colorful light quickly spread out one layer after another. It instantly enveloped the black flame into a colorful light ball. Following that, the talisman's formation wrapped the light ball and shot back to the mountain peak where it had come from. After a moment, it disappeared into the glittering bubble. The glittering bubble shook and the Buddhist chanting from within immediately came to a stop. The milky white light around it even disappeared with a flash. Subsequently, the bubble only flashed a few times in the air before it descended and returned to Lu Ming's body without a sound. Lu Ming was still lying on the floor of the cave, not moving at all. After an unknown period of time, one of his fingers twitched slightly. After a while, Lu Ming finally let out a groan and slowly sat up with his eyes open. But now his eyes were full of confusion and he looked like he was lost in thought. A short while later, Lu Ming's eyes finally regained a sliver of clarity. However, he immediately jumped up with a quiver. He raised his hands and examined himself once more. His face was filled with shock. Previously, when Lu Ming was hit by the golden-armored man's crystal-level cultivator's fist, even though he did not immediately die under the protection of the dragon's scales, he was almost at his limit. Just as he was about to pretend to be dead and lure the golden-armored man closer, and even sacrifice his own Taigang sword without hesitation to give him the final blow, his eyes suddenly darkened. He appeared in the gray mysterious space once again. While he was in shock, he looked at the other Lu Ming, who gave him a strange smile before transforming into a ball of black flame and disappeared. At this moment, the fear in his heart was like a black fog that enveloped him. Although he was full of doubt and worry, he was unable to leave. He could only wait quietly in this mysterious space. In the end, he stayed in this space for 7 or 8 days. And suddenly, the air fluctuated and a colorful light ball appeared without any warning. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly darkened and his consciousness inexplicably returned to his body. Lu Ming sized up the body that was completely different from before and his face was naturally indecisive. In an instant he could feel that this body was much stronger than before. He slowly clenched both his hands and a tremendous force surged out from within his body. He once again used his mental strength to scan his body and felt different parts compared to before. He was more surprised. Lu Ming retracted his mental strength and touched the newly refined scarlet armor he was wearing. He then looked at the dazzling short sword on the ground and the black bead that was larger than before as well as the floating golden shadow of the sword. His expression couldn't help but change several times. No matter how stupid he was, he now understood that something had taken over his body before and that it was most likely the second himself that suddenly disappeared from the mysterious space. However, if that person was planning to possess him, why would he suddenly return to his body? Could it be that he didn't succeed in possessing him? And before he left that mysterious space, what was the ball that suddenly appeared in that space? Could it have something to do with the second me? This series of questions emerged in Lu Ming's heart and caused his face to become extremely gloomy. He did not show any happiness at having escaped death this time. Fortunately, Lu Ming's mind was abnormally resolute and he knew that although possession was strange, as long as he made preparations beforehand, it was not impossible for him to restrain it. Pooh! The golden sword and the black bead all fell into Lu Ming's hand. The moment the other misty sword shadow made contact with Lu Ming's skin, it disappeared in a flash into his body without a trace. Lu Ming was surprised and quickly used his mental power to scan his body. He discovered that the golden sword shadow was quietly stopped near his spirit sea in his dantian and was not moving at all. As for the two original sword spirit, they were long gone. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and used his consciousness to briefly communicate with the sword spirit. After that, Lu Ming was first shocked and then overjoyed. He was shocked by the terrifying power contained within the sword spirit and was glad that this sword could connect to his mind. It was as if it had been cultivated by him in the first place. Although he didn't know what was going on, but he could vaguely guess that this golden sword most likely had something to do with the two missing swords. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain all of this. Lu Ming thought like this and forcefully suppressed the joy in his heart. His gaze once again landed on the golden short sword and black bead in his hand. These two magic tools both gave him a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. However, without a doubt, these two should be the original Cyan Moon Sword and the heavy water pearl. He grabbed the golden short sword and carefully probed it with his consciousness. Immediately, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. 28 restriction. It's a top-grade spirit weapon. How is that possible? He cried out and immediately slapped the golden short sword with one hand. Immediately, a clear sound was emitted from the sword's body, and at the same time, layers of golden talismans appeared out of thin air from the small sword. He was so surprised that he did not know what to say. Indeed, the 28 restriction spells had appeared on this little golden sword. After a short moment, he finally regained his senses. Then he threw his fa li into the short sword and grabbed the handle to carelessly slash at the stone wall at the side of the cave. A sizzling sound was heard. A golden light that was several tens of feet long easily flew out from the tip of the sword and cut through the stone wall like tofu, leaving behind a deep scar on the surface of the stone wall. It really is a top-grade spirit weapon, even though it's only the lowest of them. But it was also a top-grade spirit weapon, and a high-grade spirit weapon was absolutely not comparable to it. However, it was indeed the original Cyan Moon Sword. So how did that person make a high-grade spirit weapon to the top grade in an instant? No, the gold on it seemed a little familiar. Isn't this the glazed fire gold? Lu Ming first muttered to himself as he carefully examined the shiny sword. Suddenly, he recognized that there was an extra layer of material on the sword. He was stunned. Glazed fire gold could increase a spirit weapon's strength to a certain extent. Of course he knew, but that was only if he used this material to wrap the Cyan Moon Sword. It would only raise the level of restrictions by 1 or 2 levels at the very most. Not to mention a top-grade spirit weapon. He once again used his spirit imprint to carefully study the layers of incomparable complex talismans on the sword. He discovered that apart from the additional restrictions, many of the 10 or so talismans were different from the original ones. He was quite surprised. A person with such ability was undoubtedly a true master refiner. Even among master refiners, he might be one of the best. However, this top-grade sword was not suitable to be called the Cyan Moon Sword. It was more suitable to be called the Golden Moon Sword. His gaze once again fell on the black bead. At first glance, the pearl didn't seem to have changed much, apart from its size being a bit larger than before. Lu Ming formed a sign with one hand and pointed at the bead. Bang! On the surface of the bead, the illusory image of the 25-layered formation appeared. It's only a high-grade spirit weapon. His face showed a hint of disappointment. However, in the next moment, the formation on the bead suddenly shook. With a hong sound, it transformed into a thick black fog. Inside, the image of an earthen yellow small mountain could be vaguely seen. This is... Lu Ming's expression froze once again. Chapter 286, Returning. C286 Returning. This was very different from before. When the heavy water pearl was activated, there was no such thing. Lu Ming was quite surprised and hurriedly let out his mental energy to scan the interior of the bead. After a moment, he hurriedly shook his sleeve. A ball of blue light flashed and the Sumeru conch that was previously kept by Lu Ming appeared once again. Lu Ming grabbed the Sumeru conch and extended his spirit imprint into it. Immediately, he cried out, "The golden essence dirt has indeed disappeared." That fellow actually dissolved this kind of material into the heavy water pearl, but he only raised it to a high-grade spiritual weapon. His expression was naturally filled with endless regret. He originally planned on using this piece of golden essence dirt to refine a top-grade pill furnace, but now all of it had been used up by the person who stole his body from him. The lament in Lu Ming's heart only lasted for a moment. After a slight thought, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. If he could easily raise the Cyan Moon Sword to a top-grade weapon, How could he not know how valuable this material was? After a few flashes of his eyes, Lu Ming put away the other items including the Sumeru conch. A ball of black gas immediately shot out from his body. Pooh! Lu Ming rushed out of the mountain peak and his body appeared high in the sky. He raised his head, using his spirit imprint to search the surroundings. After confirming that there were no others, he flipped his hand. The black bead appeared in his hand. Lu Ming muttered incantations and began to wildly pour his Fa Li into the bead. His wrist sunk, for the bead instantly became over 5,000 kilograms in weight. If Lu Ming hadn't been careful and had increased his strength, he would have really let the treasure fall out of his 5 fingers. But in the next moment he stopped chanting and raised the brow of his brow. The bead in his hand suddenly flew toward a small mountain nearby that was a few hundred feet tall. The moment the bead left his hand, countless black fog immediately rushed out and crushed into the top of the mountain. Boom! An enormous earthen yellow mountain shadow flashed from within the black fog. Then the black fog transformed into a long black river. After a few coiling around the huge mountain, the two descended together with a rumbling sound. A loud and shocking sound echoed out. Under the pressure of the enormous earthen yellow mountain shadow, the mountain below immediately cracked and exploded. At the same time, the black mist in the area within a radius of a few kilometers surged and caused the space to suddenly become extremely thick. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. This was not something that a high-grade spirit weapon could accomplish. Moreover, he hadn't used all of his Fa Li and the newly added restrictions on the bead had never been truly refined. With a pensive look on his face, he waved his hand in the air. The earthen yellow mountain shadow and the surrounding black fog disappeared in a flash. As for the black bead, it let out a loud sound as it flew up from a pile of rocks. After a few flashes, it returned to Lu Ming's hand. He carefully examined the bead before putting it into his sleeve. Then he waved his sleeve and a green ball flew out. After being urged by the spell, it suddenly transformed into a 20-foot-long blue flying boat. Lu Ming's body flashed and with a tap of his foot, he flew into the boat. The boat turned into a ball of green light and flew through the air. At this time, a magic plate appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He used the plate to drive the boat. A few hours later, he arrived at the edge of the mountain range without a sound and appeared in a nearby mountain peak. This was where he had fought with the golden armored man earlier. Lu Ming was sure that there were no sea race army here before he actually dared to drive the boat out. His gaze swept across the large rocks on the mountains and the ground. He easily determined that he had not been possessed by another man for long. It should only take him 3 or 4 days at most. Subsequently, he flipped his hand again and a stack of light blue formation flags and a jade box appeared in his hand. Not long ago, when he was examining the items in the Sumeru conch, he accidentally discovered 2 additional items. He recognized the flags. They were previously inserted into the surroundings of this area. As for the talisman within the jade box, he had a faint guess but he wasn't too sure. Standing in the front of the flying boat, he put them back into his sleeve. Then he urged the boat to leave. However, the moment he took off, he formed a sign with one hand and pointed at the flying boat. Immediately, a layer of concealment restrictions caused the boat to become as light as a feather. He had already made up his mind. If he ran into a spy from the sea race near the huge city, he would immediately turn around and escape into Deshen country. His worry was clearly unnecessary. After flying for half a day, he did not encounter any scouts from the sea race. Instead, he ran into a group of human disciples. Among them were a few barbarian ghost sect disciples. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately went up to greet them. From these disciples, Lu Ming learned that the battle had ended early due to the intervention of fake pill-level experts. Furthermore, the sea race army had already retreated. He was surprised and happy. After asking for a bit more, he also knew that Zhang Xionyang and a few other companions who had snuck into the floating city with him had all returned to the huge city. Not long ago, the barbarian ghost sect had also sent out several groups of disciples to search for the only missing person. Lu Ming relaxed and flew at full speed toward the huge city. A few hours later, Lu Ming appeared within the area of the barbarian ghost sect. Furthermore, he was in front of the barbarian ghost sect leader and martial uncle Yen. Good. Martial nephew Lu, after your disappearance for such a long time, the sect leader and I originally thought that you might have met with some mishap. Now that we saw you return with our own eyes, we can be at ease. Martial Uncle Yan's face was somewhat pale, but his eyes were still filled with gratification when he looked at Lu Ming. It was obvious that the battle had damaged his yuan qi quite a bit, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. I shouldn't have made you so worried. When I escaped from the floating city, I unexpectedly met the crystal-level cultivator of the sea race on the way back. With the help of the golden talismans, I hid in the nearby mountains and only then did I dare to return to the city. Martial uncle, please forgive me. The 10,000 bone devil has been taken away. Lu Ming's face was full of shame. Junior Lu, no need to worry. It is very fortunate that you are able to escape from a fake pill-level master. Since the other party was so strong, there was nothing you could do about it. Even if I were there, the result would have been the same. The barbarian ghost sect leader let out a bitter laugh. Martial Uncle Yen also sighed lightly. That's right, no one would have thought that the vast ocean royalty would send a palace master to help the 3 clans of Yunchuan. If it weren't for Yuan Mo's help, we would have been wiped out. I've heard that the army of the sea race has already returned to the kingdom of Haiyu. However, I'm not too sure about the final agreement between our sects and the sea race. Lu Ming's expression relaxed a little, but he still asked with some doubt. The truce is very simple. Martial Uncle Yen slowly replied. All the land the 3 clans of Yunchuan had occupied was theirs. They will no longer invade the inner regions for 300 years, and nor shall we send troops to these coastal states. What? These countries have been their territory ever since? Isn't this raising tigers to cause trouble? Lu Ming's face slightly changed. Once the sea race occupied the coastal countries for a long time, they might really take root in these countries. It would be many times harder than now to drive them away after a few hundred years. We naturally know about this as well. But they had the support of the vast ocean royalty. Even Yuan Mo could not make them make too many concessions, and there were also some hidden reasons. We have already discussed this with the sects. At the moment we can only agree to their terms. Martial Uncle Yen replied with a frown. So that's how it is. It seems that our human race isn't strong enough. But how could they easily send out a fake pill expert? Lu Ming sighed and asked curiously. Chapter 287. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a slight cough, since junior brother Lu has already advanced to the liquid level, you are now entitled to read some of the sealed material, including the information of the vast sea royalty. If you are interested, I can give you a general introduction. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Ming slightly bowed to him. I don't know how much junior brother Lu knows about our Yunchuan continent. Do you have any idea that how big the world outside Yunchuan is? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked with a serious look on his face. I've heard people say before that our Yunchuan continent wasn't big. Outside of Yunchuan there is a Zhongtian continent. That should be where the 6th martial ancestor came from. Lu Ming replied. It is extremely rare for Junior to know the name of the Zhongtian continent. The barbarian ghost sect leader said slowly. However, the so-called Yunchuan continent was nothing more than a name Yunchuan sects gave to it. The true name should be Yunchuan Island, and it could not even be compared with a real continent like the Zhongtian continent. There are billions of human beings in the Zhong continent. There are countless cultivation sects, and that place is where our human race originate. In addition, there was the savage continent, which was ruled by the demons, and the myriad devils continent, which was ruled by the devils. In addition to that, there are some smaller subcontinents which are only 1,000th the size of the real continents. Although they are occupied by other outsiders, they are many times larger than ours. The outside world is actually so vast, Lu Ming said in wonder. The barbarian ghost sect leader continued with a smile. Beyond these continents were endless seas. Vast ocean is a region of the sea that includes our Yunchuan island. This area contains thousands of islands. There were 7 or 8 islands larger than Yunchuan, and more than 10 islands the same size as Yunchuan. Most of these islands are occupied by the sea race and other powerful demonic beasts. The most powerful force is the vast ocean royalty. It's also known as the Golden Scale Clan. Not only did this clan occupy the largest islands, they also have countless experts. Just the fake pill-level masters alone, there should be around 10 of them. The sea race had always been arrogant. They don't feel like dealing with other races. In addition, Yunchuan is a remote place, so we know little about each other. But we are more or less related to the human sects on the Zhongtian continent. This has also caused the vast sea royalty to be somewhat afraid. Therefore this time, the clan's sudden dispatch of fake pill-level expert to help the Three Seas clan is beyond our expectations. So that's how it is. Lu Ming understood. The vast sea royalty is truly so powerful. If Junior Brother is really interested in these secrets, you can learn more details on your own. The barbarian ghost sect leader said while twirling his beard. Lu Ming nodded. Although we have called a truce, the possibility of them going back on their word is not high. There will still be a large number of people stationed here. Our sects are discussing this matter these few days. Junior Brother Lu is a liquid-level cultivator. Maybe you'll be posted here for a while. The barbarian ghost sect leader wished for him to contribute a little bit. That is Lu Ming's responsibility. He did not hesitate. But, Martial Nephew Lu had just advanced into the liquid level, we'd better assign other people to station here first. Martial Uncle Yen, who was at the side, suddenly said this. Yes. I should let Junior Brother Lu consolidate his cultivation. The barbarian ghost sect leader turned around and replied respectfully. Lu Ming naturally gave his thanks. On their way home, Lu Ming learned a few more details from the barbarian ghost sect leader. The crystal-level cultivators of the sects had luckily not lost their lives, but the liquid-level cultivators and spirit apostles suffered a lot of casualties. In this battle, 6 or 7 liquid-level masters from the barbarian ghost sect died. Among them were Zhu Qi and the leader of the Yin faction, who Gui Ruchuan had never liked. When Lu Ming heard the news of Zhu Qi's death, his face slightly changed. Although he didn't have much contact with this martial uncle back then, they had met a few times and he was very friendly to him. Therefore he naturally felt a sliver of sadness in his heart. Lu Ming chatted with the two for a while before saying goodbye to them. Martial Nephew Lu, when you have free time, you should practice the corpse refining technique I taught you. Martial Uncle Yan's eyes flashed twice before he spoke. Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard this, but he immediately gave a bow in response before turning around and leaving the room. Martial Uncle, it seems that you really think highly of Junior Brother Lu. After Lu Ming's figure disappeared at the entrance, the barbarian ghost sect leader suddenly asked Martial Uncle Yen with a smile. What do you think of Martial Nephew Lu's performance in this battle? Martial Uncle Yen asked with narrowed eyes. In terms of strength alone, Junior Brother Lu was outstanding. Otherwise, the disciples would not compare him with Zhang Xionyang. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied truthfully. In that case, why should I not think well of him? After all, my green-furred iron corpse will become a true silver corpse in a short period of time if nothing goes wrong after this battle. At that time, the stronger you are, the more likely you will be able to subdue him. Martial Uncle Yen said slowly. That's true. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a strange expression. Since Junior Brother Lu is proficient in flying sword arts, would he really plan to focus on cultivating sword arts in the future? Who knows? Since he has advanced to middle liquid level, he will make his own choice. This is not something that you and I can interfere with. Martial Uncle Yen replied indifferently. The barbarian ghost sect leader revealed a thoughtful expression as he nodded his head. However, in the next moment he changed the topic and said, Martial Uncle, the matter regarding the Sea Demon Emperor should not be false. A golden pill level master had actually appeared. I really think that's a terrible thing. He had a serious expression on his face. No matter who won, it won't be easy for Yunchuan to maintain its original independence. There is no need for fellow Yuan Mo to deceive us. Otherwise, with the strength of the vast ocean royalty, it would not be so easy to make the 3 clans to retreat. Afraid the Sea Demon Emperor forming a golden pill was definitely true. As for the matter between the vast ocean royalty and the Emperor, it is not something that we can interfere with. Martial Uncle Yen muttered to himself for a moment before slowly replying. However, no matter how powerful a golden pill master is, the vast ocean royalty had already dominated this area for many years. It was possible that the battle between the two would be at a stalemate of hundreds or even thousands of years. What we can do during this period is to try our best to strengthen and protect ourselves. What do you think about the proposal to establish the Yunchuan Alliance? The Yunchuan Alliance will be great. In the future, the entire human race might face a powerful enemy. We, the big sects, must band together in order to have a chance to fight with them. I don't know if 3 saints and 6 science plan will work. Most of the sects would have to consider this carefully. First, choosing 3 cultivators who have the potential to break through into the fake pill level, and 9 spirit apostles with the most outstanding potential. Second, training them with the entire Yunchuan's resources to get 1 or 2 fake pill cultivators and even a golden pill level master within 1,000 years. What if we fail? The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a bitter smile. This plan must cost a lot of manpower and material resources, and every sect must contribute. If someone from a sect was chosen, of course, his sect would be willing to contribute resources. But what if no one was chosen? I'm afraid any sect would not be happy to nurture the people from other sections. That is why fellow Yuan Mo suggested at the very end that we choose 9 people to leave the sect they belong to and swear that in this life they will fight together and protect the entire island and never interfere in the disputes between the sections. Martial Uncle Yan's eyes sparkled as he slowly spoke. A mere oath, how could it restrain those people whose cultivation increases greatly in the future? Unless he could establish a blood contract that could restrict even golden pill cultivators. However, this blood contract has been lost in the Yunchuan for many years. Where can we find it? The barbarian ghost sect leader shook his head and said. Chapter 288. Have you ever thought about what kind of person Yuan Mo was? Since he had made such a suggestion, how could he not be prepared? He only said a part of the proposal. There should be some things that haven't been made public. Martial Uncle Yen said with a smile. Martial Uncle means that Yuan Mo might have a blood contract or something similar in his hand that can dispel the concerns of our sects? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked in a puzzled tone. He must have some important chips in his hand. Otherwise, if he was rejected by the sects, wouldn't that be a great disgrace? I believe everything will be clear at the next conference. Martial Uncle Yen said confidently. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded. After Lu Ming walked out of the stone hall, he hesitated a little and did not directly return to his house. Instead, he flew into the air toward another building. After a short moment, he landed in front of a stone house with its doors tightly shut. With a shake of his sleeve, he flicked a finger at the space above the door, letting out an extremely clear knocking sound. Lu Ming, it is great that you can return safely. However, I don't want to see anyone in the next 2 days. You can go back and have a good rest first. After a long silence, Martial Aunt Zhong's extremely calm voice came from behind the door. Yes, teacher, I am very sorry about Martial Uncle Zhu. Lu Ming only said a few words in a low voice. However, there were no other sounds coming from the stone house. Then he left quietly. A short while later, Lu Ming appeared in his stone house. He let out a long sigh as he sat down cross-legged on a cushion. After thinking about all the things for a while, his eyes flashed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he understood the truth of the law of the jungle, he was still moved by the feeling of powerless to deal with the crystal-level cultivator. The experience of almost dying in the hands of the golden-armored man had made him crave for power even more. Lu Ming sat silently in the stone room for more than an hour before he took out a jade box from his sleeve and suddenly flipped the lid open with one hand. It was a yellow talisman that looked somewhat damaged. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and with a flick of his finger, he took the talisman out of the box and started examining it carefully. When he was in the mountain range he had examined this talisman once, but he was in a hurry, he may have missed some details. There were many faint golden spirit marks on the surface of the talisman, and there was a little golden person wearing a leather skirt in the center. It looked very similar to the giant simulacrum that appeared behind the golden-armored man. After Lu Ming infused his Fa Li into it, the surface of the talisman immediately flashed with a golden light. An ancient and savage aura was emitted, giving Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. He hastily retracted his Fa Li and the talisman once again returned to its usual calmness. Lu Ming stared at it for quite a while before seeing that it truly did not have any follow-up actions. Then he infused his Fa Li into it bit by bit. This time, the talisman glowed with a golden light and emitted an aura of savagery. At the same time, the golden figure on the surface gradually became thinner. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression slightly changed and he was about to increase his Fa Li. He suddenly felt something and abruptly looked to the side. A few feet away, a figure in golden armor appeared, causing him to jump in fright. Lu Ming thought that the golden-armored man had appeared and he almost took the short sword out of his sleeve. However, he instantly noticed the difference between the golden figure and the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man's entire body was as solid as an ordinary person's, and his facial features were similar to the sea race expert, Li Kuan. But this figure was extremely blurry. It was only a faint shadow, and his face was vaguely similar to his own. At this time, Lu Ming knew that the golden figure was from the talisman. He suppressed the surprise in his heart as he continued to pour the Fa Li in his body into the talisman. The originally blurry golden figure slowly became clear. With a poo sound, the talisman in his hand suddenly transformed into specks of golden light that disappeared into thin air. At the same time, The golden figure was completely no different from an ordinary person. Not only was the armor on his body shining with a golden light, his facial features were the same as Lu Ming's. The muscles on Lu Ming's face twitched for a moment before he slowly stood up. After walking around the golden-armored man twice, he muttered with flickering eyes, "I heard a long time ago that a true fighter could draw talismans and make them come true. I never thought it was true. This should be the legendary talisman soldier. However, I had never heard of a talisman soldier being able to possess its own intelligence." Lu Ming muttered to himself and used his spirit power to scan through the interior of the golden-armored soldier. Only the spirit apostle's aura remained. His eyes were dull and his face was expressionless. He was not even comparable to the earlier golden-armored man. Could it be that the method to activate this talisman is wrong? Lu Ming could only think like this. He naturally did not know that the thing in front of him was not an ordinary talisman soldier, but a golden-armored talisman soldier that were rare in this world. The two looked very similar on the surface, but they were vastly different. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out his hand to touch the armor on the soldier. A warm feeling was transmitted to his hand and it was clearly different from the usual cold feeling on the armor. In the following time he tested the soldier in front of him with various methods. He was finally certain that the golden-armored talisman soldier in front of him truly did not have any intelligence. It was just an empty shell. However, the golden-armored talisman soldier's body was like a bottomless pit. It could withstand the infusion of Fa for a long period of time without any overflowing. Moreover, with the infusion of a large amount of Fa, its cultivation also gradually increased from the early spirit apostle stage to the middle stage. Lu Ming had already poured a quarter of his Fa into the golden-armored talisman soldier. If he were to pour all of the Fa in his body into him, he should be able to raise him to the late spirit apostle stage without any problems. If he was able to burn his Fa, it would be possible for him to temporarily launch one or two early middle liquid level attacks. All of this was roughly the same as the golden-armored man who had nearly killed him in the mountain range. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before immediately taking 2 steps back. He formed a sign with one hand and immediately released a wisp of his spirit imprint from his sea of consciousness. He then carefully poured it into the soldier's head. Bang! After the golden-armored soldier ferociously struck the ground with a fist, a golden light immediately flashed and a foot-deep hole appeared. However, when the shockwave that came out of the hole came into contact with the walls of the stone room, the restriction light trembled slightly and no longer made any sound. Using puppet techniques can also control this soldier. But there should be other special control techniques. Otherwise, a talisman soldier would not have such a reputation. When I get back, I'll have to check the information and see if there are any relevant instructions. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. Pa. He moved his arm and placed a palm on the shoulder of the soldier. A faint black gas appeared on his palm and sucked back the pure Fa in the soldier's body. After a golden talisman appeared on the surface of the soldier, it instantly exploded into a ball of golden light. When all the light vanished, the worn-out yellow talisman appeared once again. Lu Ming placed a few more restriction talismans on it before carefully placing it inside his sleeve. After seeing how powerful the golden-armored man was, Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to underestimate this object. After finishing all of this, Lu Ming once again sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to carefully examine his hands. A chink of light flashed and a red scale that was the size of a grain of rice appeared in his palm. It quickly grew and became 2 inches large in the blink of an eye. He looked at the scarlet scale with an abnormally gloomy expression. He had been wearing the crude dragon scale armor for such a long time, so he naturally recognized the scale. It was on that armor. When Lu Ming woke up in the mountain range and examined the items in the Sumeru conch, he discovered that aside from the golden essence dirt and the glazed fire gold being used up, the Scarlet Dragon shell had also disappeared. Compared to the previous 2 items, the value of the Scarlet Dragon shell was much higher. However, he could not find any trace of the dragon scales. When he felt that his physical body had grown stronger, he could not help but associate this matter with the missing scales. On the way back in the flying boat, when he inadvertently activated the technique to stimulate the skin on his palm, a dragon scale suddenly appeared out of thin air. When he had examined his body earlier, he hadn't found any trace of it. Fortunately, without the stimulation of Fa, this scale would quickly disappear into the skin. In this way, although Lu Ming was greatly shocked, he was in a hurry to get back to the city. Thus, he had to put it behind him first. Now, he could finally try different methods to stimulate his skin. He kept one hand in front of his face while the other hand formed signs with his 5 fingers. Immediately, the black gas rolled out and began to revolve around his body. Chapter 289. After a slight itch, the second scale appeared in his palm. Then the third, the fourth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's entire palm was wrapped up in a layer of scarlet red scales and emitted faint red light. It was as if they had been born in his hands. When they grew out of his body, Lu Ming had naturally used his mental strength to carefully examine the skin. He discovered that the origin of these dragon scales was that after his Fa Li had stimulated his palm, a sparkling red dot would appear out of thin air from his flesh and skin. But when he withdrew his Fa Li, the dragon scales would quickly shrink back under his skin before turning back into specks of red light that disappeared once again into his flesh. When he saw this, even though he was somewhat shocked, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. If these scales could grow or retract as he wished, then he could accept their existence. After all, no one wanted any monster to grow out of them. But these were the scales of the crystal-level Scarlet Dragon. Although their dragon auras had been completely eliminated for some reason, their defensive capabilities were extremely powerful. Normal low-grade spirit weapons couldn't damage them in the slightest. Lu Ming thought like this in his heart. In order to test out another idea, his expression froze. He began to stimulate his entire arm with the most powerful force he could muster. Immediately, his arm was covered by a layer of scarlet scales. However, Lu Ming still felt that more red light spots could be produced from the flesh and blood under his skin. He raised his eyebrows and he continued to stimulate the skin without stopping. A strange scene appeared. The second layer of the scales began to appear on the first layer. The 2 layers began to overlap with incomparable accuracy. Without a doubt, their defensive power had also increased. When he saw that what he was thinking could become reality, a hint of happiness appeared on his face. He felt that there was remaining power of the red light under his skin and the third layer of scales began to slowly appear. Finally, there was no longer any red light in his body. Lu Ming looked at the now dark red arm and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His other hand formed a sign and a palm-sized blade immediately appeared. He then unceremoniously swung it at the arm. Pooh! With a flash, the blade landed on his arm but were instantly deflected, leaving any traces on it. Lu Ming's face was expressionless as his other hand shook his sleeve and a golden short sword appeared in his hand. He slashed his arm that was covered in scales. A sizzling sound was heard. Only a faint white scar was left on the scales. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with excitement and immediately threw his Fa Li into the golden moon sword. Chi! A few inches of golden ray immediately shot out from the tip of the sword. He thrust the sword towards his arm mercilessly. A flash of cold light. There was a small white hole on his arm, but not a drop of blood came out. Lu Ming's gaze carefully swept across the scales and he was able to clearly see that the bottom layer was still intact. He was overjoyed. After all, the gold moon sword was a top-grade sword. Even the highest level 27 restriction weapons could not be compared to the lowest level 28 restriction weapons. Furthermore, his arm only had 3 layers of scales. Lu Ming thought like this and immediately used his Fa Li to activate it. The layers of scales began to sprout on his fist. After a short moment, a fist that was covered in dense, thick scales formed under Lu Ming's eyes. His fist was black and red in color with a total of 10 layers added together. Lu Ming moved his 5 fingers, which were not very nimble, and suddenly, he grabbed at the nearby rock wall. His arm expanded and the 5 black and red fingers easily entered the thick rock wall as if they were tofu. Lu Ming took a deep breath and pulled out his 5 fingers. His face was full of satisfaction. Now he was certain that with the toughness of his palm, if he infused more Fa Li into it, it might be able to withstand the gold moon sword without any damage. Of course, he needed to practice a lot more in order to be able to control the changes of the dragon scales. It was unacceptable for scales to grow at such a slow speed in a real fight. After removing the scales on his fist once again, his gaze landed on the golden short sword in his hand. This sword was the first top-grade spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained. According to his knowledge, even in the barbarian ghost sect, the number of the top-grade spirit weapons could be counted on one hand. In the entire sect, maybe only Martial Uncle Yen and the barbarian ghost sect leader had top-grade spirit weapons. Moreover, unless it was a crucial moment, they would not use them. The person who possessed Lu Ming's body actually managed to raise the Cyan Moon Sword, a mid-grade spirit weapon, to a top-grade spirit weapon in less than a day. Moreover, he did many other unfathomable things in the meantime. Even martial Uncle Yen wouldn't be able to do this. So, Lu Ming was almost certain that he was at least a fake pill-level cultivator or even a golden pill-level master. Cold sweat broke out on his back when he thought that he was being watched by such a terrifying fellow. With one hand touching the golden sword, he began to ponder the matter of the possession. By recalling what happened when he was possessed and what he saw in the mysterious space, he was certain that the other party was the second Lu Ming, who transformed into his appearance. But how he did it, why he did it, it was probably related to the heavenly demon hands that appeared in the secret realm. The second Lu Ming had never showed up before that. It was a good thing that the other party was not able to easily leave the mysterious space and possess him. Otherwise, with his strength, Lu Ming would have died already. Lu Ming thinking about it carefully. He felt that the reason why the other party was able to possess him most likely had something to do with his current condition. The reason why he suddenly ran into the mysterious space was because he was seriously injured. He lost control of his body on the verge of death. When he left the mysterious space and returned to his own body, his body was still intact. It was even more powerful than before by nearly half. If that was the case, as long as he was not seriously injured, the other party would not have the opportunity to possess him. Furthermore, even if the other party was able to control his body temporarily, he would not be able to occupy it for a long time. Otherwise, he wasn't able to return to his body from the mysterious space. Of course, all of this was only his own guesses. There was too little information he knew to make a precise judgment on, so the reality of the situation could be completely different. However, this made him feel slightly relieved. In order to prevent himself from being possessed again, although he was unable to do anything to the mysterious bubble, he could use some methods to prevent such a thing from happening again. At the very least, he had read many books in the past and already knew that there were some talismans that could prevent his body from being taken away by others. But not only were these talismans expensive, they could not be used for long periods of time. And there were some special magical equipment that had similar effects as long as they were carried around. But their prices were sky high. Aside from that, Lu Ming also knew that by inscribing a few spirit marks on the skin, one would be able to restrain the occurrence of possession to a certain extent. But this method had some side effects. Lu Ming would not easily use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Of the three methods, the easiest to complete was naturally the third one. The barbarian ghost sect had this kind of marks. As long as he contributed a little to the sect, he should be able to get it. As for the first method, although they rarely appeared in the market, he could buy one or two as long as he waited patiently. The hardest thing to obtain was a magical tool that was specially made to prevent possession. As far as he knew, not only were the materials used for this type of magic tool rare, refining it would be troublesome. The usage of this kind of magical tool was too simple, thus there were very few master refiners who refined it and hence they were extremely rare. If Lu Ming was unlucky, he might not even be able to find such a magic tool in the marketplace even after 10 or so years. Moreover, based on his speculations, an ordinary tool might not be useful, only a spirit weapon grade tool could resist the fali of that master. Lu Ming played with the golden sword in his hand as he thought about all these things with a dark expression. Chapter 290. Lu Ming made up his mind quickly. Since this magic tool was not easy to find, he would first go all out to buy a few talismans to resolve the urgent need before slowly searching for more tools. If he couldn't find it in Dexian country, he would go to the inland countries. If the entire Yunchuan didn't have it, then he would go to other places in the vast ocean. Even if there were very few of them, he would always find it. However, outside of Yunchuan was the territory of the sea race and sea beast. For his own safety, he had to at least enter the middle stage of the middle liquid level with a few more self-preservation methods before he dared to set out on his own. After making this plan in his mind, he put this matter aside. He looked at the golden sword, slowly immersing his mind into his body. He could see the faint golden sword spirit quietly sitting near his spirit sea. Lu Ming used his spirit imprint to touch it and a crystal light immediately began to flow from the surface of the small golden sword. It revealed a frightening coldness that caused Lu Ming's spirit imprint to quiver and quickly retreated from his body. After looking at the golden moon sword in his hand, he could not help but let out a bitter smile. Logically speaking, the sword spirit in his body should have increased in power, and he already had a top-grade sword in his hand. Naturally, he would be able to refine that true Yuan spirit flying sword. But on the way back, he was depressed to discover that although the sword spirit, which had an unknown amount of power, was easily absorbed into his body, when he tried to use it according to the great symbol sword technique, he discovered that it couldn't move an inch in the spirit sea. This caused Lu Ming to ponder over this for a long time before finally finding the reason. The Taigang sword embryo was clearly formed from the fusion of the two missing swords. There was too much energy poured into it by that master, so it was beyond what he could control. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried, it didn't move. The reason why the sword embryo had been able to enter his body so smoothly was most likely due to the fact that the two sword embryos had been nurtured in his spirit sea the entire time. As a result, the new sword embryo was attracted by the spirit energy in his spirit sea and could easily be absorbed into his body. However, it was extremely difficult for him to release it. The conclusion left him in a daze. He would have to wait until his Fa Li had greatly improved and his cultivation had reached a certain level. It was hard to say when he could advance to that level. Perhaps the middle liquid level would be enough, perhaps even the crystal level was not enough. Lu Ming felt helpless. However, he had got a top-grade spirit weapon and the Taigang sword had increased in power. This was naturally a good thing. Lu Ming put away the gloominess in his heart and threw the golden sword in front of him. His two hands formed a sign as he started to refine the sword. Many of the restrictions within this gold moon sword had been changed. If he wanted to completely control it, he would naturally need to refine it again. Of course, the new restrictions could not be refined with his current cultivation. Even if he advanced to the middle liquid level, he would only be able to refine it to the 27th level of the restrictions contained in the sword. But it was already not something that an ordinary high-grade spirit weapon could compare with. Lu Ming spent the next few days practicing the golden moon sword and the restriction of the new heavy water pearl. During this time, Yang Qian and some young people from the Nine Enchantment sect paid a visit when they heard of his safe return. Lu Ming learned from them that Zhang Xionyang had been captured by the Sea Race's fake pill-level master and was later rescued by Yuan Mo. However, for some reason she was unconscious the whole time. Currently, the Heavenly Moon sect were extremely meticulous in their efforts to protect her. Many people had once wanted to take a look, but none of them were allowed to enter her residence. After hearing this, Lu Ming was quite surprised and naturally paid more attention to this heroic woman. On this day, while Lu Ming was refining treasures at the stone house, a buzzing sound suddenly came from his waist. Lu Ming was startled and immediately shook his sleeve. He put away the half-refined black bead and took out a white plate. The surface of the plate flashed with white light, and a row of small silver words appeared. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked around. He couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. They want me to go to the Heavenly Moon sect. What is going on? He put away the round plate and walked out. Stepping on a black cloud, Lu Ming flew towards the Heavenly Moon sect. A moment later he arrived in front of a majestic-looking hall. He landed on the dark clouds and was about to stride in when he suddenly felt something and turned around to look in another direction. Not far away in the sky, a green wooden bird shot over and stopped above Lu Ming after a few shakes. A black-faced young man leaped down from the bird in midair. "Brother Lu, why are you here as well? You were also called here?" he asked in surprise. "Martial Uncle Yen called me." "Brother Yen, do you know why?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. "I was refining a puppet and rushed here after receiving a message from Martial Uncle Ling Yu. I'm not sure why." The dark-faced young man touched the back of his head and said in a puzzled tone, "Let's go. We'll know the reason when we get there." The two of them immediately walked toward the entrance of the hall. There were two female disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect guarding the door with long swords on their backs. When they saw the two of them walk over, one disciple immediately bowed and said, "Martial uncles, the seniors are waiting in the main hall. I will lead the way." "All right." Under the lead of the disciple, the two of them walked deeper into the palace and were shocked by the people sitting in the main hall. There were only 5 people. Yi Tianmei of the Heavenly Moon sect, Master Ling Yu of the Nine Enchantment sect, and Martial Uncle Yen. However, these crystal-level cultivators were all sitting on chairs on either side. In the middle of the seats sat a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a jade belt on his waist. His cheekbones were high but his eyes were bright, giving off an indescribable sense of majesty. Lu Ming and the dark-faced young man felt quite shocked. However, they quickly went up to pay their respects. "Greetings to senior masters and seniors. The two of you stand up. Come greet fellow Yuan Mo as well." A smile appeared on Martial Uncle Yan's face. Lu Ming and the dark-faced young man jumped in fright before speaking in unison to pay their respects. "Greetings to senior Yuan Mo. And to be able to advance to the middle liquid at such a young age, you are indeed not bad. The two of you get up." The man in black looked the two up and down a few times and then said with a faint smile. Fellow Yuan Mo, do you think the two of them are okay? Master Leng Yu asked. I'm not sure about that. I need to test them. Martial nephews, I heard from them that your mental energies are far more powerful than ordinary people of the same cultivation level. Now you release your full spiritual power, I'll take a closer look. If you are able to make me satisfied, there will be good things for you. Yuan Mo spoke to them kindly. Lu Ming was stunned. His gaze subconsciously glanced toward the side of Martial Uncle Yen. Martial nephew Lu, do your best. Yes. Lu Ming felt a bit more at ease and immediately replied respectfully. The dark-faced young man also received some hints from Master Ling Yu and hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. The next moment the two started to cast their spells separately. Lu Ming formed a sign with one hand and the black gas on his body immediately began to churn. A faint crystal light flashed between his eyebrows and immediately, a shockingly invisible energy rolled out. After a spin, an invisible vortex was slowly forming. The black-faced young man placed a single finger on his forehead and suddenly emitted a firecracker-like sound. His body abruptly swelled up and also released a shocking amount of mental power. The invisible wave of air immediately coalesced around his body before faintly transforming into a crystal tornado that shot up into the sky. Good, as expected, your mental energy is far greater than that of an ordinary early-middle liquid-level disciple. Seeing this, Yuan Mo only praised without batting an eyelid. What? They're not good enough? Master Ling Yu's expression changed. As the others heard this, their faces all revealed a serious expression. Chapter 291. They are much stronger than the previous disciples, but I'm afraid they are still not able to withstand the might of secret arts. Of course, among the younger generation, they could be considered to have extraordinary talent. I have 2 bottles of pills that are extremely beneficial to the liquid-level cultivation. I will give them to you. Yuan Mo sighed and flipped his hand. 2 light white bottles appeared. He then casually threw them out. Lu Ming and the black-faced young man were confused. However, when they saw the pill being given to them by Yuan Mo, they subconsciously caught it and at the same time expressed their gratitude. Master Ling Yu's expression turned ugly. As for Yi Tianmei, she furrowed her brow before looking Lu Ming up and down a few times. Suddenly she said coldly, Martial nephew Lu, why did you hide your strength? The mental energy that you're displaying right now is not your limit. The last time you fought with that spirit master of the sea race, your strength was more than this. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Master Ling Yu and Master Ling Yu revealed an expression of astonishment. Yuan Mo looked at Lu Ming once more. He was somewhat surprised. Martial Uncle Yen stroked his beard with his hand and gave a faint smile before instructing Lu Ming. Martial nephew Lu, since the seniors want to see how strong your mental energy is, there is no need to hide it. Just show your strength. Since Martial Uncle has already said so, I'll have another try, Lu Ming replied. Then he took a deep breath and put away the small bottle in his hand. The hand seal suddenly changed and a powerful mental energy rolled out from his brow. The misty crystal vortex that had been rotating slowly around he suddenly expanded. It was now more than half of its original size. Although such a huge mental energy phenomenon was not considered astounding in the eyes of many crystal-level cultivators, it was extremely shocking for an early-stage middle liquid spirit master to possess it. It was almost 3 times more than those of the same level and it completely made the hurricane formed by the mental energy of the black-faced young man tilt. The young man couldn't say a word, while Master Ling Yu, who was standing to the side, had an expression of shock as he stared at Lu Ming with glowing eyes. Then he said, "What a pity," repeatedly. To this crystal-level cultivator of the 9 enchantment sect, if a cultivator with such a huge amount of mental power could be trained in puppet techniques under the guidance of the 9 enchantment sect, it wouldn't be a waste of his amazing talent. When Martial Uncle Yen saw this, he revealed a smile. Clearly, he was also very satisfied with the strength of Lu Ming's mental energy. Okay, Martial nephew Lu's mental energy can actually reach such a level. If that's the case, I should be able to give it a try. Yuan Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Fellow Yuan Mo, are you serious? Master Leng Yu got overjoyed. I'm serious. But if you wanted to save a disciple of your sect, Martial nephew Lu would have to volunteer. After all, the method I'll use has a certain degree of danger and can also cause Martial nephew Lu to become unconscious. Yuan Mo said. Fellow Yen, it seems that Martial nephew Lu is the only suitable candidate in the city. What do you think? Master Ling Yu nodded her head and spoke to Martial Uncle Yen with a serious expression. I said it earlier. If there is a suitable person in our sect, we will not obstruct him in the slightest. But it was so dangerous. If Martial Nephew Lu is unwilling, I won't force him. Martial Uncle Yen smiled. As long as Martial Nephew Lu could save Xionyang, we will not treat him unfairly. Master Leng Yu said without hesitation. In that case I have nothing to say. You can talk to Martial Nephew Lu. Martial Uncle Yan's expression became a little more relaxed. When Lu Ming and the young man heard this, they vaguely understood what was going on. However, at this time Master Ling Yu stood up and clasped his fist at Leng Yu and Yi Tianmei. Since your sect has found the right person, then I'll leave with Martial Nephew Yun. No matter what, if Zhang Xionyang can be saved, then there will be a great chance for her to advance into a crystal-level cultivator, or even become a fake pill cultivator in a few hundred years. To the people of Yunchuan, this is definitely an important force that we cannot give up in our current situation. If your sect still needs any help, feel free to speak up. Thank you, fellow Ling Yu. If we really need anything, we won't be polite. After Master Leng Yu heard this, she nodded and replied. Then Master Ling Yu bid farewell to the others before leaving with the young man. At this time, Master Leng Yu's gaze returned to Lu Ming, who had retracted his mental energy. After thinking for a moment, she wanted to say something, but Yi Tianmei suddenly spoke up. Martial sister, senior brother Yuan, fellow Yen, can I have some words with Martial Nephew Lu? Master Leng Yu and Martial Uncle Yen were slightly startled. I have no problems with it. Yuan Mo said to the other two. Fellows, why don't we go to the side hall and talk about the alliance first? Leng Yu and Martial Uncle Yen looked at each other. Although they were a little doubtful, they could only nod their heads in agreement under these circumstances. Thus, the three of them immediately stood up and left the main hall. As a junior disciple, Lu Ming had no room to object. He could only respectfully stand where he was. For some reasons he felt quite a bit of fear when he was facing Yi Tianmei alone. He even had a strange feeling that his secret had been seen through. Martial Nephew Lu, after you heard what Senior Leng Yu said earlier, you should understand why our Heavenly Moon sect is looking for you, right? After the others had left, Yi Tianmei did not hesitate to said. If you have any questions you can ask now. I also heard from her that Senior Zhang has been unconscious ever since she returned from the floating city of the sea race. However, I don't know how she is doing. Saving her needs someone with strong mental power. Wouldn't the seniors be stronger than the juniors? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before asking. The reason why Xionyang fell into a coma was because of the dream-winding goo that was planted by a sea race fake pill-level expert. At this moment, her entire mind was deeply immersed in the illusory world formed by the goo. If we can't wake her up in time, she probably wouldn't be able to wake up. Therefore, we now needed another person with a strong spirit. Through some secret technique, fellow Yuan Mo have to send his spirit imprint into this illusionary world to forcefully awaken her. As for why we must find juniors like you, it is because Xionyang's consciousness has a limited space and absolutely cannot endure the consciousness of others who exceed the limit of her. Otherwise, the backlash of Fa Li would completely explode her consciousness. Therefore, the people who can help her this time can only be found among the early stage of the middle liquid. Right now, you seem to be the most suitable one. Yi Tianmei replied calmly. Dream-winding goo? Could this be a type of goo technique? Under normal circumstances, as long as the goo worm is forced out of the body, won't it be fine? Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. If only it was that simple. This goo was one of the 5 great evil goo in the world. Once it enters someone's body, it would immediately form a symbiotic situation with the soul of the person. If they were forced out of the body, the goo would only perish together with her. The only way to kill this goo peacefully is to let her wake up by herself. Otherwise, even if others have supernatural powers, they can't do anything about it. Yi Tianmei's face showed a serious expression. There's actually such a demonic goo worm. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. The 5 great evil goo in the world are something that could kill people without them noticing. The dream-winding goo was the gentlest of them all. But now, Xionyang was already deeply immersed in an illusory world and was simply unable to wake up by herself. It was a good thing that fellow Yuan Mo had a top-grade spirit weapon. Together with a secret technique array, he had the ability to send the spirit imprint of others into the illusionary world formed by the dream-winding goo. When this person entered the illusionary world, the more willpower and mental strength he possessed, the better it would be. Otherwise he might also be lost in it. Then there really is no other way. Yi Tianmei stared at Lu Ming and said word by word. Lu Ming's expression became unsettled. After a while, he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Senior, if I am willing to go, what are the chances of success? I can't say for sure. It depends on how powerful this dreamy winding goo is, and Xionyang's situation and your performance at that time. However, you don't have to worry. If your spirit imprint is also addicted to the illusionary world, we have prepared other backup plans that can help you." Yi Tianmei said calmly. "Other tricks? Senior, please explain it more clearly." Lu Ming asked in surprise. "The Myriad Excellence sect has a top-grade spirit weapon called the 9 Revolving Samsara Plate. It is a well-known auxiliary equipment and is extremely mysterious. At that time, if your spiritual nature is also lost, we can use this spirit weapon with fellow Yuan Mo's secret technique so that you and Xionyang can reincarnate in the illusionary world and last for as long as 9 lifetimes. Every reincarnation will force your consciousness sea to clear up once. That is to say, you have 9 chances to wake up. So the risks will be reduced to the lowest level." Yi Tianmei said slowly. Chapter 292. Is the spirit weapon so mysterious? If so, we'll have a much better chance of waking up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked, "Does Martial Uncle Yen know about the 9 Revolving Samsara Plate?" Of course, fellow Yen knows about this matter. Otherwise, how could they be willing to let core disciples like you to take such a big risk? If you are willing to do this, our Heavenly Moon sect will naturally pay a sufficient price. You can even propose the specific conditions to the sect yourself. Martial nephew, you can think about it carefully before answering. Yi Tianmei smiled and said, "Can I?" Lu Ming's heart beat faster. What he was worried about the most right now was the matter of his body being possessed by someone else. With the Heavenly Moon sect's strength, even though they might not have related spirit weapons, it shouldn't be difficult to find a few talismans that could prevent his body from being possessed. Seeing that Lu Ming was silent for a while, Yi Tianmei said with a smile, "I know that you have already started cultivating the sword, but no one will sell the high-level sword techniques in the market. If you are able to save Xionyang, I can teach you a set of high-grade sword technique which doesn't belong to our sect. Although this technique cannot be compared with our sect's, it is still possible for you to become a true sword cultivator." High-grade sword technique. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, I plan to focus on cultivating the sect's internal arts for a period of time in the future, so I don't need to learn the flying sword arts first. The Taigang sword technique flashed in his mind and he immediately declined. That's up to you. But look at you. There should be something else you want more. Yi Tianmei said expressionlessly. Yes, Senior. I do want something, but I don't know if your sect has it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke. Oh, tell me what it is. Even if the sect doesn't have it, I can still personally promise to help you find it. Yi Tianmei's face revealed an expression of interest for the first time. Since Senior has already made a promise, I shall state it clearly. Lu Ming let out a light breath before revealing a serious expression. After a while, when Martial Uncle Yen, Master Leng Yu and Yuan Mo returned to the main hall after receiving the news, Lu Ming still stood respectfully in front of Yi Tianmei. Fellow Yi has already reached a consensus with you? Martial Uncle Yen was the first to ask. Master Leng Yu also revealed an expression of concern. Brother Yen, don't worry. I won't bully the weak. Martial nephew Lu has already agreed to help. And I have personally promised to give him a satisfactory reward. Yi Tianmei glanced at Martial Uncle Yen and said, Martial nephew, is that true? Martial Uncle Yen bluntly turned his head to ask Lu Ming. Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle. Senior Yi has indeed promised me what I want the most. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Fine. Martial Uncle Yen nodded in relief. Very good, fellow Yi, thank you. Master Leng Yu revealed an expression of joy. Since you and Martial nephew Lu have come to an agreement, let's start setting up the related magical formation as soon as possible. After all, with Martial nephew Zhang's current situation, the longer we delay, the worse the situation will become. In addition, fellow Yen, please explain some matters to Martial nephew Lu. Fellow Yi, you can go to the Myriad Excellence sectors and borrow the 9 revolving Samsara Plating Rebirth Plate. Yuan Mo ordered directly. Facing the number 1 expert of the Yunchuan, the others didn't feel anything was wrong and immediately agreed to take action. Half a day later, a golden formation had been set up in the main hall. The grooves around the formation were not only inlaid with nearly 100 different colored spirit stones, but there were also 2 jade platforms in the center. On one of the jade platforms lay a pale, beautiful woman with her eyes closed. It was precisely Zhang Xionyang. The other jade platform was completely empty. However, a seven-colored halo of light was flickering above it, and a palm-sized white plate was faintly discernible as it floated in the air. At the edge of the formation, Yuan Mo and the others were standing there. Inside was the beautiful woman Fairy Shi from the Myriad Excellent Sect Lady. The woman smiled as she sized up the golden formation in the hall. No one knew what she was thinking of. Lu Ming stood at a distance and there were more than a dozen talismans stuck on his body. Moreover, his robe was covered with many faint silver spirit marks that seemed to be a bit complicated. It made one feel dizzy as they stared at them. It is now noon. It is time to let martial nephew Lu enter the formation. Yuan Mo was playing with a green misty ring in his hand. After raising his head to look at the door, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes." Lu Ming let out a light breath before slowly walking up from behind. After a moment, he laid on another jade table not far from Zhang Xionyang's. Master Leng Yu and the others saw this. They revealed a trace of seriousness. Martial nephew Lu listened carefully. The time inside the illusionary world formed by the Gu worm in martial nephew Zhang's consciousness sea is completely different from the time outside. Perhaps you spend a year there, but to the people outside it could only be an instant. However, even if that was the case, it would still be impossible for you to use more than half of your spirit imprint to leave your body for too long. Therefore you only have half a day to wake her up. If the two of you are unable to awaken yourselves within 2 hours, we will activate the 9 revolving samsara plate and forcefully drag you into the path of reincarnation in the illusionary world. After that, you're on your own. Yuan Mo said slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it reverberated in Lu Ming's ears. There was a strange and unspeakable power that made him memorize it in an instant. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. He placed his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. At the same time, the talismans on his body and the various spirit marks on his robe instantly began to emit light of various colors. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could use the spirit guiding art again. A faint laugh appeared on Yuan Mo's face. And then he joined his hands together before suddenly separating them. Immediately, a green bead appeared in his palm. With a flash of light, it suddenly spat out a green spell and entered the formation. In the next moment, the entire formation began to hum loudly. After the surrounding spirit stones lit up, countless golden talismans appeared on the ground and crazily rushed toward Lu Ming and Zhang Xionyang. It seemed that more and more talismans appeared. Hong! With a muffled sound, an exquisite illusion of a golden arch bridge appeared in the air between Lu Ming and Zhang Xionyang. Both sides of the bridge entered their heads. Lu Ming felt his head sink and his body lighten. After opening his eyes, he appeared on top of a green mountain. This is the illusionary world formed by the Gu worm. Lu Ming raised his hands in surprise and looked around. He could not help but show a little surprise on his face. A white sun hung high up in the sky, while in other places the sky was clear and blue. On the mountaintop, there were more than a dozen pine trees of different sizes and a few pieces of green rocks. Apart from the spirit marks on his body, the rest of his clothes were the same as before he came in. However, at this time his body was heavy and his breathing was short. His spirit imprint could not leave his body. It was obvious that in this illusionary world, he was nothing but a mortal without any Li in his body. Lu Ming's brow furrowed and he moved his arms and legs. He vaguely felt that he still had some strength in his body. He walked toward a small tree nearby. With a low shout, his 5 fingers formed a fist and shot forward. Peng! The small tree in front of him shook a few times, and a shallow fist mark was left on its surface. It's all right. Although there isn't any Li, the strength of the physical body is still at the same level as before. However, I don't know if the mortal secret arts that I previously cultivated can still be used here. Lu Ming placed his slightly red fist in front of his eyes to take a look before suddenly taking a deep breath. Then the sound of firecrackers came out from his body and his 2 arms suddenly became slightly thicker. It seemed that other than my Li, all the other abilities were the same as before. I really can't believe that such an illusory world is actually created by a mere Gu. No wonder the dream-binding Gu is ranked among the 5 great evil Gus. It's really quite strange. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings and muttered to himself. With a shake of his arm, everything returned to its original state. He then walked to the edge of the mountain and looked down from above. At the foot of the mountain he saw a small village with green smoke coming out of it. It was obvious that there were people living there. As for the rest, they were all black mountains with no end in sight. According to what Martial Uncle said, I was transferred to this world with a strand of Zhang Xionyang's hair, so I should have arrived at a place not too far away from her. This place is so remote, could it be that she's in this village? If she were there, it would save me a lot of trouble. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. He then took a big step and immediately followed a blurry trail to the foot of the mountain. Although he did not have any FA on him, he still walked fast. In half a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the village at the foot of the mountain. Instead of rushing into the village, Lu Ming shook his body and jumped onto a nearby large tree. Using the dense foliage of the tree as cover, he silently observed the village. The village was not big, and judging from the number of houses in the village, it should only be inhabited by 100 families. There were only a few acres of farmland beside the village, which was filled with green seedlings. A few people dressed as peasants were busy in the fields. Chapter 293. In the village, most of the houses were made of mud and wood. Some women and children were moving around, but none of them were young and strong. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed a thoughtful expression and continued to stay on the tree. He stayed there for half a day. When the sky was about to turn dark, a group of muscular villagers came out from the forest in the other direction of the village. Each of them carried a crossbow in their hands, and on their bodies were some small game like rabbits and birds. Seeing this, a large group of women and children came out of the village and welcomed their family. The laughter and joy in the crowd became louder. Lu Ming's expression changed as he stared at a young girl in a patched-up dress who appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. The young girl was pulling a 37 or 38-year-old man while chattering something. From time to time, she would use her hand to pull the prey on the burly man's back with a happy and joyful expression. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, other than the young girl being slightly younger and having slightly darker skin, her facial features were similar to Zhang Xionyang's. So he almost didn't even think before confirming that this woman was Zhang Xionyang, who was addicted to the illusory world. Lu Ming stood motionlessly on the tree and watched as the woman followed the burly man and another middle-aged woman back into the village with a face full of smiles. After she entered a slightly larger house in the middle of the village, Lu Ming couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. Judging from Zhang's current situation, it was obvious that this was the worst situation that everyone had expected. She was completely immersed in an illusory world. To awaken Zhang Xionyang was an extremely difficult thing to do. And according to Martial Uncle Yen and the others, common methods cannot awaken Zhang Xionyang in such a situation. He had to combine multiple methods. Lu Ming thought like this and his eyes flashed a few times, but he still decided to make contact with her before he thought of a plan. With a movement of his body, he jumped down from the large tree. After a few flashes, he disappeared into the nearby forest. The next morning, a youth wearing a shabby leather robe with a slightly pale complexion suddenly appeared at the road entrance outside the village. When the villagers saw the stranger, they naturally stopped him and brought him to the village elders to interrogate him. This 17 or 18-year-old young man claimed that he had lost his memory. He simply didn't remember his name or background, and didn't know why he was here. The young man's reply naturally made the people in the village not believe him at all. They also called the village's only doctor to inspect him. The old doctor easily discovered a large black and purple blister on the back of the youth's head. So, this youth's head might have been severely injured, and there was indeed a high chance of him losing his memory. As a result, the elders in the village couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The villagers were a little dumbfounded. After some discussion, they decided to allocate an abandoned house and let the young man stay in the village for the time being. Fortunately, apart from his head injuries, the young man was healthy. He should be able to support himself and not be a burden to the village. So the nameless young man stayed in the village, and like the other young villagers, he went hunting during the day. After a few days, the villagers were surprised to discover that this nameless young man was actually a good hunter. Not only was he surprisingly strong, but the self-made hunting bow in his hand was extremely accurate. Almost every day he returned with a bountiful harvest that even the best hunters in the village could not match. As for the nameless young man, after leaving behind enough prey for himself to eat, the rest of the food was distributed to the other people in the village. Under these circumstances, even though the young man had yet to regain his memory, the rest of the villagers couldn't help but treat him kindly. After another month or so, the village completely accepted the young man. Zhang Ye was originally the best hunter in the village, Zhang Xiong's only daughter. It was said that her mother was the village's #1 beauty back then, and her father spent 3 days and 3 nights hunting a huge 300-pound wild boar as a betrothal gift before he married her back to his family. Zhang Xiong and his wife doted on their only child, and as she grew older, she became even more beautiful than her mother. Since 2 years ago, many families had sent matchmakers to the Zhang family to discuss the marriage, even including a large family in a town hundreds of miles away. But Zhang Xiong and his wife were reluctant to let their beloved daughter get married so early, so they all tactfully refused. Thus, after another 2 years, Zhang Ye was already 15 years old. If she did not get married, she would become an old lady, so Zhang Xiong and his wife would no longer dare to delay their daughter's marriage. However, as the head of the family, Zhang Xiong proposed a condition. One had to take out prey like the huge wild boar as a betrothal gift in order to marry his daughter. Such conditions disheartened many of the young people who thought they were brave and strong. How could the villagers not know how powerful a huge wild boar was? Even the most outstanding hunters will avoid this ferocious animal. Who would dare to hunt them? It had to be known that with Zhang Xiong's skill, he was able to get it only because the boar was injured. Moreover, there weren't many boars. Normally, they would be in the deepest part of the forest, where there were countless vicious beasts. Normal people wouldn't dare to venture too deep into the forest. Thus, after a few young men in the village returned with serious injuries due to hunting huge wild boars, no one dared to try again. In this way, Zhang Ye naturally stayed in her family, unable to immediately find a suitable person for her. Zhang Ye did not mind at all. She would do some farm work during the day and help Mrs. Zhang to sew up her clothes at night. On this day, Zhang Xiong and the others went hunting in the mountains. His wife realized that her home was short of water, so she asked her daughter to go to the old well in the center of the village to get some well water. Zhang Ye agreed without any hesitation and walked out of the house with a wooden barrel in her hand. After a while, she slowly carried a bucket of well water and walked along the village path towards her home. This bucket was too heavy for her. After a short walk, her forehead began to sweat and her footsteps became heavy. Suddenly, she stepped on a round rock and her feet slipped. Immediately, she let out a cry and was about to fall down. At this time, a light wind flashed in front of her and a tall figure appeared in a flash. A young man grabbed the handle of the water bucket with one hand and hugged her delicate body with the other. I'm fine. Big brother Lu. You didn't go hunting today? Zhang Ye's face was red with embarrassment. She could clearly see that the person in front of her was the young man who had lost his memory the previous year. However, after living in the village for several months, the nameless youth was still unable to recover his memories. He gave himself a new name, Lu Ming. No. I still some prey I caught a few days ago. Lu Ming looked at the red-faced young lady and said with a smile before letting go of his hands. Yes, you don't need to hunt every day. Zhang Ye put down the water bucket. After taking 2 light breaths, she glanced at Lu Ming and said, I heard that several aunties in the village seem to be matchmaking for you these days. To Zhang Ye, this is the only young man in the village who could meet the requirements of Zhang Xiong and was also good-looking. Her parents had naturally repeatedly mentioned the possibility of her getting married with him. And she also kind of liked him. If I want to marry someone, I will only marry a girl like you. I don't think I can marry anyone else. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Pei, who said I was going to marry you? The girl's cheeks flushed red. She picked up the water bucket and was about to leave. Lu Ming stepped aside and the young girl walked past him. Miss Zhang, you said that you often dreamed of a snow-white longsword before. I wonder if you have dreamed of such a thing in the past few days? Lu Ming suddenly asked. A snow-white long sword. Well, not in the last few days. By the way, Big Brother Lu, the stories you've told me recently about the gods are rather interesting. Can you tell me more when you are free? The girl turned around and replied with some interest. Didn't you lose your memory? Why do you still remember these stories? I don't know why, but I remember them. I will tell more if you like. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he replied with a smile. Zhang Xionyang felt extremely happy. After expressing her thanks, she once again took the water bucket and left. It didn't work. I'm in trouble. Lu Ming looked at the departing back of the young girl and muttered to himself. During the year that he stayed in the village, he had used 7 or 8 different methods to try and awaken the hidden memories of her. However, the most effective time was to let her have a few dreams related to cultivation. It seemed that ordinary methods weren't enough. He would have to take some extreme measures. Chapter 294. On the second day, Lu Ming suddenly disappeared from the village. At first, this caused a commotion among the villagers, but after several months without any news of Lu Ming, very few people in the village brought up this matter. In the end, they gradually forgot about the appearance of this youth with amnesia in the village. Even though Jianghu was concerned about the matter of Lu Ming at the beginning, but after a while, the memories of him in her mind started to blur as well. Half a year later, Zhang Xiong finally agreed to the marriage proposal of the large family in the county. At the end of the year he married his daughter to the family. The bridegroom was a gentle, handsome young man. His family background and appearance were far from what Lu Ming could compare with. Moreover, after their marriage he was extremely considerate and doted upon Jianghu, causing her to be completely immersed in the love life and felt that she would never have any regrets in her life. As for Lu Ming, there was no longer a trace of it left in her heart. At the beginning of the next year Jianghu got pregnant, and the doctor said it would be a baby boy. Her father-in-law's family became extremely happy and doted on her. Her husband even accompanied her all the time and occasionally discussed their sweet life in the future. Half a year later she finally gave birth to a fat and fair boy. On this day Jianghu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. She looked at her beloved son who was 1 month old and her husband who was laughing beside her. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from outside. Following that, someone cried out, "There's a bandit entering the city." Jianghu's husband was surprised. Just as he wanted to get up and take a look, a terrifying person ran into the courtyard. Just as he was about to say something, a long black arrow suddenly shot out and nailed him to the ground. Then 7 or 8 burly men rushed in with fierce expressions and sharp blades in their hands. The one in the lead was a green-robed youth with an ugly face. His gaze swept past the young woman and a trace of a faint smile actually appeared on his face. Jianghu's husband was shocked and immediately stood in front of his wife. When he was about to say something he was kicked to the ground by the burly man. Jianghu let out a surprised cry and bent down to help her husband up. Suddenly she felt a shadow beside her. The ugly youth in the lead had unexpectedly arrived in front of her and stomped on the man on the ground. He was unable to stand up in the slightest. "What do you want? If you need money just take it." The man shouted without a trace of color on the ground. "I don't need money. I'm interested in your wife and son. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Your wife and son, you keep one and I'm going to take the other back to the village." The ugly youth sneered. With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade landed on the neck of the man on the ground. What? The man was startled and asked hoarsely. I like to drink with humans' hearts, okay?" The ugly youth said coldly. "I count to 3. If you don't answer I'll kill you first and then take the other 2 with me. 1, 2. Jianghu and her husband on the floor were astonished. "We can't lose the child. Take my wife if you like," the man on the ground said with trembling lips. However, he didn't dare to look at the woman beside him. When Jianghu heard this, her face immediately lost all color. However, she did not say anything after looking at the baby in the basket beside her. "Haha, very good. But I have changed my mind now." The ugly youth laughed wildly when he heard this. Suddenly, he knocked the man unconscious with the back of the knife. With a quick flash, he appeared behind the woman and carried the baby in his arms. "What are you doing?" Jianghu was extremely furious. Just as she was about to rush over and snatch her beloved son away, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. Her eyes went black and she fell to the ground. Before she lost consciousness, she heard the ugly youth's angry voice, "Idiot! Didn't I say not to touch this woman?" After that, Jianghu didn't know anything else. When she slowly woke up again from a table, she found herself in a lavishly decorated room. Moreover, she was wearing a bridal dress. Not far away from her, the ugly youth burped as he played with an abnormally familiar silver lock. "Where is my son?" Jianghu asked with a trembling voice. Do you still need to ask? He is in my stomach. Now I'm full, let's start the wedding." The ugly youth threw the silver lock on the table and stood up with a lewd smile. Jianghu stared at the silver lock, not moving a single bit. Her eyes were faintly filled with a blood-red color. "If you want a son so badly, you can have one with me." The ugly youth walked in front of Jianghu, supporting the woman's chin as he casually said. Suddenly Jianghu opened her mouth and bit 2 of the ugly youth's fingers. She tried hard and most bite the fingers into 4 pieces. However, the 2 fingers were as hard as steel and were simply unable to be moved at all. Even so, the woman's eyes were still spitting fire as she stared at him without the slightest bit of relaxation in her mouth. "Haha, you want to injure me with just this bit of strength? You'd better obediently become my wife." The ugly youth laughed crazily. With just a shake of his wrist, the woman's teeth became numb and she loosened them. I will kill you, I will kill you. Zhang Ye's eyes were bloodshot. She stared straight at him, her face full of anger and hatred, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. You want to kill me? Don't think about it for the rest of your life. The ugly youth's expression darkened. Suddenly, he shook his sleeve and a gust of wind immediately swept out. Zhang Ye only felt a slight pain on her face before she fainted. This time she had a long dream. In the dream she was able to fly and use some unfathomable spells as if she was a fairy. She killed monsters with a snow-white flying sword. But the strange thing was that during the entire dream, blurry figures would appear in front of his eyes from time to time and strange words like Junior Zhang and Xionyang would occasionally be heard. Zhang Ye was shocked and immediately woke up again. However, she had forgotten most of what had happened in her dream. Now she was still in her room, but the furniture around her had been completely destroyed. All the decorations were broken as if a tornado had passed through. At this time, footsteps could be heard from outside. A tall youth in a leather robe walked in with a blood-stained sword in his hand. After she clearly saw the young man's appearance, she immediately cried out with a quiver, "Big brother Lu, it's you." "Sister Zhang, sorry I'm late." The young man in leather robe put the long sword in his hand back into the sheath on his back and said apologetically, "What is going on? Why are you here? Where's that thief?" "He was hit by my sword and escaped. The rest of his subordinates have all been slaughtered by me. I heard that there was a group of criminals who committed all sorts of evil acts, so I came to eradicate them. I didn't think I'd run into those gangsters trying to hurt you." Lu Ming slowly replied. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for saving my life. It seemed like you had recovered your memories." Zhang Ye thanked him and then said anxiously, "Have you seen a baby here?" She still hoped that the thief didn't actually kill her son. "No, but I saw some baby clothes in the kitchen," Lu Ming replied. Zhang Ye felt her head buzz and the last bit of energy in her body completely disappeared. "I have to see." Lu Ming immediately agreed and did not ask any questions. 2 hours later, Zhang Ye had already dug out a small hole in the ground with her hands. After that, she threw the baby clothes into the hole and buried them one by one. Then she stood motionless in front of the mound with a blank expression. Lu Ming stood behind her without saying a word. After an unknown period of time, she turned around and coldly said to him, "Big brother Lu, I must kill that thief. Can you teach me everything you've learned? Since you can hurt him, I will naturally be able to kill him." "You want to learn from me? You are a weak girl and you will suffer a lot." Lu Ming looked at the girl in front of him and slowly spoke. "I want to avenge my son. I am willing to suffer," she replied without any hesitation. Her expression was abnormally resolute, without the slightest hint of weakness from before. Lu Ming felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be the true Zhang Xionyang. "You can learn from me, but what about your husband? You're not going back?" Lu Ming asked calmly. Chapter 295. My husband? From the moment he chose to hand me over to the thief, I no longer had a husband. I won't blame him, but I can't forgive him. A trace of sadness appeared on Zhang Ye's face. If I can take revenge for my son, from now on I would accompany the Buddhist lamp without any more requests. Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. After a while, he let out a light sigh and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I will teach you all I've learned. Come with me." "Where are we going?" "Hee, we are going to a place where you can immerse yourself in cultivation." 3 years later, in a desolate valley, a beautiful young woman wearing a green robe was swinging 2 swords, one long and the other short, on a flat piece of land. The swords transformed into 2 balls of cold light that completely submerged her body. Suddenly the young woman leaped up. With a flick of her wrist, 2 cold lights shot out. Peng peng. The 2 swords suddenly appeared on a huge pine tree several tens of feet away. They entered the tree trunk and entered halfway through. It was obvious how sharp they were. "Great sister. Your strike is already better than mine." Applause came from the side. A young man wearing a leather robe had appeared. He was smiling as he spoke to the young woman. "If you were to use this strike unexpectedly, there wouldn't be many people who could block it. Brother Lu, it is because you have taught me so well that I have achieved such a result. But my ability is not so good as you say. I was very clear in my heart. If I were to fight you, I wouldn't last more than 10 moves." Zhang Ye was obviously fuller than she was 3 years ago. Her figure became even more graceful and attractive. She was already showing off her womanly charm. "I was not exaggerating. Didn't you realize that cultivating sword techniques is much easier than using other weapons for you? Lu Ming faintly smiled as he spoke. Jianghu was startled, but she immediately let out a bitter laugh. I'm a little puzzled as well. All these years, Big Brother Lu has taught me many other skills, but sword techniques are easier for me to learn as if I had practiced it before. This means that you truly have extraordinary talent in sword techniques. Perhaps in your previous life you were a powerful expert. Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Big Brother Lu, you're joking again. The woman shook her head and asked with hatred. Alright, do you think I can kill that thief with my current ability? With your current ability, if you were to fight him one-on-one, you would probably end up in a draw. Lu Ming thought for a while before replying. However, if you sneak attack him with the sword technique you used just now, there will be a high chance of success. Since Brother Lu has said so, then it must be true, Jianghu said with excitement. Tomorrow I will take my leave and go out to find that thief. Tomorrow? Isn't it a little too urgent? Lu Ming frowned. Big Brother Lu, during these 3 years, days passed slowly and my life was an absolute misery. Every night I would close my eyes and think about my dead child. No matter what, I can't stay here any longer, Jianghu said with a gloomy face. I see. In that case I won't keep you any longer. You stay another night and leave the valley tomorrow. Lu Ming could only nod and agree. That night, the woman specially prepared many good dishes and some wine and said that she wanted to thank Lu Ming for his help. He drank too much and went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ming had a very fragrant dream in which there was a blurry face of a woman who came to his bed. Without saying anything, she took off all her clothes and tightly hugged him with her silk-like body. She spent an extremely absurd night with him. On the morning of the second day, when Lu Ming woke up from a headache, other than the familiar female scent that still lingered on the bed, there was no one else. And at the head of the bed, there was a slip of paper with a few teardrop marks left on it. He quickly picked up the slip of paper and scanned through it. He could not help but smile bitterly. 3 months later, in a tea house near the main road, some cultivators were having tea there and 4 of them were muscular men. Most of them wore swords and sabers. There were also 2 peddlers and an old woman with a head full of white hair who each occupied a table. They were both quietly drinking tea and did not dare to look at the muscular men. At this moment, the sound of horses' hooves could be heard from afar. A black horse galloped over and soon arrived in front of the tea house. On the back of the horse sat an ugly young man in an azure robe. He pulled on the reins, dismounted, and strode into the tea house. A waiter hurriedly walked over and led the young man to a table next to the old woman. Sir, may I ask what tea would you like to drink? He spoke with a smile. Just give me the most expensive tea, the ugly young man said with a loud voice. His body flickered and he was just about to pass by the old woman. The waiter was overjoyed. Just as he was about to say a few more words of flattery, a cold light suddenly flashed from the body of the old woman. A long sword and a short sword appeared out of nowhere in her hand, and she swiftly stabbed towards that ugly young man. The ugly young man was surprised, but with a movement of his arm, a soft blade that was equally bright was drawn from his waist. He shouted in a low voice, "Who is it daring to sneak attack me? Bastard, I will take your life. Go to the hell and find my name." Her voice was abnormally pleasing to the ears, and did not match her outer appearance. However, the 2 swords in her hands turned into 2 balls of cold light that rolled towards the other side. I'm not afraid of anyone. When the ugly young man heard this, he laughed crazily and waved the blade in his hand without fear. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them clashed fiercely. As for the others in the tea house, they naturally cried out and hid. However, after the 2 fought for a while, the ugly young man's figure suddenly flashed and he pounced at the horse outside the tea house. At the same time, he laughed out loud and said, "I have something important to do. I don't have time for you. You want to leave? Leave your life to me." The old woman let out a shrill scream. The 2 swords in her hands trembled before turning into 2 rays of cold light that shot out of her hands. In a flash, the long sword had cut off the horse's head, and the short one had gone deep into his shoulder. With a painful groan, the young man stomped on the ground with 1 foot and flew off in another direction. After a few jumps, he carried the short sword on his shoulder and fled into a forest near the tea house. The old woman's body flashed and with a light breeze, she pulled out the long sword that was near the corpse of the horse. With a change in direction, she chased after the man towards the forest. After a short moment, the sounds of fighting rang out in the forest once again. Everyone in the tea house looked at each other with pale faces. A quarter of an hour later, in a river several miles away, the old woman was standing on the shore with her sword in hand. She was looking at the surging river water in front of her with bloodshot eyes. She suddenly wiped her face with her palm, immediately revealing an extremely beautiful young woman's face. However, her hair was filled with hatred as she yelled out, "Evil thief, remember this. Even if you escape from my hands this time, I will tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, in revenge for my child." Then she turned around and left the river without any hesitation. 3 years later, on a wasteland, a man and a woman were fighting as they ran forward. "You crazy woman, this is the 5th time you've tried to kill me. Do you really think I can't kill you?" The ugly young man in front waved the soft knife in his hand as he angrily cursed at the woman behind him. "With your ability, I might not be able to kill you, but I don't want to live in this world. I want to avenge my child." The young woman behind him held 2 swords, and every move she used was a suicidal move. The ugly young man in front of her did not dare to waste any more time and could only block a few moves before once again running forward. The young woman naturally continued to chase closely. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared on a high slope. 10 years later, 2 figures shot down from the mountainside of a huge mountain. From time to time, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. "Crazy woman, this is the 16th time you've ambushed me. How could I allow you to succeed?" A man shouted. "I've already said it before. If 10 or 100 times isn't enough, then I'll kill you 1,000 times." The woman's voice coldly resounded. "Can you kill me? Try it." The man replied furiously. Not long after, the 2 of them disappeared into the forest below with a gust of wind. 20 years later, in an abnormally hot desert, a man and a woman were desperately attacking each other. Their bodies were covered in bloody scars. Suddenly, the ugly man retracted the blade in his hand and without another word, turned around and ran. The beautiful middle-aged woman followed closely behind him with 2 swords in her hands. Chapter 296. After dozens of years, a lonely old man wearing a green robe stood in front of a mound with his hands behind his back without any movement. After an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps came from behind. A white-haired woman slowly walked over from a small path not far away, carrying a long sword and a short sword on her back. "Bastard, you actually dared to invite me to meet you here." The white-haired woman suddenly stopped 100 feet away and coldly said that as she stared at the old man. "Why wouldn't I dare? In the past few decades, you've tried to kill me over 100 times. But you've never been successful." The green-robed old man turned around and said indifferently, "You've become much calmer now. If you were here a few decades ago, you probably wouldn't say any unnecessary words. Although I want to cut your corpse into 10,000 pieces, I do admire your ability to escape. Don't worry, I will personally take your life and dig out your heart to bury." The white-haired woman was Jianghu, who was close to her 60. It was unknown how many things she had experienced in the past few decades. Her hair was now completely white, but her face still retained the beautiful appearance of when she was young. At this moment, she was looking at the mound behind the old man. It was the unnamed grave where she had buried her child's clothes. She was a bit curious why the man knew of this place. But now her chest was already filled with hatred and she suddenly moved her arm. 2 swords were drawn from her back. "Hee, don't worry. I've been hunted by you for so many years. I'm tired of running away. This time let's finish it. You and me, only one person can leave this place alive." The green-robed old man let out a laugh. With a clang sound, he pulled out a shiny soft knife from his waist. "Very well, only one person leave here alive." Jianghu sneered. She moved her body and waved her 2 swords, rushing over. The old man took a deep breath and immediately raised his blade to meet the attack. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Compared to a few decades ago, the 2 were clearly much stronger in terms of their moves and techniques. However, the more stronger they were, the more dangerous their fight became. This time, the 2 of them seemed to be attacking more and defending less than before. In a short moment, the white-haired woman's body was covered with many bloody slots. The green-robed old man's arm was pierced through, leaving behind a large bloody hole. His body was limp and lifeless. The white-haired woman waited and suddenly let out a shout. The 2 swords in her hands transformed into 2 streaks of light as they shot out. The green-robed old man hastily leaped to the side in shock, allowing the 2 swords to barely pass by him. At the same time, he laughed out loud and said, "I have experienced this many times. Do you really think you can hurt me? The white-haired woman stared coldly at her opponent without moving. When the green-robed old man realized that something was wrong, he heard a sound that pierced the air from behind him. It was the two swords that actually shot back in the opposite direction. Pooh! The two blades immediately pierced through the green-robed elder's chest. The old man fell backwards and half knelt on the ground. Ah! I've been practicing this revolving sword since 10 years ago. But I didn't let you know. Finally you fell into my hands. Should I cut off your limbs first, or dig out your eyes first? The white-haired woman let out a carefree laugh. She walked to the side of the old man who had fallen. With a shake of her sleeve, a green dagger appeared in her hand. The green-robed old man lowered his head to look at the sharp blade in his chest. Then he raised his head to look at the white-haired woman who had a crazed expression. An extremely strange expression appeared on his face, and after 2 light coughs, his voice suddenly changed as he said in a low voice, "Not bad. It seems that even though you are immersed in this illusionary world, your talent is still extremely astonishing. Have you dreamed about those flying swords these days?" The voice. "You. Who the hell are you?" The white-haired woman was about to kill the old man, but she was startled by his voice. Her face suddenly became incomparably pale. "All these years you've been getting news of my whereabouts. Have you never doubted it?" The green-robed old man replied with a smile. The white-haired woman's body started to tremble when she heard the familiar voice. She suddenly withdrew her dagger, raised the old man's face with one hand, and quickly began searching around the edges with the other. With a sizzling sound, a thin object was lifted from the old man's face, revealing an extremely young face. "Brother Lu, it's you. What's going on? What are you doing? Why do you look the same as you did a few decades ago? Did you eat a yutan flower?" The white-haired woman stared at the young man and asked with a trembling voice. This man was the Lu Ming, who had not seen the woman for dozens of years. "The evil thief was me. And I'm the person who sent someone to give you the information over the years. As for my appearance, it's because I'm just an outsider to the current world. Naturally, I don't need to follow the rules of life, death, or sickness." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and slapped his chest. The 2 swords fell from his back, and at the same time, the wound in his chest healed quickly. The woman did not show any surprise. Her expression gradually became incomparably cold. Suddenly, with a movement of her arm, the dagger was directly placed on the young man's throat. At the same time she fiercely asked Lu Ming word by word, "That is to say, you killed my child. Everything was arranged by you. Why did you do that?" Her dagger shot forward, leaving a shallow wound on Lu Ming's throat as fresh blood flowed out. Lu Ming turned a blind eye to this and only revealed a strange expression as he clapped his hands twice. Footsteps could be heard from the nearby woods as a group of people walked out. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. Beside him was a woman of about the same age, and behind her were 2 young couples. In the hands of one of the young women was a child that seemed to be no more than a few months old. They were all looking at them with fear. "What the hell are you doing? Who are they?" Jianghu sternly yelled at Lu Ming. "Hee fellow Jiang, take a good look at their appearances first." Lu Ming replied with a smile. "Appearance? They are?" The woman realized that most of them were familiar, especially the middle-aged man. "Show her your palm." Lu Ming turned around and gave an order to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before opening his left palm to the white-haired woman. In the center of his palm were 3 red, grain-sized red and bloody moles. They were arranged in a triangle in her palm. When she saw the moles, the dagger in her hand directly landed on the ground. She did not even blink as she stared at the middle-aged man, muttering, "It's impossible," time and time again. Lu Ming's body flashed behind the white-haired woman and he suddenly patted his shoulder. At the same time he yelled, "Life is like a dream. Zhang Xionyang, quickly wake up." Life is like a dream. Zhang Xionyang, Zhang Xionyang. After hearing the thunderous words in her ears, her face was immediately filled with a blank expression. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Although his shout just now did not contain any fa, he had used a secret technique that he had learned from Savage Island. He could use his voice to shock his opponent's mind. It was indeed somewhat useful. Just as Lu Ming was thinking of doing the same thing again, there was suddenly a rumbling sound of thunder in the sky and countless black clouds instantly rolled out. Following which, the image of a ferocious giant bug appeared out of nowhere under the clouds. Lu Ming only felt a bone-chilling, ice-cold wind blow around him and coincidentally roll over the white-haired woman's body. Gudong. The white-haired woman immediately fell to the ground in the cold wind. Chapter 297. Sister Zhang, I really can't remember anything. Could I really remain young until then? That's impossible. If that's the case, then wasn't I a monster back then? The gray-haired old man replied with a blank expression. Not only did Lu Ming's appearance change into that of an old man, but also his memories as a cultivator had mysteriously disappeared. When I woke up, I was shocked to find that you had become so old, but perhaps this is the will of heaven. Although I don't know why you called me fellow Zhang and why you spend decades making such a hoax, since my child did not die, you raised him and brought him up smoothly. I don't want to pursue the reason behind this. Let me accompany you through the remainder of your life. Zhang Ye turned her beautiful face to look at Lu Ming's aged face as she slowly spoke. However, anyone could hear the determination in her words. The gray-haired old man turned around and similarly stared at the white-haired woman's face for quite a while before speaking with a smile. Even if I can't remember the past with you by my side, I feel that the rest of the journey shouldn't be that difficult. I hope so. When the white-haired woman heard this, she smiled sweetly, a faint hint of happiness appearing on her face. In the main hall of the Heavenly Moon sect. 2 hours have passed. Martial nephew Lu couldn't wake Xionyang up. Fellow Yuan, start activating the 9 revolving samsara plate. Master Leng Yu, who had been quietly waiting outside the array, said to Yuan Mo. This is within my expectations. Yuan Mo nodded. Then he turned to the beautiful woman. Fellow, sure, please. Okay, just leave it to me. The beautiful woman replied with a chuckle. Then, she raised her fingers, pointed at the 7-colored light above the center of the formation. Wang. The white jade plate within the 7-colored light began to spin quickly, causing the light around it to also become blurry for a moment. After a muffled sound, a 7-colored light pillar shot out from the center of the jade plate and submerged into Zhang Xionyang's body on the jade platform. The woman grunted. Even though her eyes were tightly shut, her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. She seemed to subconsciously feel pain. When Master Leng Yu saw this, she showed a look of concern. Yi Qianmei's expression also changed. Fellows, don't worry. My 9 revolving samsara plate is only forcefully affecting the illusory world formed by the Gu worm, allowing the 2 of them to enter the path of reincarnation through magical equipment simulation. The woman seemed to see through the worries of the 2 Heavenly Moon sect's crystal-level cultivators, so she said charmingly. With the secret techniques that were added to the formation, even if the 2 of them were to reincarnate, there would still be an unbreakable connection between them. It would absolutely not cause any real damage to martial niece Zhang. Fellow, sure, go ahead. We are completely confident of your ability. Master Leng Yu replied. Yi Tianmei only gave an indifferent smile. It was unknown how many years had passed in the illusory world. In a bustling city there was a slender, dainty young woman. She was standing in a pavilion covered in red silk, holding a colorful ball wrapped in countless ribbons. She bit her lips as she looked down at the bustling crowd below. Most of the people in the crowd were young men in their 20s or 30s. All of them were staring at the young woman with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Not far away there were a dozen or so servants holding sticks maintaining the order below. Ling'er, what are you hesitating about? Those who could enter this place were all people who came from decent families. Choose one. Beside the woman was a chubby old man. He said with a face full of smiles. I will really throw it out. The young woman grit her teeth and threw the ball down with a bit of shyness. Immediately, there was a commotion in the crowd below and almost all of the young men began to rush towards the place where the colored ball had landed. However, at this time, a gale suddenly swept through the sky and blew the colored ball away. Then, it steadily fell behind and landed in the arms of a 17 or 18-year-old scholar who happened to pass by with a worn-out book scroll. Facing the colored ball falling into the embrace, the scholar was shocked. However, when he raised his head to look up, he happened to meet the eyes of the young woman. The 2 of them immediately trembled and couldn't help but feel a strange sense. At this moment, several servants rushed to the young man's side. One of them immediately said with a smiling face, "Congratulations to the young master. You are our master's son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of servants quickly put him on the bridegroom's clothes and carried him toward the door of the pavilion. 3 years later. At the city gate, the young scholar now had some short beards. He was saying goodbye to a young woman who was holding a 2-year-old child in her arms. The woman's abdomen slightly bulged and she was pregnant again. Months later. In another city, the scholar was in a room in an inn. Suddenly, he grabbed his head with both hands and rolled on the ground without stopping. Not long after, he fainted without moving. Half a day later, the scholar slowly stood up again. He raised his hands and gazed at it for a moment. His eyes were unexpectedly filled with an extremely complicated expression. 7 years later. In a luxurious mansion, the woman's eyes were spitting fire as she stared at the scholar in a bright red official uniform. She kept asking, "Why? What? I've been waiting for you at home for over 10 years. Now you say you want a divorce. What about your sons?" The scholar looked at the woman in front of him with a strange gaze. After a while, he shook his sleeve and a piece of white paper filled with words floated out. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Moments later, a group of sturdy women rushed in from outside the door. They immediately took the 2 boys from the woman's arms. At the same time, they grabbed the woman's finger to press down a mark on the white paper. The woman sat on the floor with her face covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at the door. 10 years later. On an official boat, the scholar had become a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was standing at the bow of the boat and looking forward. "Master, please enjoy the lotus seed soup." A hoarse voice came from behind him. He turned around. There was a middle-aged woman with a face full of scars. She was holding a tea tray with a fragrant porcelain bowl on top of it. "Nanny Wang, you've been in my house for 4 or 5 years, right? I don't know why, but among all the servants, only your lotus seed soup suits my taste the best," the man said slowly. "Master likes my soup. It is my pleasure." The woman looked down and replied, "Back then I used to like the lotus seed soup made by another person. That person may not be in the world anymore," the middle-aged man said softly. This time, the woman held the teacup in her hand and didn't say anything else. The middle-aged man didn't seem to mind at all as he picked up the porcelain bowl and slowly drank the lotus seed soup. The woman's body trembled slightly. She raised her head slowly and stared at the man in front of her with eyes full of hatred. There was no change in the look of the middle-aged man. Instead, he threw the bowl in his hand into the river and spoke to the scar-faced woman with a faint smile. "Ling Er, you don't need to hide your identity anymore." When did you know it?" The scar-faced woman took 2 steps back in shock, as if she had heard thunder crackling in her ears. "Since you sneaked into the mansion. This poison is severe. It should be the red-crowned crane." The man laughed softly as he spoke, but then his complexion changed and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You know that I poisoned the lotus seed soup?" The woman's eyes filled with bewilderment. You've been in my house for so many years. I usually only use the silver bowl and silver chopsticks to eat. Only this time I didn't bring anything with me. How could you possibly let such a good opportunity slip by?" The man replied. "Since you knew I poisoned them, why did you still drink it?" The scar-faced woman felt that she was about to go crazy. She looked at the man in front of her and muttered, "Our children have all grown up. One is studying in the capital while the other has become a county general." The man said calmly, "Bullshit. I heard the people in the mansion say that my 2 boys had been abandoned by you and disappeared without a trace. You heartless man, stop trying to deceive me." The woman shouted angrily. In spite of such strange things, the ship was quiet. No one came to check on the situation. "I'm dying, so there's no need to lie to you. This letter has the addresses of the 2 children and some of the things I want to tell you." The man took out a sealed envelope from his sleeve and handed it over to her. The woman subconsciously received the letter, but she stared at the man that she wanted to kill every single day. She asked slowly, "Why did you do that?" "Why?" "Read my letter. You will understand." Ling Er, no. "Fellow Zhang, I hope you will wake up after reading it. Otherwise, we'll have to see each other in our next life." The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh and black blood began to flow out of his 7 apertures. His entire body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 298. A few days later, beside the rolling river, the woman's expression was stiff as she threw a letter into the surging river. At the same time she muttered to herself, "What cultivator, what illusory world formed by a goo worm? So, husband, you've already gone crazy many years ago. If that's the case, Ling Er won't blame you anymore. I'll go down and accompany you right now." Put on. The woman jumped into the river. In the following period of time, Lu Ming and Zhang Xionyang went through several reincarnations in the illusionary world. Xionyang had been reincarnated as a princess, a beggar, a prostitute, and other people of different identities. Every time, Lu Ming just so happened to become a close person to this woman. He were her father or brother or husband. However, he would most likely awaken at the age of 20 and recall his true cultivation identity. In this way he would naturally use all sorts of methods to stimulate Zhang Xionyang, hoping to awaken her memories as a cultivator. During this process Lu Ming almost succeeded twice. Unfortunately, the image of the huge bug that also appeared twice out of thin air, used that strange cold wind to blow away Lu Ming's memories. In the end he was defeated. Even though Lu Ming was quite depressed, every time the bug appeared, it was more blurry than the last time. By the time it appeared for the third time, it was too blurry to see. The seventh reincarnation. A silver-armored female general and a black-armored young man stabbed a sword and a long blade into the other party's vitals, hugged, and rolled down a cliff. After a sharp pain, they landed on a thick pile of withered grass at the same time and let go of each other. Although the man's chest had been pierced through by the woman's sword, he was still looking at the woman with a smile. The woman was on the verge of death. However, just as her lips moved slightly and she wanted to say something, the sky suddenly darkened, and a strange and mournful cry came from outside the clouds. Following that, an endless blood rain scattered down from the sky, covering nearly every inch of the entire world. Anything that was hit by the blood rain, no matter what it was, melted. Only the female general and the black-armored young man had a strange white light appear on their bodies. The blood rain fell from their bodies. "Fellow Lu, it's all thanks to you this time." The silver-armored female general didn't have any change in expression when faced with this kind of situation. Instead, she remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. "Congratulations to fellow Zhang for finally awakening from this world. Now that the goo worm has been defeated, we should be leaving soon." Lu Ming replied with a light laugh. "It's also the day when it was destroyed." The silver-armored woman spoke with flashing eyes. The black-armored youth laughed heartily. Their two bodies suddenly blurred and disappeared into white light. Within the magical formation in the main hall, Zhang Xionyang suddenly groaned. After moving her eyelids a few times, she slowly opened her eyes. "That's great. Zhang Xionyang has woken up." Master Leng Yu and the others from the Heavenly Moon sect were all extremely happy. The purple-robed woman, who had been casting her spell, pursed her lips into a smile, withdrew her Fa Li, and stopped the 9 revolving samsara plate that was still rotating above the formation. Yuan Imo also formed a sign with one hand and pointed at the formation. Immediately, the buzzing sound of the formation stopped and all the multicolored lights disappeared. The illusory golden arched bridge that had been erected between the 2 jade platforms instantly began to shatter apart. At this time, 2 female disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect rushed into the formation. One of them took out a pill and fed it to Zhang Xionyang. The other stuck 7 or 8 talismans onto her body. Although Zhang Xionyang had escaped from the illusory world formed by the goo worm, after such a long time, her spirit was greatly weakened and she had lost a lot of yuan qi. On the other side, Lu Ming also sat up slowly from the jade platform and took out a pill from his sleeve. To the people outside, only half a day had passed, but he had already lived for hundreds of years. His gaze swept across everyone in the hall, feeling dazed. "Great. Martial nephew Lu, you have done the most to save her this time." Yi Tianmei walked to Lu Ming's side. "I won't go back on my word on what I promised you." "Thank you." Lu Ming jumped off the jade bed, bowing as he replied. Yi Tianmei nodded her head and did not say anything more as she left. Martial Uncle Yen walked over with a face full of smiles and gave Lu Ming a similarly large amount of praise. He glanced at Zhang Xionyang and she was looking in his direction. When their gazes met, their hearts trembled and they subconsciously dodged. Although everything that had happened in the illusory world was not true, the life they lived together in the 7 reincarnations was still vivid in their eyes, as if it had happened yesterday. This made the two of them feel a little strange. "It seems that Martial Nephew has experienced a lot of things with Zhang in the illusory world?" Martial Uncle Yen asked with a faint smile. "I was only doing my best to wake Senior Zhang up." Lu Ming replied somewhat embarrassedly. "I feel that Xionyang is a good match for you," Martial Uncle Yen said while twirling his beard. "Now that we're facing a common enemy of the sea race, if the core disciples of the sects could get married, that would be a good thing for everyone." "You must be joking, Martial Uncle." Hearing him say this, Lu Ming jumped in fright. He looked left and right as if no one else had heard his words. Only then did he relax. You probably don't know yet. Putting aside the rewards they will give you, just the things you've experienced in the illusory world are already extremely beneficial to you. Martial Uncle Yen suddenly revealed a mysterious expression as he said this. What do you mean? Lu Ming was confused. Do I need to be clearer? Have you ever experienced anything like this before? Do you notice any changes in your mental energy? Martial Uncle Yen asked. Mental energy? Hearing this, Lu Ming was stunned. However, after a quick check he was immediately pleasantly surprised. It is actually a bit stronger than before. Of course. The formation set up by Yuan Mo, the Dreaming Winding Gu, and the 9 Revolving Samsara Plate are all extremely rare treasures. It wasn't strange that the combination of the 3 could bring benefits to a cultivator otherwise. Why would I let you participate when I knew there would be risks if I let you enter that illusory world? Martial Uncle Yen replied without thinking. Thanks Martial Uncle for your help. Lu Ming immediately bowed to Martial Uncle Yen and sincerely thanked him. It's nothing. I don't have much time. In the future, the Barbarian Ghost Sectarian Ghost Sect will depend on your generation. Martial Uncle Yen only patted Lu Ming's shoulder before turning around and leaving. I don't have much time. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Since Zhang Xionyang had already woken up, the crystal-level experts from the other sects didn't have any intention of staying here any longer. They all bid their farewells and left. Lu Ming followed Martial Uncle Yen back to his house. The first thing he did was fall asleep in bed. His experience in the illusory world had made him exhausted, and he desperately needed a proper rest. He slept for an entire day and night. When he slowly woke up again, he immediately jumped off the bed and first used a water ball to wash his face. After he recovered his spirit, he sat cross-legged on a cushion in the room. Lu Ming did not immediately refine his spirit weapons. Instead, he made hand signs with both hands and started to catch his breath quietly. After experiencing several reincarnations in the illusory world, his mental energy had increased by a lot, but his state of mind showed some signs of instability. He needed to consolidate it. 3 days later, when Lu Ming opened his eyes, his pupils were clear. Next, he started to refine the 2 spirit weapons, the Golden Moon Sword and the Black Round Bead. At the same time, the crystal-level experts in the city were gathered to discuss some extremely important matters. Half a month later, the great armies of the various sects, apart from the agreed disciples, finally began to return to their sections. Lu Ming, Gao Chong, Chen Yang and the others all returned. After half a day, the flying boats rose up from the city and the members of the Barbarian Ghost Sectarian Ghost Sect immediately shot off into the distance. 3 months later, Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the Barbarian Ghost Sect. The remaining disciples who had received the news immediately reopened the sealed entrance to welcome them. The grand celebration lasted for many days. People indulged themselves in the grand ceremony, and it was only after 10 days that the sect recovered its calm. Chapter 299. In the secret room, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was a black book that was slowly flipping pages in his consciousness sea. After a while, he opened his eyes and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He had already thoroughly comprehended the first level of the Dragon Tiger Hell art and should be able to truly begin cultivating it. With his current cultivation level, cultivating this first stage shouldn't be too difficult. The only problem was that he needed to absorb a large amount of yin qi into his body every once in a while. The yin qi location was easy to find. Other than the Ghost Hell region, there were several yin qi locations that were specially opened up in the sect. As long as one spent a few contribution points, he could enter the location to cultivate. But he still had to be alert to not inhale too much yin qi, otherwise he could turn into a half-man half-ghost monster. However, according to the ancient records, there was a spirit liquid called pure yang water that could easily neutralize yin qi. Furthermore, when yin and yang met, it would bring great benefits. But he had already learned that the pure yang water was a legendary spiritual object of heaven and earth. To those cultivators who cultivated yang attribute techniques, it had an incredible effect. 1,000 years ago, a bottle of pure yang water appeared in the world, causing a huge mess of battles. In the end, no one knew who had obtained the bottle. Now Lu Ming wanted to find another bottle, but that was just wishful thinking. Fortunately, apart from the pure yang water, there were also some yang attribute pills and talismans that could suppress or expel the invasion of yin qi. As the Dragon Tiger Hell Arts cultivation continued to deepen, his body could also resist it. In short, as long as he survived the initial crisis, he would no longer be afraid of the damage caused by the yin qi. He hesitated for a long time before deciding to take the risk. The main reason was that the Dragon Tiger Hell art was the strongest technique in the sect. Therefore he couldn't give up. He thought for a while before forming a sign with one hand. The black book in his head immediately disappeared. Then he flipped his hand and a black jade slip appeared in his palm. It was the secret corpse refining technique that Martial Uncle Yen had given him. At that time Lu Ming was too busy to read the records. Now he could finally study the profundity of this set of techniques. He moved his arm and placed the jade slip on his forehead. With his mind stirred, he was completely immersed in it. Even in the barbarian ghost sect, it could be considered a high-level technique. Not every disciple have the qualification to cultivate it. And Martial Uncle Yen had searched for hundreds of years, and based on his own experiences, he was able to deduce this set of corpse refining techniques. According to the jade slip, corpses could be classified into several categories: bone corpses, blood corpses, iron corpses, silver corpses, and gold corpses. The process of refining corpses had to progress from the lowest level to the highest level step by step. The bone corpses includes black bone corpse, white bone corpse, blue bone corpse, and so on. The blood corpses includes poison blood corpse, cold blood corpse, and fierce blood corpse, and so on. As for the iron corpses, there were green furred iron corpses, dark armored iron corpses, and so on. The weakest bone corpse's ability was only equivalent to a normal spirit apostle, while the high-level silver corpse and the gold corpse could be as strong as a fake pill or even a golden pill cultivator. The bone ghosts that Lu Ming had seen in the ghost hell region could be considered bone corpses. However, these bone ghosts were simply formed after being soaked in yin qi for many years. Their appearances were extremely strange. But the real bone corpses must be in human form. Cultivators needed to carefully select a complete corpse, put it into some kind of liquid and soak it for 49 days, then melt all the flesh and blood, take it out and bury it in the yin qi location for 100 days. Finally, it would break out of the soil and become a bone corpse. When the bone corpse just broke out of the soil, the cultivator must erase its consciousness so that it could become a pure tool. After a long period of time, a new thin layer of flesh and blood would appear on the surface of the corpse's body. It would evolve into a blood corpse that could fight against a middle liquid level spirit master. If the potential of this blood corpse was great enough, it could also advance into a higher level silver corpse. Different from puppets like the ghost pet and the white bone devil, these refined corpses could become avatars. Cultivators could use these corpses to cast some inconceivable secret techniques. This was the essence of the corpse refining technique. There was a 1/3 success rate in cultivating bone corpses, but the success rate from bone corpses to blood corpses or blood corpses to iron corpses was less than 1/10. As for silver corpses and gold corpses, they were only a legend. Even Martial Uncle Yen, who specialized in corpse refining, only had a green-furred iron corpse. The jade slip had an introduction of the corpse refining techniques and how to activate the corpses. Each of these methods benefited him a great deal and at the same time, made him feel quite shocked. If he could refine a corpse of his own, then not only would he be able to use many secret arts that exceeded his abilities, but he would also have a second life. If he met a strong opponent, he could even use the refined corpse as a substitute to block them. Refining corpses could be so useful. After reading it, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster and he had a feeling that he wanted to give it a try. However, after thinking for a while, he laughed. He had to learn the Dragon Tiger Hell art and flying sword techniques first. How could he possibly spend too much time on corpse refining? But Martial Uncle Yen had already warned him twice to practice this set of techniques. Forget it. Lu Ming thought for a while and then made his decision. I don't have time to refine the corpse, but I can still study the methods. At the same time, waves of cold air coiled around a stone house made of black stone in the barbarian ghost sect. On a sparkling jade bed, two figures were sitting facing each other without moving. One of them was Martial Uncle Yen. He was wearing a gray robe. On the opposite side, there was a tall figure that was completely submerged in a green mist. His face was blurry and one could only faintly see two clusters of silver flames dancing in his eye sockets. Martial Uncle Yen closed his eyes and lowered his head. His hands met the two hands covered in thick green fur. At the same time, his mouth and nose would occasionally spit out streams of white, cold mist, causing the entire stone room to become even colder and more bone-piercing. After an unknown amount of time, the white cold mist in Martial Uncle Yan's mouth stopped. He opened his eyes and slowly withdrew his hands. He stared at the tall figure. Are you excited? Can you feel that you are advancing? I don't know if it's a right thing to make you stay. After all, I still have hope to keep you alive, don't I? After saying this, he seemed to have convinced himself. He stretched out his hands and once again pressed them against the palms opposite him. Half a year later, in an underground hall in the barbarian ghost sect, countless yin qi billowed filled the entire cave. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a cushion close to the huge hole with his eyes closed. The black gas on his body was rolling and numerous dark talismans vaguely appeared. An unfathomable and invisible suction force pulled all of the nearby yin qi toward him. The black gas gradually condensed and formed a blurry black python. It circled around Lu Ming's body several times. Half a month later he was still sitting on the same spot. The black python had already grown 4 claws from its abdomen and horns were beginning to sprout from its head. Scales began to appear on the python's skin, and its body became clearer than before. A year later, the entire Yunchuan's cultivation world was sensational. A unified announcement had been issued that the human race would form the Yunchuan Alliance. They would also send some of their disciples to form the Alliance Guard, which would only be under the unified jurisdiction of the Alliance. Other than those evil cultivators and those who betrayed the sect, as long as they could be selected into the Alliance Guard, no matter what crimes they committed in the past, the sects would not pursue them. Moreover, the sects would hand over part of the cultivation manuals and provide astonishing resources for the members of the Alliance Guard to train with. In addition to all of this, the only thing that caught the attention of countless cultivators was the rumors regarding the 3 masters and 6 true sons. Chapter 300. C300. Demon's Diary, C300. It was unknown who had released such news that the main purpose of forming such an alliance was, on the one hand, to consolidate the forces of the humankind, and on the other hand, to use all the resources of the continent to create this so-called 3 masters and 6 true sons. Finally, in the alliance, there might appear a fake pill level or golden pill level master to deal with the increasingly powerful sea race. When such shocking news came out, the entire Yunchuan cultivation world was shocked. And not long after, the Alliance released the 3 Masters and 6 True Sons selection criteria, causing many cultivators to be shocked. In the entire Yunchuan, there were only a dozen or so people who met this condition. There would be a compete. The 3 victors would naturally become the 3 Masters. However, the selection of the 6 True Sons was more complicated. The initial candidates should be selected by the sections. The smaller sects could choose 1 person, and the larger sects could choose 2 or 3 people. Those candidates had to meet the minimum requirements. First, they must be under the age of 50. Second, they had to reach the middle liquid level. Third, they either had the best talent with 9 spirit pulses, or they had to have some sort of spirit body. These conditions may be met by hundreds of disciples. The Yunchuan Alliance will select 6 disciples with the greatest potential from these people. Of course, cultivators who did not belong to any sects could also sign up. However, cultivators with great talent had already been absorbed into the various sections. Although Lu Ming had been cultivating in the secret room, someone had told him everything. He was equally surprised to learn these details. From the looks of it, in the face of the invasion of the sea race, the sects in Yuanchuan intended to resolve their hatred and unite as one. According to the conditions announced by the Alliance at present in the entire Dexian country, only Heavenly Moon Sect's Master Leng Yu barely met the 3 Masters' requirements. As for the 6 True Sons, the Barbarian Ghost Sect could only choose 1 person. Lu Ming estimated that Gao Chong, Chen Yang and him were the only 3 who had reached the liquid level and were under the age of 50. Although he was very strong, this time the Alliance placed more importance on potential. He only had the 3 spiritual pulses, and he didn't have any amazing spiritual bodies. In comparison, he and Chen Yang were both far inferior to Gao Chong. Even though Martial Uncle Yen and the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader held him in high regard, it was impossible for them to make an exception. What happened later confirmed Lu Ming's thoughts. Martial Uncle Yen convened a meeting to discuss the issue. In the end, they made a decision to let Gao Chong participate in the selection of the 6 True Sons. When Martial Uncle Yen announced their decision, Gao Chong's expression didn't change at all, as if he had expected this outcome. In another 2 months, Martial Uncle Yen took Gao Chong out of the sect and headed towards the newly built Alliance headquarters. A Heavenly Moon Sect female disciple came to see Lu Ming and gave him a white jade box. Lu Ming opened it and saw that there were 3 light golden talismans in the box. Lu Ming picked one up and carefully examined it. His face revealed an expression of satisfaction. It really is what I want. Did Senior Yi say anything else when she asked you to come over? Lu Ming put away the box and asked calmly. Martial Ancestor Yi said Martial Uncle Lu could rest assured that she had already sent people across the continent to look for the item Martial Uncle Lu wanted. If there was any news, she would immediately send someone to send a message, but how to obtain it would depend on Martial Uncle's own ability. To this female disciple who was only a late spirit apostle, the rumor of the person in front of her had already spread across the entire Heavenly Moon sect. Not only was he already a liquid-level spirit master at such a young age, he was even recognized as the only person in the Heavenly Moon sect who could be on par with Zhang Xionyang. How could she not be curious about him? Very well, I understand what Senior Yi means. You can go back. Lu Ming's heart slightly moved, but he still replied without batting an eyelid. The female disciple did not dare to say anything more and left. These 3 talismans were a special kind of talisman that could restrain possession and were one of the rewards he had agreed with Yi Tianmei. With these talismans in hand, Lu Ming could finally breathe out a breath of relief. At the very least, he would not have to worry about his body being occupied by others for a few years. As for whether or not Yi Tianmei could find the related spirit weapons, that was all due to luck. Thus, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in the secret room. After more than a year of non-stop cultivation, under the stimulation of the Dragon Tiger Hell art, he could faintly feel that his cultivation level was only a step away from the middle stage of the liquid level. So he had been training harder these past few days. 3 months later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. A hint of happiness appeared on his face. With a movement of his body, he transformed into a ball of black gas and rushed out of the secret room's door. After a while, a group of disciples patrolling outside of the barbarian ghost sect only heard a sound in the air as a black gas surrounded their heads. They were surprised, and some of them even immediately took out their protective talismans. Stop, it's Martial Uncle Lu. Someone recognized Lu Ming. When the others heard this, they all went up to greet him as Martial Uncle. Lu Ming's gaze swept down and discovered that there were actually familiar faces among the disciples. The couple in their 30s he remembered rather well. They were Shi Jian and LV Yun. As Gao Chang's subordinates, they had previously threatened Lu Ming for the sake of Mu Mingzhu. However, when Lu Ming became a liquid-level spirit master, they felt quite scared. At this time, the dark-faced man secretly complained without end while the woman with a long whip wrapped around her waist had a pale face. Normally they did not dare approach Lu Ming's dwelling. Even if they saw his back from afar, they would still avoid him quickly. They hadn't expected that they would run into him on an ordinary patrol mission today. The couple immediately thought back to not too long ago when the sect had many rumors that Lu Ming had killed a middle spirit master of the sea race. They felt even more terrified. As long as Lu Ming gave an order, who knew how many disciples would swarm over to attack them? However, Lu Ming's gaze only paused for a moment on them as if he did not see them. He only instructed indifferently, "You can continue patrolling. I will go out to do some things. Don't disturb others." The disciples below said yes. The black gas on his body suddenly flashed as he flew into the distance. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the couple let out a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and felt cold sweat run down their bodies. The others were greatly surprised by Lu Ming's appearance here. As they patrolled the area, they discussed among themselves. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming appeared in the air above a dense forest 7 to 8 miles away from the sect and slowly descended. At this time, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the nearby ground and almost landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Peng? Lu Ming stretched out his arm and grabbed it. It was a creature that looked like a snake or a scorpion. Judging from the shape of the body, it should be a scorpion. However, the original white bone body was covered by a layer of bean-sized scarlet scales. What was even more shocking was that the originally black tail transformed into a black triangular snake's head. Although it did not have eyes, there was an incomparably sharp purplish-black hook in its cracked mouth. It was the white-boned scorpion that should have finished its tribulation earlier. However, even though this ghost was a lot smaller than before and was only half a foot in size, its body was emitting the aura of the liquid level. It even gave Lu Ming a feeling that it was much more dangerous than an early liquid-level spirit master. At this moment, the white-boned scorpion once again saw its master. Its tail wagged non-stop, and its mouth issued a hissing sound. It looked very excited. Chapter 301. You actually took so long to transcend a tribulation. If you don't come back, I'll have to look for you myself. Although Lu Ming was shocked by the white-boned scorpion's change, he still felt a hint of joy when he used his hand to touch it. In the past, the white-boned scorpion had accompanied him for a long time. They had experienced quite a bit of danger together, so Lu Ming naturally had feelings for it. At this moment, another shadow flashed in the jungle, and a man's head flew out without a sound. It was the flying skull. The flying skull floated in front of Lu Ming and stopped with a respectful expression. "What happened to you?" Lu Ming placed the white-boned scorpion on his shoulder and spread 5 fingers to press on the flying skull. He closed his eyes and waves of black gas roiled around his body. His mental energy had already entered the consciousness sea of the flying skull, and he saw everything that they had gone through during this period of time. What? That little thing's mutation actually lasted for a whole year. And during the last tribulation, it was able to make a black lightning. Lu Ming was very surprised. He stared at the white-boned scorpion. The white-boned scorpion seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's doubt. It suddenly shook its tail and opened its mouth. Immediately, a black arc of lightning shot out. Its target was the dense forest not far ahead. The lightning struck a large tree at the edge of the forest and disappeared. The tree remained the same, unharmed. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. Just as he was about to head over to take a closer look, he heard a "Piu." With a loud sound, the huge tree instantly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared, leaving only a several feet deep hole in the ground. This strange scene caused Lu Ming to be shocked. He quickly formed a sign with one hand and released a huge amount of mental energy from his brow to cover the hole. What is this energy? It seemed to be the power of lightning, but it was different. There seemed to be something else mixed in it. I actually wasn't able to forcibly separate this power. As Lu Ming muttered to himself, he used his mental energy to slowly examine the remnants of the power. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily. He could clearly feel that his mental energy became sluggish the moment it came into contact with the power. At this time, the white-boned scorpion on his shoulder moved its tail and instantly bit onto Lu Ming's neck. A strange energy rushed out and directly entered Lu Ming's consciousness sea. Lu Ming was stunned at first, but he immediately felt 2 energies collide with each other in his head before strangely disappearing. At this time, the white-boned scorpion let out a complacent hiss and released its tail from Lu Ming's neck. "Well done. You've advanced." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He used his hand to touch the white-boned scorpion on his shoulder as he spoke to it. Next, he curiously tested out its other attacks. In the end, he discovered that even though it did not increase its other techniques, its attack speed and toughness had both increased by a huge amount. And the layer of red scales on its body should be related to the dragon scales it had devoured in the past. Even though the scales of the white-boned scorpion were not comparable to Lu Ming's own dragon scales, they won't be broken by ordinary spirit weapons. Of course, the strongest part of the white-boned scorpion was the snake-shaped tail hook on its back. Now it used the snake head to whip the ground with all its strength. Before Lu Ming could clearly see its movements, he heard a loud explosion and a clear and long groove appeared on the ground. This made Lu Ming even more happy. He formed a sign with one hand and pointed at the white-boned scorpion. Immediately, the ghost turned into a ball of black gas with a ping sound and drilled into the leather pouch on Lu Ming's waist. He then put the flying skull into another pouch, soared into the sky and flew the cloud towards the sect. A dozen or so days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground beside a Yin energy cave in the barbarian ghost sect and cultivated. A lifelike black misty dragon slowly formed on his skin and coiled around his body. Above his head, there was a 10-feet-long black misty tiger, which was sometimes distinct, sometimes blurry, and seemed to be unable to stabilize. Not far from Lu Ming, the white-boned scorpion had already transformed into a 50 to 60 feet large monster. It spat out waves of Yin Qi from its mouth and was completely focused on cultivating. The black misty tiger above Lu Ming's head trembled for a moment before suddenly breaking into pieces, turning into a dense black gas. Lu Ming let out a sigh. He opened his eyes, and the black misty dragon disappeared into his body. I never thought that the power of the misty tiger would be so difficult to gather. When I gathered the power of the misty dragon, it wasn't difficult at all. Could it be related to the power of the dragon scales in my body? According to the ancient records, if the condensing of the dragon and tiger form doesn't go smoothly, one can use some external forces. He said heavily. Thus, Lu Ming got up and went to Jianghu Mountain to ask Gui Ruchuan. Junior brother, you want to know where you can find demonic tigers? Gui Ruchuan's face was full of surprise. Although Zhu Qi had already passed away and martial ant Zhong rarely appeared, due to Lu Ming's appearance, Jianghu Mountain's strength could be considered quite strong. Gui Ruchuan's complexion was much better than before. And it would be best if it's a liquid-level demonic tiger. I'm currently cultivating a certain technique and need the bones of this beast. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Gui Ruchuan looked Lu Ming up and down before giving a bitter smile and replying, Junior probably already knows that our Yunchuan is actually just an island in the sea. There were quite a few demonic snakes, demonic birds as well as some demonic wolves. However, demonic tigers were indeed extremely rare. If Junior brother really needs it, you might as well find it at the demon-suppressing tower of the Yuan Mo sect. Since the day the Yuan Mo sect established their sect, they had the habit of placing outside demonic beasts in their tower to seal them. After so many years, there should already be countless demonic beasts in the tower. The demon-suppressing tower. Since they are sealed inside, doesn't that mean they are already dead? Lu Ming asked curiously. Haha, Junior brother doesn't know this. There is a secret entrance to this tower for the people from the Yuan Mo sect. The demonic beasts can't get out and they won't die. Gui Ruchuan explained. So that's how it is. But it won't be easy for me to enter this tower, right? Lu Ming frowned. Gui Ruchuan smiled. If it was before, it would not be easy. But now that the Yuan Mo sect has claimed that they would work together with other sects to fight against the sea race, I don't think they are gonna say no. At worst, you would just have to pay more spirit stones. Of course, if Martial Uncle Yen can write a letter, then it won't be a problem. Martial Uncle Yen has already gone to the Alliance headquarters and that is in a completely different direction from the Yuan Mo sect. If I go looking for Martial Uncle, then I will waste a lot of time. Why don't I go ask the Yuan Mo sect first? Lu Ming said. Up to you. By the way, the purple beast egg that you took out a while ago, I went back and specifically looked through many books and finally discovered that it should be the egg of an 8-legged sea monster. However, its aura is too weak. It's basically impossible for it to hatch. Otherwise it would be a treasure. Gui Ruchuan said regretfully. 8-legged sea monster? Lu Ming was surprised. The 8-legged sea monsters are the most powerful sea beasts. They can shatter mountains and split the earth with their 8 legs. The most terrifying thing is that they have a very powerful self-recovery ability. Even if they are cut in half, they could still recover in an instant. It is said that the 3 clans of Yunchuan worship a 8-legged sea monster as their sacred beast. That beast has swallowed crystal-level cultivators more than once. Gui Ruchuan told him. Chapter 302. Chapter 302 Shall you abide? To start with, it's obviously because I can. All jokes aside, I appreciate the setup and world building of the story, such a solid storyline. The enemies and people in general in this novel are definitely more intelligent than in your average Xianxia. And I adore our MC Lu Ming. He is probably the most low-key MC I have ever met. With that being said, that doesn't necessarily mean he is a coward. He just knows how to wield his power in a smart way. It also depicts many other memorable characters, who have feelings and objectives which often do not revolve around the MC. Anyway, please read it, rate it and let me know about it. Let's give a shout out to Babel Realm Translation. The previous chapters were translated beautifully by them. I know I have some big shoes to fill. Wish me luck. All comments and suggestions are highly appreciated. Sacred Beast? Lu Ming's face changed on hearing that. If his memory served him correctly, he had heard something about Sacred Beast Egg from the golden armored guy transcended from Amulet when he was chased after. He barely spared any thought on it for his life was on the line back then, and he completely threw this matter out of the window afterwards. Junior brother has no idea of Sacred Beast of the Sea Race? Pardon me for forgetting about Sacred Beast of the Sea Race are not supposed to go ashore, that's why this matter has not been discussed by many. Sea Race tribes normally worship those beasts with great sacrifices, so that these beasts will protect them when they are under attack by enemies. These beasts wield strong powers. Unlike other tamed beasts, Sacred Beasts and Sea Race are equals. These beasts in question dwell deep the sea, their powers will weaken once they go ashore, that's why us human race haven't taken these beasts into consideration when we started the attack. Explained Gui Ruchuan. Sacred beasts are so powerful, I assume there aren't many of them out there? Asked Lu Ming in shock. Correct. It's said that these beasts like to eat sacrifices with great spiritual power. The 3 Sea Race tribes altogether are not able to offer too much to them. One tribe can only worship one beast. Replied Gui Ruchuan. Now it all started to make sense. These two chatted a bit, then Lu Ming took leave. After the time to drink a cup of tea, approximate 15 minutes, Lu Ming's figure emerged in the chamber. He grabbed a jade box sealed with several amulets in hand with a backward somersault, inside which contained a purple sacred beast egg. This purple egg was supposed to be the egg of the eight-legged beast. No wonder the sea race fighter refused to let go of him, chasing him so hard. This egg might well be the reason. The energy of this egg was rather feeble, yet it was highly valued by the sea race elders. It must have great importance to all the practitioners alike, even the ones held high ranks. Could it be eaten up like other beasts to increase the cultivating powers? Or it was supposed to be dealt with some other way? If his memory served him correctly, other beast eggs definitely held no power as strong as this one. Now that it was called Sacred Beast Egg, it was not strange that it worked differently. Lu Ming got excited thinking about this. As rarely seen as Sacred Beast Egg, it was reasonable to presume that not many people knew the real use of the egg in question on the whole Yunchuan land. To really settle the question, a journey to Sea Race was highly demanded. He resumed calmness after thought this through, then he collected the jade box. The matter of Sacred Beast Egg should not be hastily done, it was a matter better off dealing with afterwards. His top priority was to visit Yuan Mo sect, finding a corpse of demonic tiger in liquid level, so that he could reach first level of dragon tiger nether power. According to what Gui Ruchuan said, it was highly possible that the class of tiger beasts could be found in the suppressing demon tower. The only thing he needed to take into consideration was how he, a modest cultivator, could earn admission from Yuan Mo sect. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes on thinking about this. 3 months had passed. The grand selection initiated by the Alliance officially start. An indigo alien ship emerged and charged towards the Yuan Mo mountain, home to the biggest sect on the land. A young general armored handsomely standing on the tip of the ship, startled on seeing the Yuan Mo mountain not far ahead. Stone pillars erected on the ground several lis, 1 km equals 2 lis, away as high as 1,000 zhang, 1,000 zhang equals 3 kilometers. And black mists were twining the pillars from the ground up high. The number of the pillars was overwhelming. Lu Ming couldn't see the end of it. The sight of stone pillars was the only thing he could see. How intimidating. As Lu Ming charged for yet another several lis, 3 black flying vehicles were flying towards them, with 3 spearmen in black robes standing in each vehicle. They motioned to form a tripod formation to stop Lu Ming once they got close. Pardon me for my ignorance, distinguished guests. Ahead of us is the mountain gate of us Yuan Mo sect. All guests without invitation should halt, said a 20 or so years old spearman, with his torso bent a little and his spear standing in front of him. Fancy him seeing through Lu Ming's identity as a liquid-level alchemist, with a look on his face neither cringing nor arrogant. Greetings, this is Lu Ming from Barbarian Ghost Sect. I'm on this trip merely to pay a visit to your sect leader and discuss one matter. As surprised as Lu Ming, he put on a calm face. That is Elder Lu who is there. Please wait a little bit, allow me to pass this message to get permission, replied the spearman hesitantly. Lu Ming of course agreed. The spearman grabbed a spiritual compass from his belt and stroked on it. The spiritual compass glowed colorful lights after a short while. The spearman read the light and told Lu Ming, "Yes, Elder Lu. Our leader agreed your visit, only on condition that I show you the way." "No problem. Please show us the way." Hearing that, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, but he replied quite straightforward. The spearman gave orders to his fellow spearmen on the vehicles, then he joined Lu Ming on his ship. While the vehicles gave way to them, the ship charged forward with a tremble. Only this time no one was in its way. The ship arrived the pillar jungle in a split second. It was definitely more overwhelming to watch the pillars at such a close distance. Not until now did Lu Ming realize that there were gates on each of the pillars, and there were people coming in and out from the gates. And there were pillars that were inscribed with giant spiritual scriptures on the bottom part of the pillars, where the black mists were formed and twined. Lu Ming was obviously curious about the pillars and spiritual scriptures, but he respected them too much to ask in case he accidentally touched their taboo. So he kept driving the ship deep in the stone jungle. More Yuan Mo sect disciples could be seen along the way, most of whom were flying the cloud, while some were riding beasts or the black vehicles they just saw. But they all seemed too busy to talk to each other. Some Yuan Mo sect disciples saw Lu Ming as they were flying by each other, but they resumed their own business after a brief surprise. Among which, several liquid-level alchemists could be seen. That indeed concerned Lu Ming. But he was no ordinary either, he showed no sign of strange expression, and soon they arrived the deepest part of the pillar jungle. After flying across a giant stone pillar for yet another time, an arch of white mountain emerged. That didn't catch Lu Ming's attention in the beginning until he took a close look. We are arriving at. As you can tell, Elder Lu, this is giant demonic in front of us. which was transformed from a giant demon skull that was slaughtered by the three races altogether in Foreworld. Countless years has passed, the demonic energy in it was still stirring in the mountain, an ideal spot for us disciples. Put in the spearman with pride. It was transformed from a giant demon skull, no wonder the demonic energy in it was still intimidating. Although Lu Ming didn't buy what the spearman said 100%, he replied quite reverently, seeing the black mists hovering on the white mountain peak. The huge white mountain in front of them, if without the trees and buildings on it, was really a shape of a skull. The ship arrived at a giant platform on the mountain slope in a split second. Lu Ming and the spearman jumped out the ship once it landed. A heavily built man with a beard in dark black ushered them in. "Greetings, Uncle Xiao." The spearman's face clouded, and he hastily bowed and greeted the beard man. "That is indeed Alchemist Lu. I'm Xiao Yuebai, please accept my greetings." The strong man didn't pay much attention to the spearman, he turned to greet Lu Ming instead. "Thank you, Senior Xiao. How do you know me?" asked Lu Ming surprisingly. "Haha, to be honest with you, I was among the people to rescue the sects in Deshen back then. I was mainly in charge of matters like formations. I barely show up in front of people. No wonder you don't know me, my friend. I've heard so much of you since you slaughtered the alchemist of the sea race and destroyed the floating city formation of them. I've been longing to meet you in person," replied Xiao Yuebai with a big laugh. "That's so flattering. I won those battles by luck. It's not worth mentioning," Lu Ming said quite humbly. "Anyway, please stay longer with us now that you are visiting. Now please allow me to take you to visit the leader," said Xiao Yuebai. Then he turned to the spearman. "Shangan, your business is done here, you can leave." "Yes. Pardon me for my leaving." The spearman named Shangan agreed and stepped back. Lu Ming cast a glance at the young spearman who left. He intuitively felt this young man was not as simple as a spiritual disciple. Chapter 303, Blood Tiger. Chapter 303, Blood Tiger. Next, Lu Ming, accompanied by the big fellow, walked along a built mountain road straight to the top of the mountain. As soon as he stepped on the gray-white stone steps, he felt a slight surge swept the whole spiritual sea, but it instantly recovered. This surprised Lu Ming and almost immediately reminded him of the mysterious bubbles, but after the sacred spirit swept the sea, he found nothing unusual. Was it just illusion? Lu Ming could only think in such a surprised and bewildered way. "Is there any discomfort with you, Lu?" "Oh, I almost forgot. The giant demonic mountain is so magical that people who enters the mountain for the first time may be unaccustomed to it." Xiao Yuebai naturally noticed the anomalies of Lu Ming, so he said it without thinking too much. "When I came here, the disciple of your sect said that this giant demonic mountain was actually converted from the skull of a giant demon in ancient times. If that's the case, it's not surprising that the mountain will have such amazing magic." Lu Ming responded with a cough. "You don't believe this legend at all, do you?" "Hey, not only you, in fact, few other senior members of the sect believe it, and only lower-level disciples such as Shangan have always believed in it. However, although there is not much evidence, it is true that the giant demonic mountain should be a nest abandoned by the ancient giant demons. It is said that before the establishment of this sect, some other monster remains were found in the mountainside. Of course, now that everything has been searched out, and it has become a forbidden place for our sect." Xiao Yuebai heard the words and explained it with a smile. "If that's the case, it makes sense." Lu Ming heard this and there was a sudden enlightened look on his face. They were chatting and came to a large hall built of black stone at the top of the mountain unconsciously. In the hall there was an old man in a black robe with snow-white eyebrows. He waited there with his hands clasped behind his back. When he saw the two men coming in, he immediately looked up and down at Lu Ming with his sharp eyes. "Brother Su, let me introduce you to each other. This is Lu Ming, who was once personally praised by Uncle Yuan." When Xiao Yuebai saw the old man, he immediately introduced with a smile on his face. "I made this visit obtrusively, but I hope that Chief Su would pardon me for this." Lu Ming was shocked when he heard those words. He did not know that the most respected person in Yunchuan continent ever praised him, but he immediately responded and stepped forward, saying with both hands cupping and gestured at them. Since he wanted to come to the Yuan Mo sect, naturally he had some understanding of the chief here before he came, but the result was quite unexpected. The news of Yunchuan continent's #1 leader, Su Xiaowen, was rarely spread outside, and except for the occasional mention of his name, there was no other hearsay. This did not really tally with his identity of the first major position in charge. According to Lu Ming's conjecture, there were only two possible explanations for this situation. The first was that this chief of the Yuan Mo sect was really mediocre, so he really did not do anything worthy of spreading. The other possibility was that he deliberately kept a low profile, blocking all his news so that the outside world could not know much. But after all, he could become the person in charge of Yunchuan continent. How could he be a mediocre person? So the second explanation was more probable. But in this way, his disposition must be really extraordinary, and he must be a very unfortunate role. Don't be so overcautious, my friend Lu, and I have been looking forward to seeing the man who could be personally praised by Uncle Yuan. In the eyes of Uncle Yuan, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to attract his attention. It can be seen that you must be someone extraordinary. The old man in black robe said slowly with a smile on his face. Chief Su overpraised me. I really don't know that Senior Yuan should have evaluated me. Lu Ming modestly answered after hearing this. Although he did not use his mental energy to scan the old man's cultivation, he was most likely to be the same as barbarian demonic sect, who was also an advanced liquid-level alchemist. Brother Su, friend Lu, you two should not be so polite. It's not too late to talk after we sit down. Xiao Yuebai obviously had a good relationship with the black-robed old man, so he said so with a laugh. The black-robed old man heard the words and laughed, then he signed Lu Ming to sit down. As far as I know, the selection of 3 saints and 6 scions from the alliance has begun. My friend, you don't go there to have fun. How could you think of coming to the Yuan Mo gate? Su Xiaowen was not beating around the bush either. As soon as Lu Ming was seated, he asked directly. The selection of 3 saints and 6 scions can go as long as Uncle Yen is there. I came here this time, in fact, to consult something from Chief Su. Lu Ming answered honestly. Oh, I dare not to be consulted by you. If you have any question, you can just ask me. The black-robed old man heard his words, and his eyes were slightly fixed, but he showed on signs in his tone. In this case, I will say no more useless words. I have long heard of the name of suppressing demon tower of your sect. I heard that there are many demons and beasts suppressed and sealed in it, but I wonder if there are any tiger demons in it? Lu Ming asked with a solemn look on his face. Tiger demons? Xiao Yuebai, as well as the chief of the Yuan Mo sect, was a little shocked after hearing the words. But a moment later, the old man in black coughed and said, Junior fellow apprentice Xiao, it was junior fellow apprentice Jean who led the team into the suppressing demon tower last time, wasn't it? You ask him to come and I want to ask him personally. No problem. Junior fellow apprentice Jean came back from outside a few days ago and should still be staying in the sect. I'll send him a message. Xiao Yuebai hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Then the big fellow took out a magic compass from his waist and patted it with one hand. Immediately, the white light on the surface of the magic plate was blurred, and a line of small words flew into it. Lu, my friend, now can you tell us the reason for asking about this matter? The old man in black robe asked Lu Ming without hurry at this time. To tell you the truth, my friends, I need fresh materials on tiger demons for some reasons, but in other parts of Yunchuan continent, such monsters have already disappeared. So I can only try my luck on your sect, hoping to find the monster tiger traces in this suppressing demon tower. Lu Ming said directly. So, if there is a monster tiger in the suppressing demon tower, you are going to enter it. The old man in black heard his words and frowned. Beside him, Xiao Yuebai also had a strange expression. I do not necessarily need to enter the tower. If there are monster tigers in it, it is also okay for you, my friend, to work and catch one out. Of course, I certainly will not let you make a futile trip down the tower. I will pay the price to satisfy you. Lu Ming had already thought of the words to respond and immediately answered. I don't know what kind of monster tiger you need. I'm afraid it's not useful if the rank is too low. The old man in black robe said again. Yes, at least the primary stage of level liquid. Lu Ming answered calmly. At the primary stage of level liquid, and it needs to be captured alive? I'm afraid that's not easy. Xiao Yuebai interrupted. Of course, if I can get into it in person, you don't need such trouble. Whether alive or died is okay. Lu Ming answered so. Well, let's wait till junior fellow apprentice Jean arrives to determine if there is a monster tiger at the primary stage of level liquid in the tower. Chief Yuan smiled and did not immediately refuse. This made Lu Ming happy. As long as Chief Yuan did not immediately refuse, it showed that the thing was probable to be done. In the following time, the 3 men chatted freely about the sea race war which had just ended. After a while, a mass of green air rushed in outside the hall, and then suddenly condensed in front of the 3 people. It turned into an ugly man with long green hair. Brother Su and the chief, do you need my help? Junior fellow apprentice Jean, this is Liu of the barbarian demonic sect, and he once killed 2 sea-race spiritual masters in the Battle of Sea-Race War, one of whom at middle stage. Even Brother Yuan Mo once praised him personally. Xiao Yuebai immediately stood up and said with a smile. So what? Did the chief ask me to come here just for an alchemist from a small sect? The ugly man glanced at Lu Ming and answered coldly. You must not be so rude. I'm sorry that little brother Jean always talks coldly, even when he was talking to other people in his sect. Xiao Yuebai first scolded with a restrained smile, and somewhat had no choice but explain to Lu Ming in this way. Lu Ming saw this and naturally could only laugh bitterly and say nothing more. Junior fellow apprentice Jean, I have something to ask. Did you ever see a monster tiger when you led the team into the suppressing demon tower a few years ago? The old man in black finally said slowly. Monster tiger? Let me think about it. Well, I did see some, and I personally hunted a middle-stage monster tiger in the 2nd floor. The ugly man thought about it for a moment and then answered. Only the middle stage? Did you see the monster of level liquid state when you visited several other floors? The old man in black asked in deep voice. There are. When I was on the 5th floor, I saw a blood tiger in the middle stage of the level liquid state. It could handle poisonous blood fog. It was frightening. This time the ugly man answered without thinking. That's good enough. Lu Ming was very glad hearing this. Okay, I finished my question. You can go back, Jean. The chief of the Yuan Mo sect nodded thoughtfully and said so. The ugly man heard Lu Ming's words, glanced at him without saying a word, pinched his sleeve with one hand, and flew away again into a mass of green air. Lu, my friend, it seems that we should have a talk. The suppressing demon tower itself is a place of great importance in my sect. Generally speaking, it is impossible for outsiders to enter it. The chief of the Yuan Mo sect turned his head and spoke to Lu Ming meaningfully. Chapter 304, Hanli. Chapter 304, Hanli. After a while, a surprising voice was suddenly heard from the Grand Hall. What? You want me to assist barbarian demonic sect to deal with a monster of advanced stage of liquid level state? Said Lu Ming. Right. You come at the right time. We are planning to reopen suppressing demon tower after several months. If you come at usual times, I will by no means open the tower for outsider no matter what the offer is. But this time we open the suppressing demon tower out of 2 reasons. For one thing, we want to test the capabilities of our spiritual apprentices. For another, we intend to find and kill advanced stage monster in liquid level state. Said the old man in black in a serious manner. After considering quickly, Lu Ming asked without agreeing instantly, with the power of barbarian demonic sect and the whole sect, it must be a piece of cake to kill advanced stage monster in liquid level state. Why bother letting me do this? Hearing that, old man in black smilingly said, it seems that Lu didn't know much about the suppressing demon tower. Junior fellow Xiao, please explain everything to Lu. Xiao Yuebai immediately agreed and smiled at Lu Ming, saying, the reason why fellow man Lu felt it strange is that you did have a vague picture of the suppressing demon tower's bans. In fact, the suppressing demon tower was designed to train future apprentices when it was first built by the founders of our sect who set extremely severe bans and restrictions for those trainees. It is fine when the trainees are below liquid level because they can independently choose from the 1st to the 3rd floor and there is no limitation of the number of people allowed in the tower. When it comes to liquid level and above, the tower can only accommodate 2 trainees and they were limited at the primary stage of liquid level. And in terms of middle stage liquid level, only 1 people can be allowed to train. If it is beyond certain level and exceeds 2 persons, those who even have managed to come in will be sent out automatically by setting bans. Lu Ming did start after hearing Zhao's words. After a while, he said with a bitter smile, so, you first intended to send 2 alchemists at primary stage liquid level to kill advanced stage liquid monster. If one's power enters liquid level, every upgrading of his or her power will be totally different from the previous one, which cannot be compared to the stage of apprenticeship. Normally, monsters' power at liquid level far exceeded that of people's at the same stage. No wonder when Lu Ming heard Yuan Mo sect intended to let 2 alchemists at primary stage liquid level kill advanced stage monster, he would be that astonished. Of course, ordinary primary stage liquid level alchemists cannot combat advanced stage monster. We originally intended to let 2 most powerful primary stage alchemists to deal with the monster, but there happened to be an election of 3 saints and 6 scions, so one of the alchemists had to go to the alliances ahead of time. If we replace him with a middle stage liquid level alchemist, We don't have an appropriate person. We had planned to send a less powerful primary stage alchemist into the tower. But you paid a visit here which we didn't expect. So we really want fellow man Lu your help. If you agree to cooperate us to kill the advanced stage liquid level monster, then Senior Master can let you into the suppressing demon tower, said Xiao Yuebai seriously. Lu Ming frowned for a while before saying, can I ask why your sect lays so much emphasis on the advanced stage liquid monster? Although the monster is powerful, I assume it won't do much harm to your sect as he is in the suppressing demon tower right now. Hearing that, Xiao Yuebai hesitated for a second. The old man in black said calmly, although bans in suppressing demon tower are enigmatical, they can only suppress monsters below false core realm. If there are monsters surmount false core realm, they can break the seal inside the tower and release other monsters under the seal. Although we Yuan Mo sect have the capability to kill all the monsters, we might destroy the whole suppressing demon tower, which is the worst case scenario that nobody in our sect would like to see. Okay, I got it. But how can you ensure that with the cooperation of me and your alchemist, we can kill the advanced stage monster? What if I fail to perform well and that might cause damage to your grand plan? Replied Lu Ming bitterly after listening to his words. Fellow man Lu once managed to kill a middle stage alchemist of C race, so even if your power is not as good as that of advanced stage alchemist, it won't be worlds apart. The one our sect will send is not an ordinary alchemist, he's one who also has the power to beat cross-race opponent. I believe as long as both of you cooperate closely, there is high possibility that you can kill the monster. Of course, if you still failed after you tried your best, our sect will send other alchemists. But that would be huge losses and it will be hardly worth the candle, said the old man in black slowly. Well then I have to agree with you. Fine, I will try my best to assist you. Lu Ming quickly spun his mind flow, feeling his power was much stronger than that in the C-race battle. Even if he faced the advanced stage monster alone, he still got some fighting chance. Thinking this, Lu nodded and smiled at them. Perfect. I know fellow man Lu is a straightforward person. Then you can stay in our sect for a month or so and after we prepare everything, we will send you to the suppressing demon tower. Junior fellow Xiao, could you help to arrange Lu's accommodation and make sure everything is perfect? Hearing that, the old man in black smiled with satisfaction, turned around and said to Dahan. Senior, please rest assured. It seemed that fellow man Lu and I hit it off today, so I'll definitely arrange everything well for him, said Xiao Yuebai excitedly. Afterwards they chatted for a while. Then Xiao Yuebai and Lu Ming went out from the grand hall to temporary accommodation on the giant demonic mountain. Sitting on the chair in the grand hall, Su Xiaowen seemed to be thinking something. After a while, Xiao Yuebai returned to the grand hall. Without mentioning Lu's accommodation, the old man calmly asked, tell me the truth, how much possibility do you think that Lu and Han Li could kill the demon snake monster? If it is other advanced stage monster, it would be no problem. But in terms of that demon snake monster, I'm afraid the possibility of winning is less than 50%. Hearing that, Xiao Yuebai didn't feel strange but replied respectfully, acting totally different from what he was in front of Lu Ming. 50%. Then it's worth a try. If we resort to that method, the losses would be huge. It may be the same as destroying the suppressing demon tower. Frowned the old man in black. That's true. Previously, with the candidate we chose, the possibility was only less than 30%. Although junior fellow Han Li ranks top 3 in our sect, it is hard for Chief to let him take such risks, replied Xiao Yuebai in a respectful way. Yes. If we don't have much fighting chance, I won't allow Han Li into the tower with his power. Lu Ming seemed to be extraordinary, but we haven't seen his power in person, so I'm still concerned about it, said the old man in black after being silent for a while. Senior, don't worry. You know Han Li's personality. If he knows that his partner is replaced with an unknown outside alchemist, he will definitely try to battle with the replacement. At that time, if Lu does have strong power, we can do that as scheduled. If he is not that different, he cannot withstand Han Li's power. Out of shame, he won't continue to stay at Yuan Mo sect, said Xiao Yuebai without thinking too much. Fine. We'll let Han Li test his power first, nodded the old man in black, deep in thought. Xiao Yuebai immediately agreed. Lu Ming was arranged in an independent loft on the giant demonic mountain. He hunkered down on the wooden bed, thinking deeply what he had witnessed today in Yuan Mo sect. After a long time he sighed, closed his eyes and began to train his power. 10 days later. As a visitor from outside, Lu Ming behaved well. He stayed in the loft on the second floor during most part of these days without stepping outside. But today a visitor came to the first floor of the loft lobby. Told by a maid outside the loft, Lu Ming was quite surprised and went out from the second floor. A thin and comely young man with silvery hair stood at the center of the lobby. "Fellow man you are?" Just at the sight of the young man, Lu Ming felt trembled in his heart. The young man was a primary stage liquid-level alchemist whose flow of breath seemed to be strange. "I'm Han Li and I'm the other alchemist who was arranged into the suppressing demon tower," said the young man without any facial expression when seeing Lu Ming. "Oh, you are fellow man Han. Do you have some instructions for me? It seems that we still have some time before we go into the tower," said Lu Ming, raising his eyebrow. "The reason why I visit you today is that I don't want an unqualified partner in the suppressing demon tower. I assume you offered to go into the tower. I still consider original senior fellow man Guan is much more reliable," said the young man coldly. Hearing that, Lu Ming squinted at him and said, "Senior fellow man Guan? I mean senior fellow man Guan Jiang. It was a big deal that you once managed to kill an alchemist from C-Race. But senior fellow man Guan had defeated middle-stage alchemists during examinations for several times," said the young man arrogantly. "I got it, but I'm sorry. I will definitely go to the suppressing demon tower this time, so please don't try to stop me," said Lu smilingly after flashing his eyes. Hearing his expected reply, Han Li sneered and said, "I know you won't agree on this easily. Fine, you can go to the suppressing demon tower. But you have to battle with me and take 10 moves from me." "10 moves? That's no problem. I have been long interested in Yuan Mo Sect's power and moves and I would like to see," said Lu Ming smilingly. Chapter 305, Demon Calling Spell. Chapter 305, Demon Calling Spell. "Perfect. Come with me." After replying coldly, the young man, with white light glowing over his body, instantly transferred to a ball of white light and flew away. Without saying a word, Lu Ming also turned into a ball of black smoke after him. After a while, they arrived at a circular platform at the foot of giant demonic mountain, one behind the other. The platform covered an area of around 16 acres, with quaint stone pillars carved numerous black inscriptions around its four sides. At the edge of the stone platform waited 7 or 8 alchemists from Yuan Mo Sect. Among them, the oldest looked merely around 25 to 26 years old, while the youngest, a girl, looked some 2 years younger than the young boy. The girl, though young, her hair long, her eyes clear, her eyebrows silky and her skin fair, she was very beautiful. After a flash of white light, Han Li appeared among these people. Lu Ming swayed his body and gathered his black smoke around him, directly suspending above the platform and waiting for Han Li to come. Some alchemists from Yuan Mo Sect looked curiously at Lu Ming, saying something while others looked disdainful. After several words with these alchemists, Han Li was just about to fly towards the platform when he was stopped by a muscly teen with his face sullen. They talked for a while before Han Li took a look at Lu Ming and nodded reluctantly. The teen was so excited that he immediately stepped on the ground and rose up in the air like an arrow. Just within a second he appeared in front of Lu Ming. "So you are Lu Ming who was mentioned by Barbarian Demonic Sect before. You are just an alchemist from an unknown sect. How dare you come to Yuan Mo Sect and act wildly? It seems that you do have a great deal of courage," said the dark-faced teen. He stared at Lu Ming without hiding any of his hostility. "Act wildly? I am just a primary stage alchemist. Of course, I do not dare to do such things in your sect. Please do not accuse me of what I didn't do. Besides, I assume that my opponent should not be you. I don't know what tricks you have played to persuade Senior Master to replace me with you, an outsider, into the suppressing demon tower. But I did pay a lot to get the chance and I won't give up easily. To defeat you doesn't need junior fellow man Han Li. I could deal with you on my own," said the teen resentfully. "So you are Guan Jiang mentioned by fellow man Han. Sorry for not recognizing you. I heard about you several days ago. If you have complaints we can have a competition. If I lose I will immediately leave Yuan Mo Sect without any hesitation," said Lu Ming smilingly after giving a start. "Are you serious?" Hearing Lu's reply, Guan Jiang became excited. "Of course. Although I'm not extremely powerful, I won't betray my promise," smiled Lu Ming. "Perfect. There we go. If I lose, I would be convinced sincerely and I won't say anything about this," laughed the teen, being extremely confident. "Wait a second. If this is the case, I will be at a disadvantaged situation as Senior Master offered me the chance. If I lose, of course I should give up entering the suppressing demon tower. But if you lose, a lip service is all you need to offer? broke in Lu Ming. So fellow man Lu, what do you want? Frowned Guan Jiang after hearing Lu's words. I have long heard that Yuan Mo sect is abundant of demonic crystals which can do a great deal of good to those who are cultivating demonic powers, and these crystals are also the favorite food of demons, said Lu Ming in a neutral manner. Demonic crystals. You want them? No wonder. In the vast land only we Yuan Mo sect have them and we don't sell. Fine, I have around 100 low-level demonic crystals. As long as you can defeat me you can take them. Laughed Guan Jiang after he startled for a little while. Perfect deal, replied Lu Ming with satisfaction. On hearing that, alchemists around the platform began to whisper to each other. The youngest girl with long hair said happily, clapping her hands, it seems that senior fellow man Guan is going to lose a lot of wealth, not only the chance to enter the suppressing demon tower, but also half of his wealth. Junior fellow Roer, why did you say these words? Have you ever seen his power? Said one alchemist surprisingly. Hearing that, Han Li also stunned and looked at them. Don't you think that senior fellow man Su is strategic? If he does not have some fighting chance, he won't let an outsider enter the suppressing demon tower at the cost of offending Guan. In addition, several days ago I happened to hear that Lu does have some powers and even Uncle Yuan praised him privately. Replied the girl smilingly. What? Uncle Yuan had praised him? Other alchemists didn't pay attention to the former words, but hearing the latter words they were all surprised. Obviously, Yuan Mo had already been regarded as god in Yuan Mo sect. Whatever, senior fellow man Guan is also powerful, maybe we should see their battle first, said Han Li coldly with his eyes focused. Afterwards, he made finger gestures, presented incantations single-handedly and pointed at the nearest stone pillar. Poof! An intensive black light flashed away instantly and disappeared in the stone pillar. Bomb! Numerous black incantations flowed over from stone pillars around the platform and they suddenly became a light black curtain surrounding the whole platform. It was almost at the same time that the teen opposite Lu Ming flicked his sleeves and roared towards the sky. Suddenly a black thing came out and turned into a grand demonic sculpture with cattle head and human body in the wind. Black smoke was all over his body. Poof! The blood spat out of his mouth suddenly turned into blood mist going into the sculpture. Then Guan Jiang presented some incantations with his fingers gesturing before his 10 fingers like wheels rushed towards the sculpture with numerous black incantations. Instantly, lots of spiritual incantations sprung up from the teen's skin and covered every inch of his body. How horrible it was from far away. Seeing this, a slim teen outside the light curtain couldn't help but blurt out, "It's demon calling spell." It's hard to believe that senior fellow man Guan uses his utmost spell at the very beginning. So he does want to defeat him within one spell. Other alchemists were also astonished. Obviously, the secret spell Guan used had a great originality. Seeing this, Lu Ming also gave a start, but he remained still and didn't even want to interrupt Guan's performance. Seeing Lu's response, the teen thought disdainfully and roared suddenly, with 10 fingers rushing towards the sculpture. A thunderbolt in the clear sky. Out of nowhere, a light column suddenly fell down from the sky, directly went through the light curtain and integrated into the sculpture. Instantly there rose silver fires in the sculpture's 2 eyes. After several quick flashes, black light rolled out and congealed together, turning into a giant demonic shadow of over 12 feet tall. The shadow was of cattle head and human body, which was exactly the same as the sculpture. Just as the shadow came out of no reason the sculpture suddenly broke out and turned into spots of black light flying into the shadow. All of a sudden, horrible demonic wind came out of the shadow and congealed the surroundings. Lu Ming felt his spiritual sea trembling twice at the sight of the demonic shadow, but he recovered quickly. The feelings were the same as that of when Lu stepped on giant demonic mountain, but this time the feeling was stronger. After a short startle, Lu Ming immediately swept away his whole body with spirit and his spiritual sea was as usual, free of any abnormality. This is... His face suddenly turned gloomy. This time Lu Ming could confirm that previous trembling of spiritual sea wasn't his illusion. It was something that did touch his spiritual sea. Seeing Lu Ming's change of face, Guan Jiang couldn't help laughing before he jumped forwards and integrated into the demonic shadow. A surprising scene appeared. The cattle head and human body shadow swayed once before the shadow suddenly came into the teen's body. Afterwards, Guan roared and his whole body shined with black lights of spiritual incantations as if he was surrounded by black halo. Besides, his whole body emanated the horrific demonic flow which was previously captured by the shadow. At the moment, the teen emerged as the previous cattle head and human body shadow, and there was a huge spiritual intensity which was not second to that of a middle-stage alchemist. Such an astonishing transformation naturally attracted Lu Ming's attention from the trembling of his spiritual sea. Truly that was unexpected by Lu Ming. We didn't expect senior fellow man Guan's demon calling spell was that powerful. He had trained refinery spell and now he has the power to kill demons and monsters. I'm afraid that his body is incredibly powerful. Even advanced stage liquid alchemists should avoid him. Sadly, great efforts must be put to build the sculpture of killing demons. He has to rebuild it now. Seeing this, the long-haired girl was stunned before she clapped her hands laughing. Seeing Guan calling such demonic shadow, others were also astonished. Chapter 306, Snow-Blowing Spell. Chapter 306, Snow-Blowing Spell. Looking at the teen's transformative spell, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and resumed calmness again. Seeing Lu's response, Guan Jiang suddenly became angry as if there was a fire raging from the bottom of his heart. The teen stepped forward, shook his hand and punched over from dozens feet away. Suddenly there came a severe explosion in the visional realm. In front of Lu Ming, a black fist shadow appeared out of nowhere with some undulations and massive forces sprung up. Bang! Lu Ming shook his sleeves before he caught the black fist shadow with his fair-skinned hand and crumbled it up. When the invisible forces touched upon Lu, there only came a muffled sound and nothing more. Obviously, these forces couldn't do any harm to Lu, who wore armor of water dragon. Both Guan Jiang and alchemists outside the curtain were stunned after seeing this. No way. How could you handle all that so easily? After a long startle, Guan became conscious and roared with anger and astonishment. He suddenly made his two arms vague and numerous fist shadows appeared in front of him, but within a trembling they all went away. At the moment, harsh screaming was suddenly heard in the visional realm. Numerous fist shadows appeared in front of Lu Ming. There were so many fists that it looked horrific at the sight. Seeing this, Lu Ming only slightly raised his eyebrow, took a deep breath and threw a solid punch promptly. Suddenly there was a huge bang shaking the whole realm. Numerous fist shadows were strangely congealed by a wall that could never get over before they exploded in an invisible shock and turned into waves rolling over half of the realm, making everything in the surrounding space squeaky. At that time, a figure calmly walked out from the explosion. After several flashes, the figure stood several feet away from Guan Jiang, raised one arm and pressed against the opposite visionary realm. Bang! A giant hand shadow appeared above Guan Jiang out of nowhere and fell down slowly. The teen felt the surroundings were shaken and a horrific and terrified force was pressed downwards, making his black halo twisting. No way! Although Guan Jiang felt his heart was falling down, he roared angrily and turned into a giant cattle head after a flash of black halo. Strong silver fire was seen in the cattle's eyes, with fire suddenly spitting towards the sky. Instantly a black light wave sprung up, lifted up the giant hand and stopped it falling down. Seeing this, Lu Ming was quite amazed because with gradual training of dragon and tiger spell and the remaining essence of the water dragon, his force was now almost twice as strong as that in sea race, which could even overshadow alchemists at the same level. The teen in front of him could act as a counterweight to such powerful forces with a single spell. Obviously he had a powerful body. But till now Lu Ming didn't want to show mercy. He immediately presented incantations and a dragon call was heard inside him before he turned into a black water dragon with rolling black smoke, dancing around Lu's body fiercely. At that time, the giant hand which was previously subdued suddenly shined with black light at its back and was craved with a water dragon signal from nowhere shining mysterious black light. Afterwards the teen felt the pressure on his top became much stronger. With a dull sound, he spat blood and the shadow of cattle head suddenly broke in fragments. The black giant hand suddenly halted a dozen inches away from Guan's head. "Fellow man Guan, you put up an impressive fight," said Lu Ming smilingly before he withdrew his arm and the giant black hand was dispersed immediately. But he began to worry about the overbearing power of dragon and tiger spell. Guan Jiang turned pale and after a while he took out a leather bag, threw it to Lu and went away determinedly. Taking the leather bag, Lu Ming glanced over and found that there were almost 100 black crystals of finger size inside it. He was very excited and kept it duly. These demonic crystals were not only the favorite of demons, but also could make up for the lost essence. His flying cranium had the power of liquid level, but after several battles, it lost too much essence and fell into the realm. Now, with demonic crystals, it must be helpful. Now, all alchemists outside the light curtain were dumbfounded. The long-haired girl called Ro-Er was even so and couldn't help opening her mouth. Han Li's facial expression was complex. A teenager smiled reluctantly, saying, "It seems senior fellow man Guan underestimated his opponent. He used demon calling spell just now, but he didn't use any spiritual weapons. Otherwise, even if he cannot win him, Guan won't lose easily." Don't lie to yourself. It's true that Guan didn't use any spiritual weapons, neither did Lu. Even if senior fellow man Guan uses superior weapons, he cannot fight too long. No wonder Uncle Yuan praised him. Lu Ming does have strong powers. His power was almost the same as advanced stage liquid level alchemists, said Ro-Er disdainfully, staring at Lu Ming as if she was looking at something priceless. The teenager who first commented on their battle could only smile embarrassedly after hearing the girl's words. The girl called Ro-Er seemed to have such a strong background that other alchemists didn't dare to offend her. Hearing her words, others became silent. Suddenly Han Li flew up to the sky and went into the light curtain with wild light rolling over his body. After several moves, he appeared in front of Lu Ming, looking at him coldly without saying a word. "Fellow man Han, finally you come. Please perform your spell," said Lu Ming seriously, looking at the young man. "You don't need to take 10 moves from me. 1 move is enough to prove you having the ability to enter suppressing demon tower," said the slim young man without any facial expression. "1 move?" asked Lu Ming surprisingly. "Yes. I saw your power just now. If you can take this move, then it is not necessary to perform the remaining 9 moves," said the young man oozing winter chill. Just as he said, he opened his mouth, spat a black antique lamp and pointed at the visionary realm inside it with his hand, presenting incantations. Poof! The antique lamp was instantly lighted and black flame appeared inside it. After flickering, the flame suddenly glowed stronger and surrounded the young man. Inside the antique lamp came a dull sound, and afterwards it directly went into young man's body and disappeared. Han Li now relaxed himself, said some incantations and presented them with fingers. Originally Lu Ming just looked at the young man calmly, but when he heard what he was saying, his face clouded. "That snow calling spell. You learned such an advanced spell. Do you think I'll give you time to perform?" Just as Lu finished speaking, there came 2 poof sounds. Without hesitation, Lu Ming punched twice toward the opposite visionary realm. Although there was no fist shadow, 2 invisible forces came towards the flames on the young man's body. But what happened next stunned Lu Ming. At the touch of the black flame, 2 invisible forces immediately integrated into the flame and didn't have any other movement. Though surprised, Lu quickly performed incantations and 2 giant wind edges appeared in front of him. With Lu shaking his hand, the edges turned into an invisible light green string. Instantly the flame flickered, but still the string integrated into it and nothing happened. This time, with pupils getting smaller, Lu Ming didn't say anything but again performed incantations. Then blue lights were seen in front of him and a light blue ice cone appeared, turning to a giant cone of dozens feet in a split second. "Go!" With a dull sound of Lu Ming, the gun-like ice cone rushed out as a blue light and rooted on the flame as if it would pierce young man. However, just a flickering of the black flame, the giant ice cone also went into it. But this time, after several strong flashes of the light flame, it broke out and disappeared in blackness. At the moment, young man stopped saying incantations but joined hands in front of his chest and then separated. Black ice snow appeared from nowhere and it became vague before it rushed upwards and disappeared. Lu Ming felt a strong chill came from the surroundings. Then a dull thunder was heard high above the sky and it snowed heavily. At the beginning, snows were small like beans, but later they were inches big, shining with light, and their edges were extremely sharp. When they collided with wind, Lu could even hear collision sounds like metal clashing. Hearing this, Lu's face turned dark and pat upwards with one hand. Poof! A layer of red light came out of his chest and turned into a red light curtain covering him. Later, numerous snowflakes rolled against the light curtain, oozing freezing chill. At the touch of the curtain, they shined with crystal light and exploded, sounding like heavy rain hitting bamboo fences. At that time, it seemed that numerous sharp knife edges were cutting the red curtain and it was chilling cold. The world began to crystallize. Chapter 307, The Man in the Coffin. Chapter 307, The Man in the Coffin. The red light curtain, of course, was caused by Lu Ming's serpent dragon armor of the upper grade. Limited to his cultivation, he couldn't give full play to his power, but he was definitely able to resist those sharp snowflakes. However, when the surrounding huge ices were formed, he didn't dare to slacken off. With a sneer, he fast formed a sign, and then the red fires appeared around them. At one swoop, a dozen crimson fireballs the size of a fist shot at in all directions under the impetus of his spell. Boom! The explosive sound arose consecutively. Having hit the thin ices, the fireballs immediately turned into heat waves and then spread over. Just at the moment, the black serpent dragon hovering around him flew away with a cry. After it danced in the sky for a while, the strong gale instantly blew, cruelly sweeping most the falling crystal snowflakes away. However, the teenager in the distance turned serious at this moment and suddenly moved his arm. Subsequently, an almost transparent finger hurtled toward Lu Ming. A roaring sound appeared in the midair. The falling snowflakes disappeared right away, but countless crystal ice cones and half a foot long fell down from the sky with the noise of chi. Each cone was in half a foot long with a pointed end and a wide top. Seen from afar, they were like countless sharp tools shot down at the same time. The black serpent dragon tried its best to hover in order to avoid them, but it ended up with its body pierced through. With a sob, it turned into the black air rolling down and retrieved into Lu's body. Therefore, the ice cones directly hit the red light curtain, with the majority of them bounced away, leaving the rest outside of the light curtain, turning into the cold air and bursting out. Although the light curtain was exceedingly defensive, it instantly was no longer supportive and repeatedly flashed after being hit by those ice cones. Lu Ming made a move at the moment. He speechlessly grasped the air with one hand, and then a black fog surged, turning into black beads. His wrist trembled and the beads were thrown upward. Whoosh! After circling several rounds, the beads became as big as the rim of a bowl. At the same time, the black moisture mist rippled away without break, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 and 4 circles. Then, a huge black swirl with a covering of some hectares madly spun all the ice cones, falling into pieces. But the falling ice cones seemed endless and were still fast falling down like a small rain. The teenager in the distance froze his eyes upon seeing this. After some thoughts, he abruptly waved his sleeve toward Lu. The ice cones above Lu immediately disappeared, so did the surrounding cold air. Impressive. You can take my snow-blowing spell, very unexpected, so you've earned your qualification to enter the suppressing demon tower with me. I hope you can also be this brave confronted with that advanced stage beast, said the teenager indifferently without saying more before he turned around to leave. Having turned into the white light, he skyrocketed to the sky and flew away. Lu Ming seemed calm but had already held a pale golden short sword in his sleeve. Now he slowly loosened it and waved at the sky. The black swirl in the sky disseminated and faded away right away. Those beads shrank into their original size, and the crimson-red light curtain immediately disappeared. Then Lu turned into a rainbow with a flash and soared into the sky before disappearing. The others outside the platform naturally marveled at them upon watching the scene, but ultimately dispersed in an uproar. Only a long-haired maiden named Rower was left here, whose face looked grave, which wasn't commensurate with her age, while watching Lu flying away. Several hours later, she unexpectedly appeared in a black hall covered with layers of inhibition forces, situated at the middle of giant demonic mountain, and delicately bowed to a coffin enshrined in the hall. Rower, why you come here? Did something happen? A muffled voice arose from the black coffin. Grandfather, I just met a foreign disciple in our sect. To my big surprise, the demonic heart stone you gave me reacted to him, replied the maiden seriously with her head held high. Then she separated her hands in front of her chest, revealing a heart-shaped shiny black stone. What? The demonic heart stone made a reaction? Said involuntarily the man in the coffin, whose voice was originally muffled, with his voice now full of endless joy. The strange thing is, it just made an instant reaction and returned to normal immediately. Later when I checked on it, I found it extremely normal, replied the maiden with a puzzled look. Tell the whole process to me and I'll make a judgment, said the man in a grave voice after a while. Yes. This started when the chief of the sect asked a barbarian demon sect disciple instead of Senior Guan to enter the suppressing demon tower. The maiden right away described what had happened before in a clear and ringing voice, then stopped speaking and waited for him silently. After a long time, the male voice arose slowly from that coffin. Thus, when the demonic heart stone made a reaction, it was Guan Jiang who cast the summoning demon technique and summoned the devastating killing power. So, there are two possibilities. One is that the demonic power was affected with a trace of true demon chi. But, such kind of true demon chi couldn't be conserved, and the moment it entered our world, it dispersed into the primordial chi, so your demonic heart stone was instantly responsive. The other is that Guanjiang, or the disciple of the barbarian demon sect, possesses the true demon Qi. After inexplicably being driven by the demonic power, he subconsciously exposed this but immediately withdrew it when knowing this. In my eyes, I think the first possibility makes more sense, for if the true demon Qi was really leaked even a little, a liquid-level alchemist was easily demonized and thereby couldn't stay what he was. However, it never occurs to me that the demonic power utilized by the summoning demon technique is surprisingly affected with some true demon Qi, said the man slowly. If so, I don't need to keep an eye on Senior Guan and this disciple of the barbarian demon sect, said the maiden subconsciously upon hearing this. It's impossible not to pay attention to them. After all, what I said is just my guess. Not until I look at them in person can I make a real judgment. If they really harbor the true demon Qi, I'll definitely see them through even if they use treasures or secret techniques to cover themselves. Rower, you ask Shangan to come here after you leave, replied the man after pondering for a while. What? Do you want to use that move? Have you said that it's the last resort? Hearing this, the maiden felt great surprise. I'm deteriorating faster than I think. If I don't adopt measures to save myself, I'm afraid I'll be gone forever. Even if there's not anything wrong with the suppressing demon tower, I'll order someone to open it. I must find that thing this time, said the man in a somber voice. Grandfather, please rest assured, and I know how I should do, said the maiden respectfully upon hearing this. Great. Well, how is your second uncle? He must be very comfortable now, for he alone is considered the primordial demon, asked the man suddenly. He's taken Senior Yi to attend the selection of 3 saints and 6 scions. But I don't know how the detailed conditions go, replied she vaguely. Her face had changed slightly upon hearing this. Fuck the 3 saints and 6 scions. He really thinks that he can consume some resources to make a true pill cultivator. If it's indeed so easy, how can I end up like this? If he can't form a true pill, how is that possible to face the sea race and the emperor of the sea demon even if there are 2 or 3 more false pills cultivators appearing? The entire Yuanchuan continent and even the ordinary disciples of our sect considered your second uncle the only primordial demon of this generation. If I didn't become the one of the entire continent in the name of primordial demon before and try my best to help him break through his realm, how can he have the chance to enter the false pill realm and now travel outside in the name of primordial demon? Said the man, indifferent with a hint of sarcasm in his words. The maiden half knelt down in front of the coffin without the courage to reply to him. Well, you can make yourself scarce now. Remember not to leak what I said to you to anyone, said the man with a trace of vague fatigue in his voice after his voice turned calm. Yes, replied the maiden respectfully and withdrew from the hall. Haha, true demon Qi, primordial demon? My younger brother, don't be glad too soon and don't consider yourself the real primordial demon. You're just my substitute. When I find that thing, I can not only solve my cultivation problem right away but also it's most likely for me to turn into a true pill cultivator. By then, I'll be the primordial demon again, leaving you only as my shadow, murmured the man in the coffin after the maiden left, but his voice became lower and disappeared in the end. That midnight, footsteps sounded outside the hall. Subsequently, a figure entered the hall regardless of the forbidden bans and knelt down respectfully in front of the coffin. Shangan is here to pay respects to the Grand Master. Whatever you call me here for, I'll do everything to finish it. The one who was speaking was Shangan, who led Lu Ming to enter the Wan Mo sect. Shangan, how did I treat you before? The voice of the man leisurely arose from the coffin after a long time. Chapter 308, The Suppressing Demon Tower. Chapter 308, The Suppressing Demon Tower. You have always favored me and even have imparted the paramount techniques of our sect. I've remembered these by heart and felt extremely grateful to you, said Shangan rather respectfully. Very good. Now I have one thing to verify. You drink this spirit wine first and then I'll cast a spell on you, making you temporarily fall into an illusion, but you'll wake up tomorrow morning, said the man slightly. Afterward, the black coffin cover was moved open, and a fragrant wineglass plumed from the coffin and stopped steadily in front of him after a dart. The young man held the wineglass and glanced at it, finding this spirit wine sticky and pale blue with the fragrance of medicine. Thus, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. This spirit wine is fraught with powerful spiritual power just like the spirit pills I gave you before and is beneficial to your body. Drink it quickly and refine yourself when you're back to your room after I cast the spell. Only by this way can you refine all the medicinal power of it, continued the man in the coffin. Although the man's voice was a little impatient, The young man felt relaxed a little bit and felt that he was over-worried just now upon recalling his Grandmaster's painstaking cultivation on him for many years. If the Grandmaster with the paramount abilities wanted to hurt him, how could the Grandmaster poison him via a spiritual wine? Besides, the Grandmaster had given him spiritual pills with no reason many times before. Thinking this, Shangan expressed his thanks and emptied the spiritual wine. With his mouth full of fragrance, a warm current generated in his stomach and fast transformed into the pure magic power. This medicinal wine really improved his magic power magically. The young man immediately felt glad after feeling it and killed all his doubts. A gush of black gas burst out from the coffin just at the moment, gathered up, and then turned into a blurring black face with two greenish eyes. When Shangan subconsciously looked at the greenish eyeballs, he just felt the color too dazzling. In the meantime, his face became grave with bang in his spiritual consciousness. At the moment, the black face uttered an unfathomable spell and then turned into a cloud of black gas, rushing at the young man. A painful scream suddenly sounded in the hall. Shangan walked out of the hall the next morning like nothing happened without even looking back. In the meantime, the black coffin in the hall became dead silent without any sound. At the same time, the black-robed elder and Xiao Yuebai were discussing Lu Ming in the conference hall of the giant demonic mountain. In that case, Lu Ming's physical body is so powerful that he's turned to a body cultivator, said the chief of the Yuan Mo sect with surprise after hearing what Xiao Yuebai narrated. So he is. Otherwise, he couldn't defeat Junior Guan who had summoned the devastating killing power, said Xiao Yuebai seriously. Junior Guan isn't a legit body cultivator yet, but he practices some body refining means. Plus the previous adventures in his life, his physical body is extraordinary. What's more, the devastating demon he summoned is famous for its strong strength. With all above advantages, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming via the strength, so I'm afraid Lu's not a common body cultivator, said the black-robed elder after his eyes flashed several times. I know your meaning. Lu Ming's body refining strength is so great that it can cross realm. Hearing this, Xiao Yuebai's face changed tremendously. I think so. However, when he made a move, he summoned a black serpent from his body. What kind of secret spell is it? Does the barbarian demonic sect have such a technique? Asked the black-robed elder after pondering for a while. I don't understand it either. But if you want to know, I can spend some time digging it. Actually, I'm more interested in the beads than this. Hanli's snow-blowing spell has almost reached the small achievement realm. If Hanli triggers it with his full force, I won't dare to accept his strike. However, Lu used a spiritual tool to successfully counter his strike. A common spiritual tool of the upper grade can't do this. Xiao Yuebai marveled at it. Forget it. Although the cultivation method he used is so extraordinary, there are always several secrets techniques in each sect. As about his spiritual tool, the more powerful, the better, because it increases the success rate from 50% to 60% and even 70%, which is good for us, said the black-robed elder as if deep in thought. It is. Should we tell him in advance that he is about to face an advanced stage beast, not a common one? If he knows this and thereby gets himself prepared, he'll probably have a higher success rate, asked Xiao Yuebai with a nod. It's not necessary. Even if he knows this, it won't be useful. On the contrary, he may change his mind by not entering the tower out of his timidity. However, if he walks out the tower alive, we'll say that we don't know the serpent will be contaminated by the demonic qi and evolve into a demonic serpent. If the worst comes to the worst, then we'll give him more benefits. But we have to make sure that Hanli possesses those items to oppress the beast. If the demonic serpent is far stronger than expected, those items will guarantee Junior Han come out of there safe and sound, said the black-robed elder after shaking his head. Hearing this, Xiao Yuebai didn't refute back immediately. No one came to visit Lu Ming for the rest of half a month except for Xiao Yuebai. This day when he was meditating cross-legged on the second floor of the attic, a crimson fireball suddenly rushed inside from the window. Lu Ming looked a little excited and made a deceptive move. Boom! The fireball turned into the red light that then burst out, and he heard Zhao's laughing voice. Taoist Lu, you can come to the Grand Hall of the sect. The suppressing demon tower will be officially opened soon. He felt delighted upon hearing this, standing up at once, and turned into a cloud of black gas before flying out of the window. About half an hour later, he was ushered into the conference hall at the top of the giant demonic mountain again by a disciple of the Yuan Mo sect. Besides Xiao Yuebai and the black-robed elder, he also saw 5 or 6 more alchemists, including Hanli and the long-haired maiden who he once met in the platform. The others were all at the age of 14 or 15 years old. They stared at him with curiosity the moment he walked in. "Taoist Lu, are you ready? We're about to leave and the other disciples are waiting in front of it," said the chief of the Yuan Mo sect with a smile and no attempt to introduce others to him. "No problem. I've long waited for this day," replied Lu Ming with a smile and no attempt to pick on his attitude. Then he nodded at Xiao Yuebai and Han Li. The former one gave him a smile in return, but the latter just nodded back with a poker face. Roar, the long-haired maiden, looked at him with her eyes full of smile. Afterward, they all followed the black-robed elder to walk out of the hall, rising high into the air, and flew toward the stone jungle behind the suppressing demon tower. After they flew about 7 or 8 miles, the pillars before them became sparse. With his eyes narrowed, Lu Ming saw the so-called suppressing demon tower. To his surprise, it was a black stone tower as high as about 100 zhang, approximate 333 meters, and looked rather common compared with some towering pillars around it. But for the dozen excited disciples of the Yuan Mo sect standing before it, he might not have considered it the suppressing demon tower. The group of alchemists landed in the crowd at once, and the apprentices immediately bowed to them in unison. "You juniors, let's start to undo the seal," said the black-robed elder resolutely to Xiao Yuebai and the others. These people replied yes to him, of course. Those liquid-level alchemists except for the long-haired maiden, Han Li, and Lu Ming immediately came close to the stone tower, encircled it in all directions and respectively took out a black ancient mirror. At the size of a palm, the mirror had a ghastly smooth surface, making others wonder what material it was made of. On the order of the chief of the Yuan Mo sect, they immediately injected their magic power into the tools in their hands with shouts. Puff, puff. Subsequently, black light pillars shot up from the shaking ancient mirrors and hit the top of the tower. Boom, boom, boom. The place where the black light pillars hit underwent a fitful fierce spatial fluctuation, and then a black light ball was condensed at a quick speed with its volume become bigger and bigger. Standing in situ, Lu Ming was staring at it with a rather grave face. He could sense the formidable power in it via his willpower. If it exploded, he was afraid it would wipe out everything within the area. Having seemed to feel something, he suddenly turned around without any signs and looked around, consequentially making eye contact with one apprentice. But he couldn't help but feel stunned upon recognizing his face. The young man in his 20s was Shangan, a disciple of the Yuan Mo sect. Shangan hadn't anticipated that Lu Ming would turn around, so he smiled embarrassingly and bowed his head down right away. Lu Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable but turned his head back silently and glared at the black light ball at the top of the stone tower again. The light ball had become huge with its diameter as long as about 15 meters at the time. The alchemists who triggered it started to pant heavily with their heads full of sweats. Just at the moment, the chief of the Yuan Mo sect threw his ancient mirror forward with a grave expression and unexpectedly took out a crystal white tool. When he was chanting something, the tool rose high into the midair. Chapter 309, Entering the Tower. Chapter 309, Entering the Tower. Suddenly, the tool sparkled and then turned into a ray of white light, disappearing into the black ball in the air. Soon it shook with the wind and changed into a glittering jade door with antique appearance. On the surface were numerous arrays of silverish characters. Accompanied by a spell of Sanskrit sounds, the door slowly opened before them. Accomplished. Let's go in. The elderly man dressed in a black robe, the head of Yuan Mo sect, saw this and said quickly and joyfully. The air on his body flowed up and down fiercely. Obviously, the opening of the door was even putting a strain on the liquid advanced stage alchemist. Han Li heard these words and flew up without saying anything, entering through the jade door in an instant. Lu Ming smiled and also formed a sign, soaring high in the air. Not until then did other followers of Yuan Mo sect begin to summon their clouds and follow up full of excitement. Lu Ming had a dizzy spell and felt his body getting lighter. After that, he found himself on a piece of land paved with blue stones. By his side was a man measuring the environment. It was no other than Han Li. Lu Ming took a glance and found himself within a magic structure extending several zhang, a unit of length equals 10/3 meters. Around him were a number of white stone columns supporting a white light curtain. They seemed to protect well all the neighboring areas. Such protective structure is targeted at the demons. It was designed by the very founder of our sect. Unless the demons have the power of the crystal forming stage, they can never break it. For us human beings, however, we can enter and exit easily. The lad by their side spoke slowly and moved his body. As expected, he entered through the light curtain as if meeting no barriers. Your founder is really a legend. He has truly impressed us by designing such a fantastic structure. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise and then went inside in no hurry. It is already the fourth story of the suppressing demon tower. Before going to the next story, I must give you a word of caution. After all, the environment here is special and different than outside. Remember not to make trouble here. Han Li meditated for a while and then said to Lu Ming, "Well, just tell me your thoughts. I am all ears and will learn your words by heart." Li Ming felt there was nothing wrong and just smiled. At this time he looked up and found that a thick mess of black air was covering the top of this story, more than 30 zhang above them. Above all, the suppressing demon tower can only contain 2 liquid primary stage outsiders and 1 liquid middle stage outsider. No matter whether you have liquid level spirit animals or ghosts, you can only put them in the bag of spirit animals. Summoning them in this space will only cause them to be sent directly out of the tower. Secondly, you cannot use the space-type secret techniques or talismans. Otherwise, space disorder will cause you serious injuries at least or death at most. Finally, within the tower, any flying technique will be weakened dramatically. The effect will be reduced to 1/10 of the original and the power needed will go up several times than in normal cases. Han Li looked into Lu Ming's eyes and said, "I see. This tower must have been endowed with spatial limits. That is why it is so spacious inside. As for the prohibition against using spirit animals, this is no surprise for me. Lastly, since the flying technique is weakened, I will just walk." Lu Ming nodded in approval. "Okay, let's go. Since it is the 4th story of the tower, it will only contain liquid primary stage demons in normal cases. Once the power of the demons exceeds the primary stage, they will be moved directly to a higher floor." Han Li's look slightly changed and he walked in a certain direction. Lu Ming showed no disapproval and followed up in an unhurried manner. At the same time he asked with a keen interest, "Since you just said the normal cases, there must be an exception. If the demons are endowed with a great talent and know how to weaken their breath, they can remain on the lower floor by deceiving the limits within the tower. I remember that one of my seniors was suddenly attacked by the demons that were also at the liquid middle stage. He took no precautions and almost died from falling. However, such demons are uncommon and even if they appear, they will be eliminated as soon as possible." Han Li responded calmly. "It can be rather hard to defend ourselves against the demons that know how to weaken their breath." Lu Ming replied in approval. One could hardly imagine how spacious it was on this floor of the suppression demon tower. By then they had walked out of the hall. Within sight were thin fog and scattered stone columns and piles. However, nowhere could they find a demon. It was no surprise for them since this place was obviously located on the boundary of the suppressing demon tower. After a while's walk, though, there appeared bushes and some of them were even laden with fruits. Within the grass and trees were some insects flying here and there. Lu Ming's eyes shone slightly and it suddenly dawned on him that why the demons in the tower would never starve to death. You need not feel surprised at this. The suppressing demon tower has been here for so many years that it has already integrated with the sealed entrance to the secret realm here. From time to time, things from the realm will flow into the tower. Han Li felt the amazement of Lu Ming and explained in a few words as if nothing were special. "Before entering, I heard that this tower had been originally used to seal the entrance to a certain secret realm. I can hardly understand though why the demons remain here. They could have all fled to the secret realm." Lu Ming frowned and asked, "Fleeing to the secret realm? It could never be that easy. Firstly, the entrance to the realm is not fixed in the tower. It could be on the 1st floor or the 7th floor but it could never reach the top. Secondly, the entrance is controlled by powerful limits of our sect. In normal cases only entrance is allowed. Even though there have been cases where demons fled to the realm, they will be eliminated soon by persons assigned by our sect." Han Li glimpsed at Lu Ming and stated full of pride, "I see." Lu Ming suddenly realized what the reason was. By then the two had found themselves before a big forest. Unconsciously they stopped walking. The lad saw this and grabbed with one hand as if there were something in the air. Then with a popping sound, a white disc suddenly appeared in his hand. He used his fingers to rub against the disc and showed a slight frown. "What is wrong with the forest?" Lu Ming saw this and raised his eyebrows. According to the map, the nearest route to the next level of the magic structure is passing through the forest. However, there is a troublesome liquid primary stage demon in there. Try your best not to start a fight with it." Han Li hesitated for a while and answered, "A liquid primary stage demon can be such a deterrent for you that it must have some unique powers. Lu Ming was lost in thought for a while and looked somewhat confused. There is a demon called Qiu Beast. It can emit poisonous gas that easily kills anyone. Moreover, the demon itself can hardly be killed. It is said that the beast will, even after being cut into hundreds of pieces, give new life to the pieces and continue to attack the enemy. So it is rather a headache for us. Several senior followers in our sect tried to enter the tower and eliminate it, but it was to no avail. So we have no choice but to avoid it. However, if we choose to avoid trouble and make a detour, the distance will be much longer and we are likely to meet many more demons. Han Li said slowly. In this case we have no reason to hesitate. The demon is just a bit troublesome and this does not mean that it cannot be eliminated. Furthermore, we don't even need to kill it. Repelling will just work. Lu Ming smiled and said, Humph. In no case will I fear a liquid primary stage demon. I just don't want to waste too much magic power on other demons or gods before reaching the 6th story. The suppressing demon tower will, after its opening, stay open for just 3 days and nights. When the time runs out, I will be automatically sent out of the tower. On the way I will have little time to recover my magic power. Han Li took back the disc and then strode into the forest. Lu Ming smiled at this and followed up unhurriedly. In the meantime, before a stone pile on the 3rd floor of the suppressing demon tower were quietly lying 2 beetle-like demons. Their black blood covered the ground under their bodies and slowly flowed into a temporarily built small magic structure. Standing in the center of the structure was a youth from Yuan Mo sect. It was no other than Shan Gan, who stared at the top of the stone pile without even blinking his eyes. After a spell of unusual movement, on the top of the pile suddenly appeared a grayish light ball that was constantly changing its shape from roundness to oblateness or vice versa. Shan Gan laughed loudly and formed a sign with one hand. All of a sudden, the magic structure under his body gave off a beam of red light and the black blood all gushed out in the form of mist. Scarcely had the youth present himself by the magic structure was he enveloped by the mist and surged forward to the light ball surged. Boom! On the surface of the ball appeared an array of gray runes. After the collision with the mist, the ball soundlessly turned into halves. Shan Gan then, with a quick movement, vanished into the ball. Outside the suppressing demon tower were alchemists from Yuan Mo sect. They had already stopped using their tools. The black light ball on the top had disappeared, and the white jade door changed into an object that measured just severalkin, 1/3 decimeter, in length and flew back into the hands of the head of Yuan Mo sect. All hunkered down near the stone tower, obviously knowing that the opening would not stop very soon. The girl with long hair leaned against a small tree nearby, lost in thought. Little Ro, how is our master doing? It's been a long time since I saw him last time. I need to call on him sometime. The girl suddenly heard the head of Yuan Mo sect speaking from afar. My grandpa is the same as before. The only difference is that he has been studying something these days. So he might have no time to meet you. The girl was taken by surprise but still looked as if nothing had happened. I see. Then I shall go and meet him in half a month. The head thought for a moment and spoke again. This time the girl readily agreed. However, what she did not see was the tiny bit of doubt showed on the face of the leader who was looking down then. Around the suppressing demon tower were a number of followers of Yuan Mo sect. They were using tools shaped like short black sticks to besiege an enormous dark blue wolf. Flashes of light were followed soon by the fall of the demon. They cheered and rushed forward, killing the demon on the ground in an instant. Chapter 310, Qiu Beast. Chapter 310, Qiu Beast. In another place within the tower, a strong young man was sweating heavily, using 2 swords to fight against 2 demons that looked like sheep. They had altogether 4 horns and each measured several chi, a unit of length equals 1/3 meter, long. The horns were sharp-pointed and a number of dark blue blades flew from within from time to time, making it rather hard for one to defend. Bang! The man suddenly found one of his swords struck by a blade and flying out of his hand with a jolt. This frightened the follower of Yuan Mo sect into turning around and running away immediately. Unsurprisingly, the 2 demons wasted no time in chasing after him, growling all the way. In the jungle on the 4th floor, Han Li and Lu Ming were slowly advancing in tandem. Noticeably, Han Li had a black lamp flame floating before his body and he looked a little more serious than before entering the forest. Lu Ming was still barehanded but every step showed great deliberation, even all his footprints on the ground were uniformly deep. As they were going to pass through the center of the forest, coming from afar was a burst of rumbles. Then the trees were falling down quickly one after another, approaching them in a short time. Immediately they found that the trees were just 10 plus Jianghu, a unit of length equals about 333 meters, away. Watch out. Qiu Beast is coming. The lad Han Li's expression suddenly changed. He gave a shout and then formed a sign with his hands, stamping his foot on the ground. Boom. A layer of white frost was centered around the standing position of the lad, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In an instant, a thick layer of ice was forming within a radius of several Jianghu. At this time, Lu Ming dapped at the ground and flew up about 3 chi high, waving with one hand. Then before his body appeared numerous reddish-brown fireballs. A loud bang. All at once, the ground below Han Li shook severely as if struck by something heavy. Then with a rattle, a great many white marks appeared on the ice layer. Han Li looked somewhat worried and kindled the flame before his body. Instantly, the flame turned into a ray of black light, covering his whole figure. Then he slowly flew up. In the meantime, the lad incanted and shook his sleeves, conjuring up a short snow-white ruler in his hand. Then he swung the ruler and a great many glittering ice needles measuring severalkin, a unit of length equals 1/3 decimeter, long appeared before him. A loud bang rocked the land and the mountains simultaneously. The ice layer immediately broke apart, turning into lots of fragments. Something black jumped out from below and opened wide its mouth, ready to give Han Li a nasty bite. However, the lad was well prepared and in no case would he allow this to happen. He humphed and used his short ruler to hack in the downward direction. All of a sudden, freezing winds blew downward and hundreds of ice needles were shot at the target with a whirring sound. Phut. The bulky demon was directly pushed down from the air by the winds and then shot in the head by needles, bursting apart in the form of masses of white cold air. The demon gave a peculiar cry and then half its body was covered by a layer of white frost. Not until then did Lu Ming see clearly the real look of the demon. It was an enormous python-like earthworm with countless thin and long tentacles on the head and all tusks in the mouth. The appearance was truly horrible and disgusting. After a while, however, the beast shook its head and then the ice covering on its body broke off into small thin pieces and fell off defenselessly. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and shook the sleeves. Then a dozen of fireballs before his body flew out instantly with a whistling sound and hit the demon's body exactly, bursting apart one by one. Red flames soon engulfed the demon. After a while though they heard a cry of anguish and then a mass of green mist gushed out of the flames, putting out the blaze mostly. After that, Qiu Beast jumped out of the flames with a smell of burnt food. This time, however, its target changed into Lu Ming who was standing behind. A real beast. You are courting your own ruin. Lu Ming looked at the demon with contempt and inhaled deeply, clenching his fist and pointing it at the beast. A loud bang. Then a black mass broke apart on the head of Qiu Beast. In the blink of an eye, the demon was pushed afar and half its head sank into the body. It floundered to get up in a short time. At this moment, the lad in the air gave a deep cry and threw the jade ruler before his body. Instantly, a number of white halos appeared out of nowhere. Then the sight was blurred for some time before the halos disappeared in the air. At almost the same time, the demon found itself covered by cold air. Numerous halos appeared and then, after coagulation, turned into a great many glittering ice rings, trapping its body immediately. Lu Ming saw this and formed a sign without saying anything. His two hands moved together and apart, and then an enormous wind blade absorbing all his energies flew out with a shake of the wrist. Boom. A verdant line passed through the body of the demon, cutting it into two halves as fresh blood was streaming out. At this time, the short ruler in the lad's hand swung fiercely in the downward direction. After gusts of freezing winds, the two halves of the demon's body were wrapped up in two pieces of glittering ice. Done. However powerful the demon is, it can no longer make trouble for us in this case. Han Li saw this and said confidently. Lu Ming smiled. Before he uttered anything, green gases were suddenly emitted from the two bulky pieces of ice. Then the ice started melting at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, two beasts which were smaller than the original one jumped out. They pounced on Lu Ming and Han Li respectively, giving off green poisonous gases ceaselessly. Lu Ming had heard about the peculiarities of the demon from the lad. However, seeing this with his own eyes gave him a real shock. It was time to end the fight as soon as possible. Then Lu Ming grabbed the air with one hand as if there were something in the void. After that, a small light golden sword appeared in his hand. He pointed the sword at one of the demons and shook it slightly. Instantly, masses of golden light were radiated and turned into massive rays, engulfing the demon. However tough the beast was, it could not withstand the blow of a superb sword. In an instant, it was cut into pieces of minced meat, which fell down together with masses of fresh blood. But Lu Ming was shocked by what happened next. These pieces were, after falling down onto the ground, wriggling continuously as if they were something alive. Soon Lu Ming calmed down. He muttered and took back the short golden sword, forming a sign with one hand. Suddenly, a fireball appeared in the palm and absorbed quickly all the energies before it grew as big as a vat. Go! Lu Ming pushed the ball slightly and it fell down on the ground before him. Then he stepped on the air and his figure suddenly fell back. A rumble. Instantly, a black and red mushroom-like fire cloud soared up in the air and the raging flames engulfed all things within a radius of 10+ zhang. All went up in smoke. The heat was spreading to the surroundings and the air nearby grew scorching hot. After the flames disappeared, on the ground appeared a huge hole that was 1/2 zhang deep. On the surface was all reddish-brown lava. Gone were the pieces of minced meat. Not until then did Lu Ming take a deep breath. He looked up at Han Li who was standing a short distance away. The lad took back the short ruler and on the ground appeared a mass of glittering pink ice flakes. Obviously the other demon was, after being covered by ice, directly knocked into pieces. Han Li turned the other hand and conjured up a light blue gourd. He shook the container and then a beam of blue light was emitted from the gourd neck, taking in all the flakes in a gale. After that, the lad just shook the gourd with force and then it vanished in a turn. I know that such a beast will in no case get in your way, Mr. Han. Now we can hit the road free of worries. Lu Ming clapped his hands and laughed. I haven't expected that, Mr. Lu does so well in techniques and has polished up the fireball technique into the perfect level. However, as far as I know, the common fireball technique in the perfect level will not seemingly achieve such a dramatic effect. Looking at the huge hole that was half melting before Lu Ming, the lad looked somewhat deterred. His expression had, for the first time, changed a little bit. The lad was an expert in using the ice-related techniques and Lu Ming's fireball technique in the perfect level could be such a deterrent. I have had some opportunities to enhance my magic power so my techniques may be a little more powerful than my peers. Lu Ming's expression hardly changed. Humph? Just a little more powerful? Such powerful fireball techniques will deter even a liquid advanced stage alchemist. The lad still looked somewhat emotional. This time though Lu Ming only smiled and said nothing. Luckily Han Li did not mean to get to the bottom of it all. Soon the two men kept advancing. A short time later they walked out of the forest and found themselves standing before an open space full of weeds. They could also faintly hear howls coming from afar. The two spent more than half an hour fighting with a number of white demonic wolves jumping out from the weeds. Then they finally saw another giant palace hall ahead. Within the hall was shining white light. The lad immediately quickened his pace. Lu Ming followed up closely. In the blink of an eye, they reached the hall and saw clearly the magic matrix shrouded in a light curtain not very far. The lad was wild with joy. When he was passing by a stone column, however, Lu Ming behind suddenly changed the expression and somehow slapped him on the shoulders. With a flopping sound, a beam of black light shone out of the lad's body and enormous power was terribly released from the hand of Lu Ming. The lad felt his body trembled and uncontrollably fell forward. Han Li was in shock and anger. Before he started to figure out what was happening, an intangible gust of wind rubbed against his back, cutting into halves the protective black light and leaving on the back a thin and long vent that was several kun deep. If he hadn't fallen forward, the heavy wind would have blown through his heart. The lad was given a real start then. With a jolt, he was pushed 10+ hangaway, shock and rage filling his mind. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming somehow vanished from where he had been. Another intangible gust of wind blew past his original position. Chapter 311, Big Wind Bird and Blood Tiger. Chapter 311, Big Wind Bird and Blood Tiger. Bang. Clenching his fist with one hand, Lu Ming threw a punch in the hollow air, a black fist shadow exploding near the stone pillar. The seemingly hollow air was undulated by the force. A translucent lizard-like wicked beast suddenly came out. Facing the immense power created by the shadow of the fist, it involuntarily jumped backwards and fell upon the open ground between Lu Ming and Han Li. The wicked beast hissed and looked at Lu Ming with a cruel glitter in its eyes. As it opened its mouth, two long and thin tongues, which were full of thorns, spit out every now and then. Looking at the wicked beast in front of him, Han Li felt it was really ugly. If it wasn't Lu Ming who slapped the wicked beast in time, he would take a heavy hit even if he could be alive. Han Li, a youngster rather conceited, turned infuriated after such a surprising situation. "Go die," exclaimed him. As he shook his sleeves, there suddenly appeared a short ruler, by which he stroked the hollow air ahead of him. With one puff, a streak of strong white wind flied ragingly towards the beast. Under such circumstance, the wicked beast made a leap forward and then disappeared into the hollow air with its glistening body changed. But in a snap, two streaks of strong wind swept through both sides of Han Li without any sign at all. Bang! Bang! As the white light flashed through both sides of him, there suddenly emerged two thickened pieces of crystallized ice shield, which couldn't even be broken by the invisible strong wind, leaving only a deep groove on each piece of the ice shield. Even though Han Li's pupil was shrank because of such an attack. Suddenly the ice shield of both sides exploded automatically, and then came two streaks of cold light, exposing double long tongues of several inches long covered with thick ice. Before he made one more move, a golden light of sword came from afar and passed over his head. There came a weird scream. The blood of lizard dripped from the air, which almost poured on him if it wasn't shielded by the gang spirit of him. At this time, the corpse of the lizard split into two parts, emerged in the hollow air and fell on the ground heavily. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who stood not far away, slowly took back the short golden sword. The wicked beast, proficient in invisibility, was killed by Lu Ming with a sword unexpectedly. While Lu Ming knew clearly why he could do it. He possessed a strong mental power far more superior to that of the beast, making it completely exposed to him. "I own you one this time. I will repay you next time," said Han Li, turning back towards the matrix after looking at the corpse on the ground and shooting a glance at Lu Ming. Seized with terror for a second, Lu Ming followed him unhurriedly with a faint smile. As he passed by the dead body, he raised one hand and shot out a yellow talisman. A large ray of sunlight was suddenly shot out and swept across the ground. There was nothing on the ground as the yellow talisman found its way back to the sleeves of Lu Ming. Almost the time it took for drink half a cup of tea, approximate 10 minutes. Later, they arrived at the matrix shrouded in the light and disappeared in vagueness after a moment of humming sound. A lonely figure slowly flew low over a hilly area. With several matrix discs of different colors flying around him, that young person stopped from time to time to make calculations. That was Shan Gan. He entered the mysterious place through the entrance of Suppressing Demon Tower. When he flew right above the top of an unspectacular mountain, he suddenly heard a sound of screeching twice from below. Two gray shadows emerged from the hill peak and charged towards him with bared fangs. "Those are two weird monkeys with rough hair all over the body and horns grown on their heads." Seeing them, Shan Gan didn't retreat, instead he just lowered his head and chanted incantations. Then came a surprising scene. Two weird monkeys who were approaching the young man, suddenly became frozen as he glanced at them. There suddenly appeared a weird gray light on the surface of their bodies. After a while they turned into a cold statue, a piece suspended in the air. At this time Shan Gan coughed gently and had to cover his mouth with his hand. But after he moved away his hand, he found a spot of blood on it. "My body is too weak. I am just performing magic power through my eyes, but I almost got hurt by its counter force. Thanks to my year's cultivation of my body purposefully, I am alive. If it were another body completely unfamiliar with the magic power, it would have been dead. This time he must have risked everything on a single venture since he has already resorted to such a strategy. There is much possibility that the sealing place of that beast is located nearby based on years of calculation." He mumbled to himself, shaking his sleeves downward. As a gust of strong wind blew, two statues fell down from the air and shattered into tiny pieces on the hilltop with two bangs. He gradually went far away. Somewhere in the middle of the Suppressing Demon Tower, Han Li and Lu Ming stood on a tree and stared at the wetlands shrouded in the warm mist from a distance. Their faces grew grave. "My fellow, are you sure this is the place where the blood tiger inhabits?" said Lu Ming. "All I can say is that Brother Kim indeed saw the blood tiger here. But there are a dozen of monsters in the liquid middle stage in this floor. They won't change their inhabitants easily once they've decided where to live," replied Han Li with his brows furrowed. Ever since he was saved by Lu Ming, Han Li hadn't worn a stern look. "In this case, why not we?" Lu Ming smiled and just wanted to say something. A weird screech suddenly came from the other side of the wetland, followed by a heavy gale. Then a big blue bird appeared indistinctly and flew towards the wetland. It seems to be a big wind bird. It said that the power of flying technique will be restricted if it is performed in the tower. But the bird seems not to be affected at all. Lu Ming felt surprised. Brother Han, what you don't know is that the big wind bird, instead of using any flying techniques, flies with its wings, which won't be limited by the tower. Otherwise it won't fly with such a low speed if it is using its full strength. Han Li looked at the approaching big wind bird thoughtfully and said, "That's why. As a middle stage bird, why will it come here?" Lu Ming was still confused. Feeling confused, Han Li didn't answer that question. Both of them possessed the power of killing the enemy from another realm. Therefore they wouldn't be frightened by such a middle-stage wicked beast. Momentarily the big wind bird flew above the wetland, which enabled Lu Ming to see its appearance clearly. The big bird, size of an adult horse, looked vigorous in the blue wind, with blue feathers all over the body and a long feather on the neck. Pow! After hovering in the air several times, the big bird rushed down into the mist with a heavy gale. A moment later, there came a sound of cracking and bursting from time to time, with tigers roaring and birds whirring coming from the wetland. It was obvious that the two wicked beasts fought against each other in the wetland. Under such circumstance, Lu Ming and Han Li felt much pleased. About half an hour later, a bang which trembled the whole wetland came from that place. Dividing the mist into two parts in the central wetland, the big wind bird flied unstably away from the wetland in the blink of an eye, flying into the distance without turning back. At this time the roaring in the wetland stopped. "Let's go. Now it's a good time to deal with the blood tiger." Jumping off the tree, Lu Ming said unhesitatingly as the big wind bird flew far away. Certainly, Han Li agreed. With several moves they entered the fog. The wetland was so humid, covered in vagueness. There appeared some water pits of different sizes on the surface from time to time. The entire wetland was such a small area that they had reached the center of it after proceeding about 2 miles. Waving hands towards Han Li, Lu Ming turned over one hand immediately and there appeared a white talisman, which were crumbled right afterwards. The talisman turned into a flash of gray light with a slight sound. The body of Lu Ming became vague immediately and changed into a slight shadow. In the meantime, his breath turned faintly discernible. Nodding his head, Han Li also formed a sign quickly and then he disappeared gradually as his body was magnified by the white light. Now invisible, Lu Ming moved towards the central wetland quietly. After moving about 30 feet, he suddenly stopped and hid behind a tree coved with yellow spots. In the black mud about 10 feet away from the tree, a giant tiger of about 10 zhang, approximate 33 meters, was covered with blood, crouching in a place half achi, approximate 16 centimeters, above the ground. The tiger seemed to be normal at first glance. But when watching carefully, you would find that one of its eyes was squinting, bleeding from time to time. One of its forepaw curled up unnaturally, making one feel it was quite dispirited. "Brother Lu, it seems that you are lucky. The tiger is indeed heavily injured." Lu Ming heard the voice transmitted by Han Li. With his strong mental power, Lu Ming certainly knew Han Li was only several inches away from him and he transmitted his voice back. "It's indeed a good opportunity. Please help cast a spell on the tiger to restrict its moves and I will try to kill it with one strike. Otherwise it will be dangerous if such a middle-stage tiger fights back." Hearing it, Han Li felt surprised and said with doubts, "Are you sure you can kill it with one strike?" "Haha, I can only have a try," replied Lu Ming. "It's fine. Since you've said, I will try my best to assist you." There was a moment of pondering before Han Li replied firmly. Chapter 312, Slaughtering the Demonic Tiger. Chapter 312, Slaughtering the Demonic Tiger. Just when Lu Ming and Han Li were planning by transmitting secret voices, the blood tiger, who had been crouching in midair, suddenly moved its nose, raised its head and flashed a glance at the direction of the two with a cast of doubt in its still healthy eye. The beast seemed to have sensed something at even such a distance. "Now," whispered Lu Ming to Han Li, noting the tiger's reaction. He waved his sleeve and a dagger of light gold emerged in his hand. He ran a finger over the blade, and the dagger immediately shone with glimmers that gave one chills. Meanwhile, Han Li gave a small jerk of a short white ruler which he had taken out earlier, and in no time chilly winds were blowing wildly. Out of nowhere, circles of luminous white rings appeared around his body before they immediately blurred and disappeared. The next second, the blood-red beast in the distance seemed to have sensed danger. It let out a deep roar and with a move of its limbs, quickly sprang up to its feet. Just at that moment, a whirl of cold air suddenly enclosed the beastly body. And out of thin air appeared several white glimmering rings, which with an abrupt contraction, turned into thick crystal ice chains. Bang! The blood tiger, who had just gotten up, was caught off guard and fell hard back onto the muddy ground. Enraged, the monstrous beast reared its head and roared with wrath. Scarlet sheets of flames burst madly from its body. All ice chains that had touched the flames melted defenselessly away. Just then, astonishing power erupted from Lu Ming's body. With a quick blur, the small golden dagger in his hand lengthened into a sword of Severalcus. Immediately, Lu Ming empowered it with a sign of sword, turning the sword into a tuzhong, a unit of length equals about 333 meters per zhang, golden arc shooting into the sky. The blood tiger had only just noticed a golden flash in the distance when the arc effectively arrived at its head. Turning into a sword shadow, it went slashing at the monster in a golden glow. Visibly at the center of Theshang's long shadow was a golden dagger of mere inches. The beast, constrained by the ice chains, was completely disabled to dodge the attack. With that being said, no way would it lay back and await the slaughter when its life was at stake. It let out another deafening roar and suddenly millions of blood strings ejected from the beast's furry body. The scarlet flames around its skin swelled several times larger, from which a blood-red tiger shadow emerged and leapt towards the sword shadow. Meanwhile, the blood tiger opened up the crown of its head and ejected an egg-sized blood-red crystal core. But the golden moon sword, having the top ranking among all swords, could not possibly be thwarted by a mere shadow formed by a puff of demonic spirit and its essential blood. Thus, with a loud crack, the blood-red tiger-shaped shadow expired at the attack of the golden sword shadow. The sword then struck hard on the soaring crimson crystal and, boom! The crimson crystal exploded into a blood-red radiating sun. Instantly the golden sword shadow was pierced by innumerable beams of blood and disintegrated. But right at that moment, there came the sound of a sword's call. With a flash of light amidst the shattered sword shadows, a golden crystal arc came sweeping down, slashing the blood-red sun in two effortlessly, and while descending still deeper, coiled itself around the monster's neck. Subtly and silently, a blood-red line appeared in the furs of the demonic beast. And with but a few tremors, the huge skull of the blood tiger came rolling down onto the ground. But that was not all. The crystal arc blurred again and threw out large casts of sword shadows, enclosing the blood tiger's headless body and cut it into pieces. The tiger head, rolling away for Severalcus in the mud, suddenly emitted a gush of green gas from its nose, driving the head upwards as if intending to escape through the air. Lu Ming, however, seemed to have well anticipated this. With a simple flick of arm, he made a gesture of grabbing at the distant air. Then, poof! Amid a cloud of black haze, a huge hand of Severalcus large emerged in the distance and with the speed of a lightning, reached down and grabbed the blood tiger's head. Then it slowly descended. At the surface of the wound, where the head and the body were joint, the flesh, the blood and the bones were eerily visible. But not a single drop of blood was spotted. With the wild biting, flames of blood were constantly spewing from the tiger's mouth and nose. Just then, Lu Ming stamped the ground with one foot and his figure rocketed like an arrow. His figure flickered, and the next second he was right in front of the beast head seized by the giant hand. Without hesitation, he flexed his arms and launched a string of punches onto the head. The blood tiger's head could not withstand Lu Ming's enormous force. After just a few punches, it lost consciousness. Only then did Lu Ming hold his fists. He flicked his sleeves and a few ready-made talismans sprinted out and stuck onto the beast's skull, buzzing and revealing multicolored spells. The head quickly shrank under the charm of talismans and eventually became as small as a fist, still unconscious. My brother Lu, you do have your ways. You have really killed this middle-stage blood tiger at first strike. This sword must be a spirit weapon of top quality. Han Li revealed his figure and walked towards Lu Ming. He thus asked, with shock and hesitation on his face after scrutinizing the short golden dagger suspended in the midair before Lu Ming. Brother Han, you do have an eye for weapons. I am also somewhat taken aback to have succeeded with such facility. Now it seems that this blood tiger has indeed been severely injured battling with the big wind bird, otherwise it would not have been so easy for me to take it. Lu Ming smiled and said, recollecting the golden dagger into his sleeve with a simply wave. Then with a turn of his hand he took out a chilly jade box smoking cold air and put the tiger's head in it. Cautiously he secured the box with a few more talismans and put it away. The young man shook his head and said, haven't Brother Lu heard? The more serious the beast is injured, the more dangerous it becomes. Demonic beasts are the same. However serious it was injured, it was, after all, a demonic beast of liquid middle stage. But for your remarkable competence and this extraordinary sword, one would never have completed such an undertaking as this. Then with a change of face, he asked in a serious tone, "By the way, was that the legendary sword technique you had employed?" "That's right. It was indeed the sword technique. But I am only a beginner in this," said Lu Ming, evading his eyes. "In that case, Brother Lu is also a sword cultivator." Now even the arrogant Han Li could not help but gasp. "I am far from qualified as a sword cultivator. I have practiced some sword cultivator's techniques, that's all." Lu Ming shook his head. "If he who knows how to use swords techniques does not count as a sword cultivator, then I'm afraid there is no real sword cultivator in this world. So, it turns out that Brother Lu is practicing swords technique, sign forming and body cultivation and have been very accomplished in all three. With such admirable talent, I'm surprised that you are not listed among the 6. Or are there disciples even more extraordinary in your distinguished sect?" Han Li could not help but ask with disbelief. "Actually, my alchemic talent is rather inferior in the barbarian demonic sect. It is only too natural that I was not recommended for the 6. But Han, my fellow alchemist, even with such remarkable abilities, you have not participated in the selection either," answered Lu Ming calmly. "Inferior, huh? No one will believe it seeing what you can do. Brother Lu, you are the second most talented alchemist under the age of 30 I have ever seen. And as for the selection for the 6, I have other reasons not to have participated. But in terms of talent, I am second to no one except for him," answered the young man, frowning. "Ah, should that be the fellow alchemist who has the earth's spiritual pulse? It is him whom my brother you would acknowledge to be better, isn't it?" Lu Ming asked with a squint of eyes. "Darn, who else can it be but this fucking Mr. E?" Han Li exclaimed. Then he said with mixed feelings, "Though we belong to the same sect, I've never got along with him. I do, however, admit the superior strength of his earth's spiritual pulse. Just 7 or 8 more years of cultivation, and he has already become an advanced alchemist. Nevertheless, since Brother Lu you have such amazing abilities in wielding the sword, the sign and the body, you must not be too far from him in talent, if not yet his equivalent." "Well, that's actually good news to me. Now I feel we have better chances in completing the mission." Only then did this genius young man of Yuan Mo sect admit, though reluctantly, that Lu Ming was the more competent. At this Lu Ming's smile waned. He gazed at the young man for a while, suddenly sighed and said, "Even now, my fellow alchemist Han, would you not tell me the truth?" Hearing these words, Han Li's expression slightly altered. His eyes became somewhat evasive. "The truth? Brother Lu, what do you mean?" For a while Lu Ming did not say a word. Then he said pensively, "If it is only an ordinary advanced stage beast, you and I, in collaboration, have certain chances of winning, if not 100%. Yet Brother Han still looked worried. So I figured that this advanced stage demonic python must be much more capable than ordinary ones, or that it is somehow special, isn't it?" Hearing Lu Ming's unequivocal demand, Han Li's heart sank. His face was somewhat sullen and he kept his silence. "My guess is that Brother Han is afraid that on hearing this I would change my mind and refuse to go to the 6th floor. Please have faith in me, Brother Han. Since I am here, I would go to the 6th floor for sure. Plus, I have got my promised reward already. I am putting this on the table simply because I want to know what the demonic python is really capable of, so that I can prepare and have higher chances of succeeding. I can swear an oath to go if you do not believe me," Lu Ming said emphatically, staring at the young man. Han Li's face changed and changed again. In time he sighed and regaining his composure finally said, "No need for oaths. In any case, Brother Lu, you have once saved my life. There is no reason whatsoever to keep you in the dark. I was planning to reveal the matter when we arrived at the 6th floor. But it doesn't hurt anything if I tell you a little earlier. Indeed, that demonic python on the 6th floor is not a liquid advanced stage beast in its ordinary sense. It is a fiendish python, much more powerful than an ordinary liquid advanced beast." Chapter 313, The Seal. Chapter 313, The Seal. A fiendish python? You mean this is a liquid advanced stage fiendish python rather than a demonic python? Lu Ming, who had always been rather composed, couldn't help but exclaim. With a level of cultivation such as his, it was impossible that he was ignorant of the distinction between demonic and fiendish beasts as new spirit disciples were. With horror he tried to recall. All that he had read in the ancient classics about the fiendish beasts flooded rushing back towards him. Of course. Fiendish beasts are demonic beasts that have been transmuted by fiendish spirits. It was said that once the demonic beasts transformed, their body would show signs of fiendish mutation, their temperament would be taken over by extreme ferociousness and thirst for blood. Their power would be boosted to twice of that of the demonic beasts of the same rank. They would also gain incredible fiendish powers. Fiendish beasts are truly horrifying beings. The good news is that there is few places across the Yunchuan continent where fiendish spirits are found. The few places where they are found are territories of different sects, where demonic beasts are strictly kept off. Therefore, in the last few thousands of years, fiendish beasts are virtually extinct from the continent and exist now only in legends. But now there was a liquid advanced stage fiendish beast in the suppressing demon tower. No wonder Lu Ming was surprised. So it is a fiendish beast, then. No wonder Brother Han felt unsure of the task, said Lu Ming. Finally resuming his composure, he asked with a serious face, "But isn't suppressing demon tower a place to confine demonic beasts whose power has been sealed? How could a fiendish python be in here?" "I'm not sure about that." It seemed that the appearance of this fiendish python on the 6th floor was rather sudden. When they were on the 5th floor no one had ever seen it. "Perhaps it has escaped from the secret realm," answered the young man. "If that is the case, there might be fiendish spirits in that secret realm which is connected with the tower," Lu Ming said, his face lit up. "That's hard to say. In our sect, many times we have sent people to search the secret realm and no fiendish spirits were ever found," replied the young man with some thinking. "Not having found any does not mean that there is none in the secret realm. But this doesn't concern me. Since it is now a fiendish python that we are dealing with, it's indeed tricky," said Lu Ming. He then thought for a while and asked, "But since fellow cultivator Su is confident to send you, there must have been some special preparations, aren't there?" "Yes. The sect leader has given me 2 talismans, a set of formation flags and a special spirit weapon. They should be able to constrain the fiendish beast," answered Han Li without thinking. "In that case, it might not be wholly impossible for us to fight that demon in collaboration. But we need to use some strategies, though, rather than having direct confrontations. Otherwise, even if we did win, it would be but a Pyrrhic victory," said Lu Ming thoughtfully, touching his chin. "Do Brother Lu have any good ideas?" asked the young man with a blink. "My brother Han, could you please tell me all that you know about this fiendish python, including the environment of its former residing place and the situation on the 6th floor?" said Lu Ming with a serious look. "No problem. The 6th floor is where—" The young man readily consented and began explain to him. Lu Ming listened attentively, nodding his head from time to time. Shangan was hovering above 2 hills of cluttered rock, all the formation tablets swirling around him, buzzing and emitting colorful rays of light. On the ground below him lay the corpses of several giant stags, whose bodies lay around severed into dozens of pieces. Shangan stared at the tablets with excitement. "They finally have reactions. I know it. It must have been sealed here somewhere. Great. If I find it, I will definitely find the entrance, even if the living years of this mortal body would be halved." Muttering these few words, the young man flicked his sleeves and countless light balls darted out and scattered in all directions, then flashed and disappeared. The ground of several mu's, mu is a unit of square. 1 mu equals to 2/3 square kilometers. Large below shook violently and from it, arrays and arrays of stele sprinted out. Hundreds of stele were closely compacted. They varied in height, with the small ones being no less than 3 to 4 zhangs tall and the big ones being as much as 10. Each was engraved with numerous black spirit textures on the surface and crowned by a dark glimmering crystal on the top, together forming a huge formation of charms. Shangan looked down at the huge formation and frowned. Though these stele were one-off tools, the materials they were made of were extremely rare. It had taken him, the former leader of Yunchuan continent, more than 100 years to collect them. If the charm does not work this time, it would be impossible to perform it once again. With this in mind, he clenched his teeth and pulled out a white curved antler, whose surface was as crystal as an amber with a tinge of lava red glimmering on the inside. Shangan put the antler floating in front of him. Then with a mere twist, the whole antler was already crushed into twinkling powder. He scattered the powder onto the formation. The instant these twinkling bits touched the formation, they all vanished into the stele. Amidst an ocean of sparkles, the pale gray stele miraculously turned translucent. Seeing that this was done, Shangan gave a wave of his hand and a ready-made spell shot downward. Poof! The spell vanished into a stele at the center of the formation. The next moment, the stele trembled and one after another, the stele surrounding it lit up. Countless pale black words of charms escaped and hovered around the stele, vaguely forming a huge sphere of charms. Just at that moment, Shangan took a deep dive and landed exactly in the charm sphere. He formed a sign with a hand, and the several formation tablets around him all darted towards each other and merged into a basin-sized larger tablet. The huge tablet spun around and a huge siphoning power came roaring forward. All the black charm words rushed towards the huge tablet in a craze, considerably multiplying its size. Then with a muffled boom, a black light column shot out from its inside into the empty place between the two small hills. Boom. At the struck of the black light column, a surge of invisible waves occurred in the originally empty place. The empty place blurred, and an enormous light formation appeared on a bright seven-colored screen, on which zillions of golden characters in Zhuan, an ancient form of Chinese character, used primarily before Qin dynasty, style was floating. Seeing this, Shangan was even more thrilled. He suddenly opened his mouth and spitted some blood essence into the formation before him. Immediately the black light column was tinged by colors of blood. The still-standing formation started to tremble. Shangan's face, however, seemed to have slightly changed. The force of this seal was unexpected. It might take a considerable amount of time and quite a few years of life from this mortal body to break it. But since he had found it, it would be impossible for him to back down. He took out some pills from the chest pockets, swallowed them, and every once in a while spitted some blood essence to sustain the black light column at the peak of its power. Finally, under the constant attack of the black light column, the golden light formation wobbled and gave rise to rounds of light waves across the surface. Lu Ming and Han Li had left the woods and, staying carefully away from any middle-stage demonic beasts, had successfully found the charm formation to enter the 6th floor with a map. Then with a flash of white light, they vanished into the formation entrance. Lu Ming opened his eyes from all the dizziness and looked about. What he saw surprised him. Except for the white curtain-surrounded formation they was in, the rest of the place was a vast, endless desert. What happened? The young man was astounded. According to the sect leader, the formation on the 6th floor should be within a hall like on the 5th floor. It should be surrounded by a huge lake instead of a desert. The sect chief Su is trustworthy. In that case, this desert is most likely to come into being in recent years. It's the only explanation, Lu Ming postulated after some frowning and some contemplation. Recently? But it was only a few years ago that the fellow disciple Jean had last entered the 6th floor, the young man murmured. If that's the case, this fiendish python is even trickier than we have expected. It must have moved its nest to this area so that we have to forfeit our previous plans. Lu Ming retrieved his glance and said with a sullen face. You mean? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Talented as he was, after all, too young and not that experienced. Elsa sighed. Let's see if the beast is right on the outside, said Lu Ming, eyes flashing with alertness. In the meantime, he performed a charm with one hand and tapped his forehead with a finger. Instantly an enormous surge of force came rushing out from between his eyebrows and spread across all directions. Seeing this, Han Li followed him in searching the adjacent area with a charm. Shortly afterwards they ended the charm. It's not around here. Seems like this beast is no fool. It knows that being too close to the light screen serves it no good. Since it's nowhere near, let's get out. Most probably the beast is 10 lis, a unit of distance. 1 li equals to 500 meters, away, said Lu Ming, putting his arms down. 10 lis away. Brother Lu, how can you be so sure? The young man was rather surprised. Well, obviously this fiendish python has intellect. Since it is not ambushing us at the formation, then there is no reason to stay too close. But now we need your help to locate it, said Lu Ming, perfectly composed. No problem. One of the talismans I have brought can trace the fiendish spirit, answered Han Li without hesitation. That would be great. We need to first find the python and set formations around it. Other things can wait, Lu Ming said, sighing slightly, and walked out of the light screen in strides. The young man thought for a while and raised no objection, followed him out of the light screen. Then he turned his hand and a pale yellow talisman appeared. With a wave, the talisman was in flames. Chapter 314, Breaking the Seal and Setting the Bait. Chapter 314, Breaking the Seal and Setting the Bait. Instantly a whiff of green smoke emitted from the flames and transformed into a palm-sized shadow of a small pale green snake, which whirled and danced around in the air. Woof! The snake shadow suddenly bolted towards a direction. Follow it. Han Li called in a low voice, it will lead us to where the beast hides. Then his figure blurred and he went after it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Without a word, he stamped hard and shot forward like an arrow. In a split of a second, the two figures vanished in the distance, going after the snake shadow. Half an hour later, just as the green snake shadow had flew over a high-rising dune, it suddenly dispersed with a flash and disappeared. Having witnessed this from below, Han Li's face changed and he stopped. Immediately he moved his lips and sent words to Lu Ming. "Be careful, Brother Lu. That monster should be just ahead." Lu Ming nodded, alert, and stopped at the young man's side. Han Li opened his mouth and spitted out a blindingly bright silver mirror. The young man held it with a grip, murmured some charms while giving the mirror a slight wave towards the dune. Poof! A lighted white flake rotated, spun out of the mirror, and, affected by the charm, transformed into a door-sized lighted screen right in front of the two. On the screen was a clear image of what was happening on the other side of the dune. At the same time, the young man's hand holding the mirror flicked and the images on the light screen started rolling fast while it scanned the area. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. Regardless of its level, this piece of treasure is precious indeed. With this in hand, enemies that are hundreds of li's away can easily be found. The sky-scanning mirror can only function in certain areas within the range of 5 to 6 lis, among other restrictions. Normally it wouldn't be of much use, said the young man by sending his voice, reading Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming felt this made more sense. At that moment, the spinning sliver mirror halted with a start. Immediately on the screen was a coiled gigantic python. The python appeared to be more than 30 zhangs long, its body as thick as a water vat. It was covered from head to tail by shiny black and purple scales, its enormous head buried deep under the body as if sound asleep. "Looks like that's the fiendish python. How far is it from us?" asked Lu Ming, sending his voice, eyes narrowing. "Should be over 3 lis away. Otherwise it would have noticed us," said the young man affirmatively, looking at the mirror. "Good. Then we can set the formation and provoke it into following us here," said Lu Ming, contemplating. "Fine. My celestial fire 8-sex formation is a superior formation with a fire nature. It should be able to contain the python for some time," said the young man with a nod. Then he threw the mirror into the air and pulled out from his shirt a pile of inches-long red formation flags. With ghostly agility he started whooshing around setting the formation. After a meal's time, a huge formation with numberless bright red spirit patterns was floating on the ground. The young man then took out a pile of shiny silver net and flung it over the formation, which just vanished into thin air, leaving a puff of filmy cloud. Just then Han Li took out a diamond-shaped charm badge, blew some essential air at it and performed a charm. The badge erupted into colorful clouds, which swiftly glided over the bright red formation. And the formation just mysteriously vanished. Yuan Mo sect is indeed the #1 sect on Yunchuan continent. The exquisiteness of all your treasures is unparalleled, said Lu Ming, who had been watching, with a self-mocking laugh. There's really no reason for Brother Lu to say this. Though these treasures may be of some use, they cannot match your sword even if combined, Han Li said calmly. Brother Han, you seem to take great interest in this weapon, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Any cultivator would be interested in a spirit weapon that can easily kill a middle-stage demonic beast, the young man candidly replied. Pity for you that this sword is also very important to me. I would not readily give it away, said Lu Ming in a half-serious tone. Han Li smiled mischievously and said, that's because you have not yet encountered a good offer. Although I am interested in the sword, I did not intend to own it. I mainly engage in cultivating my abilities to perform charms and know nothing about swords. Right then, now that we have set the formation, how do you trick that fiendish python into it? We need a bait, of course. Brother Han, you need to stay here and sustain the formation. Leave the baiting part to me. Though I am not its equal in a head-on confrontation, I can at least run a fearless unharmed, said Lu Ming with composure. Hearing this, Han Li hesitated but nodded eventually and said, If so, be careful, Brother Lu. Therefore Lu Ming flew towards the dune without another word. The young man remained still and watched Lu Ming shrink into the distance. When his figure finally disappeared on the other side of the dune, Han Li took out another talisman and slapped it onto himself. With a muffled boom, Han Li turned into a whiff of white light and gradually waned away. Boom. The golden light formation exploded after constant shrinking and expanding, sending off a wave of golden wind that pushed over the two small hills below. Suddenly in the thin air appeared a pitch-dark hole. The face of Shangan was pale, looking like he had lost lots of blood. His pulse was extremely weak. But seeing this, he could not hide his excitement. With a wave of his sleeve, The huge round tablet in front of him gave out a loud bang and disintegrated back into several formation tablets. At the same time, the hundreds of Stele nearby shone and turned into dust with a gush of wind. Right then the young man's figure moved and he turned into a ray of black light shooting towards the sky. In a blur, his figure disappeared into the round hole high in the sky. A pale shadow, almost invisible, was gliding at high Aki above the ground. In a short while, it had already climbed over a dune of dozens offhangs high. Before the shadow emerged an enormous sand pit with the size of a desert basin. In the middle of the pit lay a huge black python, coiling up like a small hill. The pale shadow waited a while at the edge of the basin, then without a sound, slowly glided towards where the python was lying. Boom! The sandy ground suddenly burst apart, and a mouth of pointed teeth sprang out, taking the shadow in one bite. The ground shook violently and another huge black python shot out from the sand, with a single spiral horn on the head and a pair of blood-red eyes. The python chewed and suddenly fixed its stare at the top of the sand dune. At the same time that coiled-up black python blurred and vanished. It was in fact only a shadow formed by charms. The air on the sand dune fluctuated and Han Li's figure appeared. He looked at the newly emerged black python with a frown. Then scattering golden light flickered in front of him. Suddenly they concentrated and turned into a talisman, somewhat fractured. It was the golden armor seal. That shadow mentioned earlier was a form of this seal concealing itself and quietly walking over. Lu Ming looked somewhat taken aback. Obviously he did not realize that the black python they saw earlier was a fake. He secretly exclaimed for his luck. Should he have not used the golden armor seal to substitute himself, he might have already been destroyed by the giant python. Even if he was able to keep his life, he could not have escaped unharmed. Having realized this, Lu Ming gave a last glance at the cold stare of the giant python. Then he made a sudden turn, stamped the sand hard and fled with the speed of an arrow. The giant black python saw this and, slightly curving its body, it darted out in pursuit of Lu Ming. With a simple leap, it was already dozens offhangs away. It moved with an almost impossible speed considering its enormity. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had diverted some of his attention spirit to look out for his behind. Seeing the python's speed, his stomach clenched. So he flicked his sleeve and several talisman flew out, exploded with a flash and all kinds of colorful charm words dissolved into Lu Ming's body. At the same time, he let out a low call and his body was suddenly surrounded by black smoke. His shin lurched and suddenly swelled to be twice as thick. Then with several leaps he became several times faster, barely keeping the distance between him and the python. When the two were at the chase, they were also approaching Han Li's formation at an unbelievable speed. Lu Ming's face lit up as he realized that with a few more steps, he was able to hide into the formation. But just at that moment he suddenly heard a whoosh at the back of his head, as if something was charging towards him at an astonishing rate. Instinctively he stamped the ground hard and his body bolted sideways. Whoosh! A small strip of purplish-red snake tongue shot narrowly past him. And with a quick turn, it transformed into a long whip and swept towards him again. The speed was unrivaled. There was no chance to escape. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then with a flash of light, a golden dagger materialized, and swept across the scene with a chilly glint. The incoming snake tongue was slashed into several stubs by the sword light. Lu Ming took this chance and dodged, shooting forward with a string of shattered shadows swirling around him. Then with a few digressions he landed right inside the formation not too far away. Only then did he feel relaxed. He quickly turned around to look and his face stiffened again. Chapter 315, Black Liquid and White Flame. Chapter 315, Black Liquid and White Flame. It was seen that the black giant python halted abruptly 20 feet away from the magic matrix, sticking out a purple-red tongue inconstantly from its mouth. The tongue looked undamaged as if it had never been cut off at all. Besides, a touch of ridicule flashed across the giant python's bloody red eyes, and then spurted out an ink-color liquid from its mouth in a blink of an eye. Lu Ming was shocked, jumped out of the liquid without any hesitation, and retreated to the other side of the magic matrix instantly. It was as loud as pouring rain hitting the bamboo fence. The seemingly empty space sensed something, and then a large magic matrix hidden underneath emerged with flickering rays of light. A layer of red rays of light appeared, fending against the falling black liquid. After the layer of red rays of light met the black liquid, dissolved with flesh and blood, then after a bang sound, a big hole was made by the perforation. The black liquid couldn't be stopped, then it poured into the layer of red rays of light. After a loud bang burst, it slammed down immediately like heavy raindrops. The twinkling scarlet red spirit inscription was instantly pierced by these liquids, and the whole magic matrix was seriously damaged with hundreds of holes. It was destroyed in such a horrible way. Even though Lu Ming believed in himself, for he had plenty of consummate means to deal with the difficulties encountered, however, his facial expression changed when he saw the black liquid was so overbearing. At the same time, he couldn't help blaming the master of Yuan Mo sect in his mind. This was the magic matrix that the master said to be able to overpower the fiendish python. Judging from the current situation, even if he could lure the giant python into the magic matrix, he couldn't withstand the python's black liquid. However, until now Han Li had never showed himself up, and nobody knew what kind of concealment method he used. And even for Lu Ming, who had such a powerful spiritual strength, he could only indistinctly feel the youth's breath was somewhere not far away, while he couldn't really tell the exact location. Though had formidable strength, the black giant python right in matrix only had an ordinary spiritual strength. What it could do was just staring at Han Li. Obviously, it neglected its another enemy hidden nearby. Under such circumstance, as long as Han Li seized the opportunity, it wasn't impossible to attack the fiendish python. But before that, he had to resist the attack of the demonic beast first, and tried his best to create opportunities for the young man to launch an attack. But in this case, he must first resist the attack of the fiendish python and matrix of him alone, which made him a genuine bait. Well, it is unlikely to retreat now. Just estimate the strength of this fiendish python first. That's more than enough to protect myself with the scales of serpent dragon and crystal period now that the python is still in liquid level. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, and then his golden sword trembled in his hand at the same time. There was a loud crash. The dense shadow of the golden sword overlapped and bolted out in matrix of him, turned into a sword light for 7 or 8 feet instantly, and went straight to the giant python. The black giant python stood still, opened its mouth, then another gale of black liquid spouted, just happened to crash into the rolling sword light. Poof! The golden sword light collapsed and disappeared, just at the time the black liquid turned into black gas and gone. The two were perished together. Lu Ming was wholly surprised as he saw this. After all, although he employed the simplest means of a swordsman, the weapon in his hand was of the top quality, of which the power was almost several times that of the Cyan Moon Sword. Powerful as it was, it still extinguished by this black liquid. This fiendish python in liquid advanced stage was powerful to such an extent. Just when Lu Ming hesitated about whether to attack again with an unpracticed sword technique, his facial expression changed suddenly, and he swung his arm abruptly, then a golden sword light lashed out towards the sky. Poof! A light shadow of the black giant python's head presented suddenly and silently above Lu Ming, then it bit down towards him in lightning speed. Consequently, a golden sword light flashed, split the shadow of the black giant python from the middle into halves. The next moment, however, something emerged from the void of Lu Ming's side. With that appeared a light shadow of the other black giant python's head, which bit towards him viciously as the earlier one did. Let me exterminate you, beast. Lu Ming was supposed to employ the golden moon sword in his hand, but the opportunity escaped. Now he could only let out a loud cry. Then his other one free hand suddenly clenched into fist, and hit towards the light shadow of the other black giant python. With a bang, the shadow of the black fist broke through towards the python. The python's head trembled, then broke to pieces by the tremendous force that rushed out of the shadow of the fist. At this point, Lu Ming did not mean to loosen himself up. Instead, he hurriedly stomped on the ground with one of his feet, swayed his whole body, and shot forward to one side as fast as the arrow flied off the string. Bang! The third black giant python emerged from the yellow sand right beneath the ground he stood, with its big mouth bit nothing but the air. In the next moment, Lu Ming stayed in the same place for a while, then kept moving his whole body in the yellow sand so fast with his shadows left all over the place. He wielded the golden sword in his hand incessantly, while the black python chased after him with its dreadful opening mouth. But for Lu Ming was physically strong and as light as a swallow, for he had taken the aerial grass, he would have already been struck down under such a quirky attack. Fortunately, the main body of the black fiendish python was still in the same place, motionless, while it stared at Lu Ming with its cold eyes. It seemed that there were black spirit inscription flashed on its thick black scales. It was obvious that the python's main body cannot move easily as it was launching attack in this manner. Poof! A sudden cold wind swelled in the empty space near the giant python, then the dense aura emerged on its body out of nowhere, and instantly coagulated and became thick ice rings. At the same time the air above fluctuated and Han Li showed up, with a quaint lamp suspended in matrix of him. After took a deep breath, he suddenly blew a few bursts of milky white vital essence to this quaint lamp. In an instant the blossoming white flames emerged from the quaint lamp one after another and fluttered downward. As the few groups of vital essence were blue, the young man's breath of life was greatly diminished, and he staggered, which almost made him fell down from the void. Upon the ice rings contacted the giant python's body, the python growled with its head twisted abruptly. As several ice rings cracked and broken at its neck, the python raised its head all of a sudden and ejected some black liquid, heading to sweep away all these white flames. Something unexpected happened. As soon as the black liquid got to the 7 light flames, it turned into a large brisk white flame with a sound boom. Waved his sleeves in the air, Han Li showed and wielded the white short dagger he had already prepared and rushed to downward. In an instant, a cold wind burst in the upper air. The white flame fanned by the wind and rolled down, drowning the black fiendish python at one blow. The screaming sound of the black giant python immediately came out from the white flame. Obviously this white flame hurt him much. Han Li saw this in midair, he pleased for a second, which can be seen from his face, and then he opened his mouth and spurted an essence and blood to the quaint lamp. Immediately, a bloody red flame emerged above the quaint lamp out of thin air. When the young lad was about to spur the flame, the air around his ears fluctuated, and then he heard Lu Ming's urgent warning. Leave. What? Though Han Li had remarkable ability, he lacked practical combat experience, and that was why he froze when he heard the word and stopped moving. Boom. In the white flame underneath, a slightly burnt gigantic python's head suddenly rushed out against expectation. After exhaling some foul smell, its big mouth full of fangs appeared under the young man. Han Li was greatly frightened and then he tried to shun it. However, his whole body seemed to be tied up by an invisible force that he could not move a bit. He was about to be swallowed up by the giant python below him. Just then a jingle sound rung from his waist. Then he saw a silver chain flashed out like a lightning with no sign and pulled back all of a sudden, pulling the young man out a dozen feet away. The big mouth bit nothing but the air. It was Lu Ming who had shook off the chasing python. It was seen that he shook his sleeves suddenly, then released the suppressing demon chain, and saved Han Li from the python's mouth in the nick of time. Just then this demonic beast roared, swept down with its tail furiously, furled a wild dark wind, and then the white flame below was completely put out. At the same time, its giant body jumped and slammed to Han Li not far away. The young man was frightened. At this moment, he just extricated himself from the constraint of the previous great force. He was so weak that he couldn't take any defensive measures within such a short time. He could only struggle on and charge toward the quaint lamp to have a blow. Poof! The scarlet red flame blurred and it turned into a crimson red bird that rushed out from the lamp and flied straight towards the giant python. The black giant python turned up its nose at the little bird, spurted out a black gas, which rolled out the bloody red bird a few feet away, and then all these burst in a flash. Everything within 1 feet was enveloped in a bloody red flame. After wiping out all the obstruction, the giant pythons took a fierce bite at Han Li. It was the moment that a black light flashed, and then a black bead appeared above the python's head, which slammed down to the target. Boom! The bead was just smashed on the top of the python's head, therewith appeared a light shadow like a hill. The giant python growled in a low voice, with its giant house-sized head collapsed and fell heavily to the ground, making the nearby ground tremble. After 2 rounds of rituals, the weight of the bead had been tens of thousands of pounds. Powerful as Lu Ming was, he could do nothing but barely use it. Even though this fiendish python had a mighty strength, how could it resist the directly enhanced slamming blow of the bead? Immediately this demonic beast got so dizzy that couldn't lift its head up. But at this moment, Lu Ming did not hesitate to throw the golden short sword into the air, and formed a sword sign with his 2 hands quickly. The golden sword blurred, then turned into a shocking rainbow, and it flashed through the central part of the python's head. Black blood burst out immediately from the python's head as the giant head was cut into halves. Chapter 316, Black Snake. Chapter 316, Black Snake. Killed it at last. Han Li saw this in the air, said with great joy. At this point he finally regained control of his body. Be careful, this python can never be chopped off and killed so easily. Lu Ming said in a severe tone. The young man was astonished when he heard this. However, having learned the foregoing lesson, he formed a single-handed sign without hesitation. Then the black flame of the quaint lamp floated out before him, which shrouded him in the rays of black light in a glimpse. Just then, the two pieces of the giant python's head that were cut off below suddenly burst into fragmentation with crisply sound inch by inch. Then something cropped up, causing fluctuations. It turned out to be another smaller black python's head revealing in the empty space, which was the same shape as the previous one, except that there was traces of fine blood on the top of the head, while threads of black blood bursting out from it. The python's head that Lu Ming had cut off was only a thick layer of cover outside the head of this demonic beast. Of course, it was unknown to them that the snakeskin was extremely tough after it was demonized. If it hadn't been for Lu Ming's top-quality sword and the employment of sword technique, it would have been impossible to cut the python's skin off so easily. However, after withstanding such a deadly strike with ecdysis, the fiendish python itself had sapped most of its vitality. Its power was much weaker than before, but its bright red eyes still blazed with madness. The python suddenly raised its head with a long roar and twisted its body. The skin that had been scorched by the white flame had cracked and fell out piece by piece, exposing the new scales inside. It looked as if the python had never been injured at all. Lu Ming's face suddenly darkened and pointed to the air with one of his hand. Whoop! The black bead that suspended in the nearby void hit towards the python again in a glimpse, and a black mist burst out of it before it was close enough. After severely defeated by this bead, however, how would the fiendish python follow the same old disastrous road without doing anything this time? It was seen that it twisted its head suddenly, opened its mouth, and then spit out a translucent crystal bead. Boom! The two beads collided. Then the black bead was wrapped in the translucent bead all of a moment and then stagnated inside. At the same time, the python's tail slapped hard on the ground, and its huge body rushed toward Lu Ming with a gust. Before it had sprang at him, a purple shadow ejected from its mouth. Lu Ming was awfully surprised while moved his body backwards and shook the golden sword in his hand, and then a thick sword light split out in an instant, which was about to extend the snake's tongue coming right for him. Nevertheless, the purple shadow dodged aside the next moment, and the golden sword light cut nothing but the flashing phantom. Then something emerged above and then he saw the snake's tongue shot down to him in a rapid speed. Lu Ming, however, stamped his feet as if he had expected this, shot his body back sharply in an instant, and after only a few rounds he returned to the destroyed magic matrix. The giant python was fully driven by bloodlust, joggling the black spirit inscription all over its body without thinking. It raised its body up and swooped down to Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a cold glance against the python after he saw this. He stood still and then took a deep breath. Suddenly, his body surface rushed out black smokes which assembled together in the upper sky, then it turned into a black fog dragon, which was several feet long, fluttering and swirling around him. At the same time, Lu Ming's golden sword glistened and then disappeared, his other arm swayed once and 5 fingers clasped, then he shouted, rushed out towards the python. And with that a majestic wave rolled out. The giant python opened its mouth with a hissing and spewed out a black liquid, and then pounced to Lu Ming with its bare fangs. Poof! Soon after the black liquid was ejected, it was hit by a force opposite that was difficult to portray in words and was forced to roll back. The python was startled at first, then it roared furiously and spurted an invisible shock wave out of its mouth, which stopped the black liquid in the original location. But just then a white light flashed over the python, then a crystal net emerged without any sign and fell down, which shrouded the whole python inside out of expectation. Amid the incantations heard in the upper sky, the whole net tightened. At the same time, numerous white spirit inscription emerged on the python's body, plowing into the giant python frantically. What a surprise! Although these white spirit inscriptions seemed unimportant, hardened as the python's scales, the python couldn't resist the inscription's slightest assault. And as soon as these white spirit inscription plowed in, the python uttered a heartrending cry, its giant body suddenly struggled madly in the net, which seemed to undergoing a great torment. It was Han Li who finally seized the opportunity to give play to the prepared spirit weapon. It seemed that it was quite useful. Whoosh! A figure occurred above the black giant python, then showed up Lu Ming. He waved away with one hand, and then a cloud of black gas dashed towards him. He caught it with one hand which turned into a black bead. He gripped the beads with his fist in a stern look. And then he flung his fist into the giant python's head and shot it out fiercely. Boom! The python, confined by the net of white filaments, was hit on the head by the smoggy black fist. Then a black glow burst out at the top of its head, and then it fell heavily on the ground after a strange cry. On the python's head, a basin-sized pit appeared out of nowhere. The giant python was so enraged that it was about to lift its head from its neck, only to feel a sudden tightening around its body, and it became sluggish forthwith. At the same time, Lu Ming's figure blurred, presented unexpectedly on the python head. Without waiting for its response, there came out another blurred maniacal attack from his arm. There was a loud blare during the time with circles of shocks rippled over the giant python's head. The shadow of the black fists punched the python's head in the same spot repeatedly like a rainstorm, while every punch contained tremendous force within. At the very start, the giant python struggled desperately, but after more than a dozen punches, the python head was crushed into a flat one, most of which was deeply buried in the sand and kept pinned. After another hard punch, the python's head cracked like a watermelon and burst out, spraying out white brains and black blood forthwith. Lu Ming's figure blurred and hereupon disappeared from where he stayed. The next moment, something fluctuated in the void more than a dozen feet away, and then there just appeared Lu Ming. But at that time his was pale. There were vague sweat flowed out from his forehead. Obviously, it consumed him quite a lot vigor to drive the fierce attack with the heavy water beads. Han Li, who was still muttering incantations in the high air, was ready to drive a high-level magic art. He was startled when he saw these. Such a python was shot to death so easily. He couldn't help muttering as he could hardly believe it. Thanks for Brother Han's favorable support, otherwise I could never come off so easily. Lu Ming said in a relaxed look while could not help looking at the net that's still covering the giant python. He could clearly sense that as soon as the seemingly ferocious python was trapped by the net, its strength was suppressed by more than half. Yet even so, it was unexpected for him to defeat the python in this way. It seemed that this spirit weapon was the veritable trump card the master of Yuan Mo sect entrusted to Han Li. Well, thus we have finally fulfilled the task of this trip. Just in case, it would be better for us to dig its demonic crystal out and refine the corpse immediately. But I'm afraid a normal fire won't work, thus it's better to use my 3-spirit flame. The young man finally came to his senses and said it with excitement. Next, he fell down from the high sky little by little, flicked once with one hand to the quaint lamp suspended in front of him, then a black flame fluttered out and went down to the corpse of the giant python below. Whoop! Black flames raged on the python's corpse, turning into a vast sea of black flame. At the same time, the young man made the other one-handed wave. The sparkling net that encased the giant python turned into dots of white light and rose up at this moment, then concentrated together and fell back into the hands of the young man. It was at that time that Lu Ming beside him became nervous and shouted, "What the hell?" Suddenly one of his arms waved, then a black shadow of his fist shot out into the flame with a loud bang, and a gust of wind. Whoosh! There was a black shadow rushed out from the flame, happened to avoid the black shadow of his fist. It emerged in the void more than a dozen feet away in a twinkling. And to their surprise, it was a small black snake no longer than a foot in length. It was a snake with bloody eyes and one horn on its head. However, covered by the black gas, it did not hesitate to flee away, as if the suppressing demon tower could not constrict it at all. Follow it. This is the noumenon of the fiendish python. Lu Ming groaned and shot himself out towards the snake like an arrow without any hesitation. Han Li was alarmed, and then chased after them without stopping to think. Obviously. The young man fluttered in a quite rapid speed. However, compared with the black snake and Lu Ming ahead, there was an immeasurably vast difference. After only a few miles, he could no longer see the traces of the two, thus he gave a small sad chuckle and stopped. Lu Ming was able to jump out more than 10 feet with one leap, a speed that was not inferior in any respect to the small black snake in front. The black snake in front was fragile, which could not be compared with the former fiendish python. Otherwise, cautious as Lu Ming was, he would not chase after it alone. Seeing the black snake's breath getting weaker while its speed was getting faster, Lu Ming frowned but kept chasing on the ground, and suddenly his sleeves shook. Thereupon a golden rainbow rolled out. Just in a flash, it cut the black snake in front into 2 pieces. Bang! The 2 pieces of the black snake that were cut off converted to 2 black gases in an instant. However, there followed another burst sound. A smaller black snake burst out and gone, with an almost rapid speed as fast as the former one. On the contrary, Lu Ming slowed down by nearly half for the driving of the flying sword, which distanced himself from the black snake. When Lu Ming saw this, He hummed and waited for the golden sword to spiral into his sleeve. He dared not perform sword technique again but kept pursuing the snake as mute as a fish instead. Chapter 317, Sealing the Giant Foot. Chapter 317, Sealing the Giant Foot. After a meal, Lu Ming and Han Li chased after the snake for more than a dozen miles. The black snake ahead plunged into the ground and then disappeared. Who? Lu Ming rushed to the place where the black snake plunged into with a gust of wind, and packed a punch without saying anything. There with a booming sound. The yellow blast along with dust rolled out to all sides, hereupon a pit more than 3 meters deep revealed. However, nothing was seen in the vast pit. Lu Ming frowned, pointed his forehead with one finger, and then a powerful spirit force rolled out. The space crack. It almost slipped of his tongue the next moment, and his facial expression changed on a dime. But half a minute later he took a talisman from his sleeve and stuck it on himself. With a muffled thud, the talisman burst into a dozen light yellow spirit inscriptions soon. A layer of yellow light rose among Lu Ming. After forming a sign with one of his hand, Lu Ming sank downward and into the yellow sand in silence. Although surrounded by yellow sand, Lu Ming could see through everything within 3 meters with the assistance of the enhanced secret technique. A white halo with a diameter of less than 3 meters emerged out from the sand as he had sunk into the ground in less than 20 or 25 meters deep. The halo rotated slowly on and on in the same place, arousing a mild fluctuation while there was something vaguely visible inside. Lu Ming formed a sign with one hand. He got close to the near front of the white halo in a flash. When he narrowed his eyes and glanced inside the halo, he revealed a weird facial expression subconsciously. A dark blurred scene was revealed indistinctly in the center of the halo. Only when he distinguished it attentively can he roughly recognize that the scene showed the interior of a certain structure. Then he muttered to himself in reflection. Sure enough. The black snake must have escaped from this uncanny space crack to the other side. He would never reconcile to give up on chasing the snake. After all, he had promised to kill the fiendish python, otherwise he would be ashamed of facing the master of the Yuan Mo sect after leaving the tower. In addition, the head of the blood tiger he had got may be controversial. The monsters in this suppressing demon tower were almost fostered by the master of the Yuan Mo sect. They had paid a lot as they were willing to deprive themselves of a rare blood tiger for him. However, he did neither know how the space crack turned up nor where the other side access to, since the black snake got through without a scratch, so may did he. After pondering over for a second, Lu Ming made a decision. But cautious as he was, he did not pass through the crack right away, but shook his sleeve instead. Then an worn-out talisman flew out from it, hovering once and suspending quietly before him. It was seen that he muttered some words, formed a sign with 2 hands in a rolling wheel speed, and then he pointed towards the talisman in front without touching it. Poof! Suddenly, numerous golden seal fluttered out from the talisman, which soon converged, and then a golden armor seal soldier came into being. Lu Ming fluttered and his finger pointed the forehead of the seal soldier in an instant, and there poured in a pure supernatural power. A moment later, the seal soldier opened his closed eyes, turned around without saying a word, and drew near ahead to the white halo on his own accord. Lu Ming stood still and formed the sign with one hand to get in close contact with the seal soldier by virtue of the spiritual power. Nothing can be heard at that time. As soon as the golden armor seal soldier approached the halo, he was pulled in by the suction rolling from it. When the golden armor seal soldier showed up on the other side of the white halo, Lu Ming was faint while he could keep in touch with the soldier without any obstruction. The golden armor seal soldier stood still after looking around there. Very good. Lu Ming exclaimed with a relief, and then headed towards the halo without any hesitation. He turned up in a narrow corridor made wholly by black stone after a twinkling white light, in which both sides stood lofty and antique black pillars. The white halo was attached on one of the stone pillars as if it were inlaid in. Surprised as Lu Ming was, he cast a sweeping glance and then saw everything clearly. It was seen that above and around the corridor was full of black mist, just as the same as the suppressing demon tower. However, on both sides of the corridor, there was a vast expanse of black galaxy-like void, dotted with twinkling light, which seemed to know no bounds. It was unbelievable that the whole corridor was suspended in mid-air without any support. Lu Ming moved to one side of the corridor in amazement and looked down. There was nothing but endless twinkling light. He once again formed a sign to release his powerful spirit strength. However, as soon as the strength met with the edge of the corridor, it was rebounded by an invisible barrier. This weird corridor had been set up an invisible inhibition. The spirit could not leave the corridor at all. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished, and then he drove the sign secretly. When he saw the black gas surging on his body surface, he relaxed a bit. His supernatural technique wasn't suppressed here at all. Once more he formed a sign, and then the black clouds rolled over at his feet, lifting him upward gently. It seemed that his flying and penetrating technique had been restricted could be employed as usual here. Lu Ming was at a loss. It could only be explained that the space he was in now was not the suppressing demon tower but another independent space. However, by this time the black snake had already disappeared. If he wanted to pursue it, he would have to put more efforts into the mission. Fortunately, the snake just left here for a while with some of its lingering breath retained. And he had already been acquainted with the python's breath. After a moment's hesitation, he flipped himself with one hand, then a multicolored stack of flags for Matrix emerged. All these flags disappeared into the nearby void as soon as they were thrown into the air. The empty void he pointed at appeared a white halo. After a moment, the halo assimilated into the common empty space, which veiled the whole space crack. Lu Ming commanded the golden armor seal soldier by employing the power of his mind. Then he took a circular plate for Matrix out from his bosom and scribbled for a while until a light black gas appeared on it. He moved once and then dashed to a certain direction. On a small island-like altar that suspended in the void stood Shangan, on the very edge of a giant matrix with full of 7-color spirit inscription. He looked at the jumbo bundled by numerous milky white chains at the center of the matrix. Pale as he was, he still couldn't conceal his ecstasy. Something was bundled at the central matrix, covering with black scales. It had toenails of more than 3 meters in length, and a 12 feet long thick black fur on the soles of the feet. One can never imagine that it turned out to be a hill-sized giant foot. It was doubtless that Lu Ming was greatly frightened as he saw the giant foot here. This Optimus giant foot resembled to the Optimus fiendish hand he had seen in the other secret realm. Obviously the two belonged to the same body. However, besides the white chains that enwound the giant foot, there was a 7-color light curtain covering the whole matrix. And after a closer look, it could be found that most of the milky white chains were embedded within the giant foot, as if they were born this way. The smile faded from Shangan's face as he walked around the 7-color light curtain. This ancient seal is more intact than I expected, while it's hard to tell whether it can be broken by old means. After a few more depressed murmurs, the young man drew out piles of spiritual tools from his bosom in earnest, including several translucent jade metals, a small gold bottle, a palm-sized silver flywheel, and a dilapidated yellow scroll. As Shangan flicked his sleeves, these tools flew suspending in the void one by one before him. And then he pointed out once, the silver flywheel shot out like a ball of silver light. It cracked in the 7-color light curtain all of a sudden. Bang! The 7-color light curtain was motionless as it used to be, while the silver flywheel rebounded like it chopped in the armor. The young lad was not surprised at all. Then he formed and drove a sign suddenly with one hand. A click sound was heard from the edge of the flywheel, and then turned up dense inches of sharp teeth, which started twirling in a rapid speed along with buzz sound. Once again, it headed towards the 7-color light curtain. After a strident scream, numerous sparks burst out between the silver wheel and the 7-color light curtain, while the light curtain was motionless as before. Shangan hummed and then patted the yellow scroll. The scroll opened slowly, coming out an ancient painting thickly dotted by spirit inscription, with a golden 3-legged crow engraved in the center, whose wings were extended and head raised high as was about to soar. The young man spat out a bloody red square pill from his mouth and then flew away to the ancient painting. A strong fragrance of medicine diffused in the meantime. Then Shangan formed signs at lightning speed to draw the ancient painting. An abnormal scene took place. The still golden crow in the ancient painting came into blurring. Then, after an unpleasant cry, the shadow of the golden crow's head popped out and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Therewith the golden light came out from the painting, followed by a few quack sounds. And then flew out a 3-legged golden crow. Go! The young man said in a low voice and pointed to the golden crow. At that moment, the crow hovered in the air, erupting a golden flame, which just got to the silver flywheel. The whole flywheel was wrapped up by a golden flame after a bang sound. And at the edge of rotating sharp teeth emerged lines of golden fire, which empowered its cutting ability by several times. The motionless 7-color light curtain set about wobbling. Shangan was glad as he saw this, with his finger flipped again. Bang! The golden bottle burst, from which rolled out a black liquid. As soon as the liquid appeared, a terrifying sound was heard from it. And then it twirled and emitted billowing black fog. Chapter 318, The Seal and the Black Snake. Chapter 318, The Seal and the Black Snake. A black torrent about 10 zofshangs in length poured out from the dark mist and crushed on somewhere near the silver wheel. In the thunderous sound, the rainbow light screen began to tremble under the constant attack of the forceful torrent. Cracks began to appear on some of the spirit patterns in the formation below. Shangan could not conceal his excitement. Winding back to the ancient time when the seal was perfectly intact, he couldn't have left a single mark on it even with a power hundreds of times of his prime. But now thousands of years had gone by. Not much energy was left in the seal. The formation itself was already badly eroded. It was thousands of times weaker than it had used to be. Under the powerful seal was a fiendish foot of the giant fiend who had ruled the Yunchuan continent and the vast ocean at large. It was written in the ancient classics that even when a group of brave cultivators from different clans of the vast ocean had managed to finally slaughter the fiendish giant, they were unable to destroy its body. Therefore they cut its head and its limbs, put a powerful seal over them, and each hid one at a secret spot. This secret realm connecting to the suppressing demon tower was one of the hiding places of its sealed parts. But those brave cultivators tried to hide the exact location of these seals and made it known to very few people. With all these passing years, no one knew where they were. Then the founder of Yuan Mo sect established the sect in this place. He accidentally found the secret realm and connected the suppressing demon tower that he had built to it, without knowing what was actually in it. But it was only in recent years that there were reports about the demonic beasts going fiendish in the tower, as if the fiendish spirit appeared out of thin air. At that time, Shangan was at the peak of his cultivation. He devoted much time tracing the source of these fiendish transformations driven by curiosity. Finally, after decades of investigating, he found some signs of the seal in the secret realm and was finally convinced that this tiny realm, which had been scoured for hundreds of times, was really the place where the fiendish giant's body part was sealed. That surprised and excited him. But just when he was planning to act upon it, his attempt to break into the stage of true elixir level backfired and he suffered from the reverse effect. Consequently, not only did he lose his position as Yuan Mo, the leading position of the sect, but he had to hide in the restricted area in the depth of the Yuan Mo mountain, struggling to keep himself from Qi deviation. With all the things happening, he completely left the matter of the seal place behind. But when the former sect leader found that the only way to repel the danger of Qi deviation was to breathe in some true fiendish spirit, which belonged only to the true clan of fiends, he immediately recalled the place of seal in the secret realm. Thus he made this adventure. His life was at stake. So he had no heart to consider what consequences would there be if the seal was removed. He reckoned that a severed body part of the fiendish giant would not be much of a threat after all these years. Also, he did not plan to destroy the seal completely. It was enough just to crack it up a little and collect a single drop of true fiendish spirit. But for these reasons, a fake elixir stage cultivator such as he was would never even dare to think about breaking a powerful seal that could contain the force of the giant ancient fiend. Plus, the body of Shangan, which the Yuan Mo reside in, was only a spirit disciple. It was only by some special forbidden art that he had managed to empower the body with some of his own powers so that he could wield his own powers at the expense of some living years of the mortal body. But in this case he was only able to hold on for a very short time when in battle. The several weapons he had taken with him were also particularly chosen to break the formation. Although they were not one of the best in his collection, they had special effect on formations and therefore, especially fitted for this situation. He was quite worried when he saw that the formation protecting the seal was still intact. But when he tried them, the formation appeared to be less than what it appeared to be. It seemed that it was after all possible to be broken by force. This discovery thrilled Shangan, who without further ado, kindled the weapon and used it to break the seal. Once the lid was off that golden bottle, silver liquid sprayed out of it, joining the black torrent and empowering it immensely. As for these several jade tablets, when they were hurled into the air, rays of silver electric arcs shot from them. The rainbow light screen quaked under the attack. This was only possible now that this former Yuan Mo had divided his spirit into several when he had entered the fake elixir stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for an ordinary crystal stage cultivator to control this many weapons simultaneously. With the collective operation of so many weapons, power poured out of the body of Shangan. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had to cash on the body's living years again to produce power. With time passing by, wrinkles began crawling onto his youthful face. His dark hair began to turn gray. Not long, Shangan became an old man who looked more than 60. But this former Yuan Mo, paying no attention to his aging look, simply kept on empowering the weapon. Shangan began to feel anxious. He might not be able to hold on for too long with the remaining living years of this body. With a quick thought, he suddenly gave a slap on the crown of his head, and a line of black smoke shot upwards, forming vaguely a bizarre face of man. As soon as the face appeared, it started murmuring spells. At the same time, Shangan was forming signs with both his hands. All of a sudden the sky began to change. Gloomy gray clouds grew on the top of the rainbow light screen. The clouds swirled into a vortex and grew larger and larger as the chanting grew faster. Instantly the aura emitted from Shangan reached the level of crystal stage. Though deafening throbbing sounded from the center of the huge vortex, nothing appeared. Seeing this, the man's face grew savage. He continued his chanting while Shangan from below gave a turn of his palm. A crystal black dagger appeared and, grabbing it without hesitation, he slashed his own shoulder. An arm fell off in silence, instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist and dived into the vortex with a whoosh. The next moment, the vortex gave out a creepy chuckle of a woman. The chuckle made the man's face look painful. Below, though Shangan maintained an expressionless face, strings of dark red blood streamed down from his ears. The man stopped his chanting and, pointing at the vortex above, let out a loud call. Right at that moment, the woman stopped chuckling all of a sudden. Instead, a slim hand covered by turquoise scale reached out from the center of the vortex and, splitting her fingers, gave a gentle press on the space below. Boom. On the top of the rainbow light screen appeared Amu's deep giant handprint. And together with the violent attack of the magical weapons, the screen gave out muffled booming sound and finally cracked. After this attack, both the vortex and the slim hand disappeared in a blink. The black face of the man let out a loud laugh and dived down into the head of Shangan. Poof. When the expressionless face of Shangan resumed a normal expression, it suddenly transformed and Shangan vomited several lumps of black blood. All of a sudden, his hair grew completely white, wrinkles were all over his face, and his body discharged a smell of death. Even so, Shangan let out a laugh when the vomiting stopped. Though this body had only a few months' life, it's all worth it as long as I can get a whiff of true fiendish spirit. Now when he said this, the glowing of these magical weapons went extinct and with a loud boom, they all fell onto the ground. The scroll and those jade tablets turned into a whiff of black smoke and were blown away. Countless cracks appeared on the edges of the silver wheel and obviously it met its doom as well. The long black torrent rolled out, turned into a huge drop of black liquid, and started dripping slowing from the sky. It was clear that at this point Shangan had used up all the powers that he can extract from the moral life of the body. But Shangan, looking at the huge fiend foot, which was now completely exposed, he was wild with joy and looked incredibly confident in successfully extracting the fiendish spirit. With a turn of his palm, he brought out a black calabash and stumbled towards the giant foot. The giant foot remained motionless in the white talisman chain, as if not at all affected by the collapse of the rainbow light screen. Therefore, Shangan was off guard. He figure flashed a few times and stopped less than a fuse hanks away from the huge foot, eyes sparkling with desire. Suddenly, whoosh! The few black standing hairs on the foot that were the nearest to him transformed into long black snakes and darted at him. Damn it! Shangan was after all a former Yuan Mo. Though he had no longer considered the huge foot a threat, he was still on his guard. Seeing this, he blurted out a curse and readily triggered a talisman that he had already held in his hand with a clench. Immediately a white light shield appeared in front of him. As soon as these hair-turned black snakes bit onto the shield, they winced with a hissing sound as if meeting their natural enemy. Seeing this, Shangan smirked and resumed to wielding the calabash in his hand. Suddenly, a whooshing sound went through his ear and the smirk froze on his face while a black snake darted out from his forehead. It turned in a whirl and fixed its blood-red eyes on Shangan, munching on something. Chapter 319, Another Drop of Heavy Water. Chapter 319, Another Drop of Heavy Water. Impossible. I'm only one step away. Shangan stared at the black snake that appeared all of a sudden, raised his hands and touched the black blood and the brains with an unbelievable expression. He murmured a few words and the whole body collapsed onto the ground. The white light screen in front of him dispersed into rays of spirit lights and disappeared. But it was not until the corpse had touched the ground when the head exploded with a muffled boom. A whirl of black smoke rushed out and shot upwards. Then with a turn, it dashed in the opposite direction. Shadows appeared in the thin air and the upper part of the hair at the bottom of the huge foot transformed into black snakes again. They bolted out as the lower part of the hair still clung to the foot. Then there was a shriek and the thing covered in the black smoke was bitten by these black snakes, unable to extricate itself. When the black smoke dispersed, a fist-sized green mask was revealed, with a horrified expression vivid like a living man. In no time, it was torn apart by the black snakes and eaten whole, along with the headless corpse. Moments later, the black snakes, which had devoured every bit of blood on the ground, suddenly shrank and became thick scrubby hairs again. All except one snake that had eaten the brain of Shan Gan. It circled around the giant foot, as if hesitating whether to go near or not. But as it became weaker and weaker, it eventually rushed towards the giant foot, hissing. As soon as the black snake touched the bottom of the foot, a blackish shadow of a python escaped from the foot and with a boom, spitted out a shiny black crystal core onto the ground. The black snake itself blurred and turned into a thick hard hair on the bottom of the giant foot, as other hairs were, as if this was where it belonged. While the green mask was torn apart, the black coffin in the black hall in the middle of the giant demonic mountain, which was originally quiet, suddenly let out a horrible shriek, "No!" At the same time, the lid of the coffin soared and a blackish figure popped out from the coffin, hands scratching the air in vain. Then with a loud boom, its head exploded. A whiff of black smoke rushed out from the headless body and, among the uncontrollable dashes of magical powers, transformed into a hurricane, spiraling upwards. When the hurricane touched the ceiling of the black hall, it triggered multiple restrictions set in the hall. Instantly, light screens of all colors started flashing simultaneously while a deafening booming sound echoed in the mountains. Outside of the gathering hall of the giant demonic mountain, people were running around. As soon as it happened, 7 or 8 liquid stage cultivators with different clothing styles gathered at the gate from all directions. They each had a formation tablet in their hands and without a word, started scanning the surroundings with it. A short time later, a graceful-looking woman in green exclaimed, "Impossible." The vibration came from the direction of the black demonic hall. Indeed, it was the black demon hall. "Perhaps," said a skeletal man with a sallow face in horror. Other people exchanged looks and revealed surprised and doubtful expressions in unison. Just then, another ray of black light shot from behind the hall. With a few flashes, it had already reached the sky nearby. The light waned and a brocade-wearing man over 20 appeared. Seeing that these people were here, he said with a pale face, "My dear Censor Senior disciples, I have bad news. Master Xian's life plate split open." Everyone's face changed. For some time, silence reigned the hall. Outside of the suppressing demon tower, the leader of Yuan Mo sect sat quietly in a crossed-leg pose. Suddenly a buzzing sound rang in his sleeve. Surprised, he gave the sleeve a wave and a white round plate flew out, swirled and stayed afloat in front of him. The plate was flashing with white lights. A silver line of words surfaced. The sect leader glanced at it and popped to his feet, his face pale. "My senior disciple, what has happened?" asked Xiao Yuebai in surprise, who was sitting leg-crossed near him. "Our master, he has forever gone," the sect leader finally said sorrowfully by sending his voice after some time. With this, he threw a glance at Ro, the girl with long hair. The young girl was then sitting under a tree, enjoying a silver cover classic, obviously unaware of the news. "What? Impossible. Master did suffer from the reverse effect of forbidden arts, but how can he perish so fast?" Xiao Yuebai paused and exclaimed without thinking. But he did not say this by sending his voice. Not only the girl with long hair, but all the other cultivators who were sitting near the sect leader shook at hearing this. They all looked at Xiao Yuebai. "Senior disciple Xiao, what did you just say?" The girl's voice was somewhat shaky. She thus asked as if she hadn't heard what Xiao had said. Lu Ming looked at the altar not far away, which was connected to many corridors on each side. He was still in shock from what he had just seen. Not long after he started chasing, he found the black snake by tracing its smell, and was just in time to see how the black snake had hid itself and attacked and killed an old man on the altar. The black snake that he was chasing turned out to be a hare. This thought made him feel unreal and subsequently terror. A single hair at loose in the suppressing demon tower was able to transform into a liquid advanced stage fiendish python. One could only imagine what a horror that a live giant foot on the altar could be. After he saw the giant fiendish Atlas hand in the secret realm some years ago, he had looked up some ancient classics and had finally known about some of the rumors of the giant ancient fiend being dismembered and separately sealed. Therefore he wasn't as confused when he saw this giant fiendish foot, albeit still taken aback. Other cultivators may not be able to lay eyes on even one of the places where the giant limbs were sealed, but I am so lucky as to have stumbled upon two. I do have some luck. Anyway, who is that old man? He looks somewhat familiar. Perhaps he is also a Yuan Mo disciple? But his level seems rather low. Lu Ming had performed the invisibility charm and hid himself as soon as he saw the altar. And now, recovering from the shock, his mind started working fast to straighten out the matter. He was only able to do this because he saw that the giant fiendish foot was constrained by white talisman chains. Otherwise he would have fled in no time if he saw an untamed giant hand like he did last time. But now he simply stared at the giant foot on the distant altar with changing faces. Another reason why he had not retreated was that he wanted to take this chance to find out if there was any relation between the sealed limbs and that mysterious bubble in his spiritual sea. The last time he was in a secret realm where another seal was at, he mysteriously lost conscious not long after the giant hand was revived. When he woke up, the giant hand was gone and another Lu Ming appeared inside of him. There's got to be some connections. But what he was now facing was an enigmatic existence who had ruled the entire Yunchuan continent in the ancient history, and even whose hairs on the sealed limb could transform into horrible fiendish pythons. Naturally, he was extra careful. Lu Ming quietly stayed put for quite some time and, not having observed any slight movements in the giant foot, started sliding towards the altar. This was a good opportunity for him to figure out the nature of the bubble, perhaps the only chance. Therefore, although Lu Ming knew how much risk he was taking to get close to the altar, he had no choice. After all, his suspicion of that mysterious bubble had become unbearable. He would not sleep nor eat well if he could never dig out the truth about it. When he was only a few hanks away from the altar, he revealed his figure and stuck onto himself as many talismans as he could find. Instantly, rays of colorful light screens emitted from him. He then formed a sign with a single hand and heavy black smokes roared out of his body. In spiral, the black smoke contracted and gave form to the black misty flood dragon, brandishing its teeth and claws and hovering around. At the same time, bright red scales silently crept onto the surface of Lu Ming's vital body parts like his chest and abdomen. Having finished this, he took a deep breath and finally took his first step to mount the stairs leading to the altar. First step, second step. After the time to take several breaths, Lu Ming finally mounted the altar. He halted his steps and started sizing up the formation and the giant foot sealed in it middle at a close distance. At such a distance, he still hadn't felt any unusual movement in his spirit sea. He was greatly relieved but also somewhat worried. But moments later, he was attracted by a few tools on the ground near the giant foot. A visibly decrepit silver flying wheel, a ball of black mist as if something was wrapped inside, and a bright black crystal. The silver wheel was of little value. Simply having scanned it with his spirit sense, he knew that this piece of spirit weapon was completely destroyed and had only a slim chance to be repaired. But the black mist and the black crystal were elating. Lu Ming gave a wave of his hand and a siphoning power was released. The black mist and the crystal trembled and flew towards him. The black mist weighed on his arm as it landed in his hands. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Presently he blew hard into the mist. Suddenly winds were roaring. The black mist was completely dispersed and revealed a pea-sized black drop of liquid. A drop of heavy water. It is indeed another drop of heavy water. But it seems to have been refined in a special way, muttered Lu Ming with an expression of pleasant surprise. The drop was not easy to hold even with power such as his, which meant that it was still more valuable than the first drop of heavy water he had obtained. Chapter 320, Out Came the Demonic Character. Chapter 320, Out Came the Demonic Character. As for the other black crystal, Lu Ming could recognize it at a glance that it was the demonic core of the fiendish python. It was unexpected that when the black snake that transformed from black hair got back to the giant foot, the core was abandoned here. And if he obtained the hair, he was able to say that he had fulfilled his duty to the master of Yuan Mo sect when going back. Lu Ming put the two spiritual tools into his storage conch warily, then glanced at the ground not far away and saw a pile of black debris. These debris, however, were the black gourds that Shan Gan had taken out, which transformed as soon as falling to the ground. Now it could not be broken any least, while it could no longer have any function as well. Lu Ming walked around the giant foot along the edge of the almost partly destroyed matrix. He kept making a comparison between the giant foot and hand that he had seen. In the meantime, the giant foot lay quietly in the center of the matrix, together with its motionless hard hair, just like a wholly dead thing. Lu Wu frowned as he saw this scene. He sensed not even the slightest demonic breath from the giant foot, which was perhaps the biggest difference from the giant hand. Lu Ming stopped and made a quick think, then he turned one of his hands over and there came a green needle in his hand. It was the Earth-grade spirit weapon-y needle of blue shade. Then he took a deep breath with his fingers trembled. Thereby the needle turned into a blue light, targeting at the very part of the foot's sole in which was not covered by scales. Bang! One of the hard hair that nearest to the foot's sole blurred, which elongated to more than 3 meters. It knocked the needle of blue shade over in just one motion. Lu Ming's face turned pale a bit as he saw this, then he stepped 2 steps back while empowering another sign more rapidly. It was seen that the needle of blue shade hovered and burst out to the foot's sole once again. However, there was a loud sound breaking through the air all of a sudden, followed by hundreds of blue radiance. Poof! The upper half of the huge hard hair rolled up abruptly, converting to a giant black snake which spurted black clouds from its opening mouth. After rolling by the black clouds, the blue radiance collapsed and disappeared one after another. When there was only one blue radiance left, it was swallowed up by the giant python as the python lunging towards it. Under such a situation, Lu Ming looked ghastly paler as he was forming a sign. At this moment he had lost spiritual contact with the needle of blue shade. However, he had roughly found out the strength of these black snakes after a round of fight, which was about the liquid middle stage. The giant black snake, after swallowing the needle of blue shade, did not change back to hard hair. Instead, it raised its head and made a hiss sound, staring at the Lu Ming all the same time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and changed his sign. At that moment, the dense blue light turned up before him, which gathered into more than 10 cyan wind blades. Go! He swung his sleeves and gave the order under his breath. Then the wind blade in front of him turned into a burst of green radiance. The giant black snake was enraged. After a sudden wiggle, there appeared more than a dozen heads of snakes. Each one of its big mouth opened and then bit a wind blade in an instant until it swallowed all the blades. Thereupon, all the shadows of the snakes' heads vanished at the same time and restored to a single one head. Then it was seen that the body part beneath the head jerked, and then turned into a black gas heading to Lu Ming. Lu Wu's eyes narrowed, with his upper body remained still, while his feet slid backward for several steps like a spring. Bang! After trembling at the edge of the matrix, the black gas turned into a ferocious black snake again. Despite twisting its body desperately, the latter part of the hard hair was tightened together with the giant foot, which was incapable of moving forward for another inch. But the next moment, the black snake opened its mouth from which wavered black clouds, and it seemed that was about to be spew out. Bang! A group of black fists came and hit the black snake on its head. It was Lu Ming who pounded out a punch that had trembled the head of the snake, and the black clouds that were to be sprayed collapsing and disappearing in an instant. Then a golden light flashed in his hand, therewith emerged a golden sword which changed into a sword that of 3 meters long and marched off as he overturned his hand. Poof! The sword light made a sharp turn and cut to the juncture of the black snake and the untransformed hard hair out of expectation, cutting off the upper half of the black snake. As the black snake hissed once, it turned back into a 2 feet thick black hair and floated down from the air. But such a cut was resembled to stabbing in a honeycomb, for the rest hard hairs at the sole of the giant foot rocked and turned into black snakes, all of which swooped towards Lu Ming with their heads held up high and their tongues out. However, they were hindered by the time they got to the edge of the matrix, with their body tightened. Lu Ming chuckled at this stupid scene. Obviously, these black snakes were not so intelligent as their means of attack were of little change, while the distance of their attack was greatly limited as well. So he was less fearful about it as a matter of course. There was a shout coming out from Lu Ming, empowering the sword sign in his mind at the same time, and then the golden sword in his hand trembled and shot out like a dazzling rainbow. For a time, the sky was bestrewed flashing shadow of swords. It was the sword technique that can only be performed by a swordsman. Since the dazzling rainbow flickered and rolled back to Lu Ming's hand as a short sword, all the black snakes were cut off by halves, leaving more than a dozen feet-long half-hairs on the ground. The remaining hairs, which were still connected to the sole of the giant foot, bounced back one after another to the sole of the giant foot and then out of sight. As if they were scared as being chopped by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished. Then he flicked his sleeve after a second thought, in which flew out a black gas, rolling one of the half-hard hair in the ground back. Next he firmly nipped the hair with 2 fingers. But something startling happened. As soon as he touched the hard hair, there flickered a black light. And each end of the hard hair turned into a head of black snake, biting in a lightning speed after a flip towards Lu Ming's palm. But it seemed that Lu Ming was already on the alert as his wrist shook suddenly, followed by a vibration that was hard to portray in words gushing from his 2 fingers which input straightly into the 2-head black snake. Bang! The 2 heads of the black snake trembled, then melted into a black gas and dispersed. It became a thick hard hair again while still writhing to a small extent. Right now Lu Ming packed the golden sword up and took a yellow talisman out instead, just sticking right on the hard hair. Silver inscriptions poured out of the talisman and then merged into the hair. The surface of the jet-black hard hair appeared many a lot rice-sized silver inscriptions, and then the hair kept still like a dead thing. Such a hard hair was so singular while belonging to the sealed limb of an ancient giant demon that Lu Ming could never abandon it. He took out a few more talismans and pasted them on the hair, and then put the hair in a jade box. Later, Lu Ming collected all these half-cut hairs on the ground in the same way. Lu Ming had already made plans as for how to use these hairs. Now that the fur of the green-haired demonic mouse can be refined into the needle of blue shade, let alone these hard hairs of the giant demon, which were undoubtedly the best material for flying needle. If he could find the right refiner, he might even be able to get a set of heaven-grade flying needle. As Lu Ming brought all those hard hairs under control, he looked at the giant foot once again. He then muttered to himself, followed by a single-handed beckon towards the air, there emerging another blue-winged blade. With his wrist swinging, the blade shot out like a green light. Bang! Under the circumstances of without any obstruction, the wind blade was firmly chopped at the sole of the giant foot and then bounced off. Lu Ming was not surprised about it at all. Instead, he muttered some words with his palms closed and parted once. Then a giant wind blade that of 4 to 5 meters long emerged in front and vanished after a whoosh sound. The blue light flashed the next moment, then the giant wind blade cut in the sole of the foot and rebounded off as well. It seemed that even without scales, the defensive strength of the giant foot was far more than anyone can imagine. Lu Ming then became greatly frantic. It seemed the hearsay that, in ancient times, those revered elders were incapable of destroying the corpus of the giant demon, then they sealed the corpus up in parts instead, was true by and large. Lu Ming twinkled for a few times, turned one of his hand over, and then the golden moon sword turned up. He then flicked it once and a golden sword light rolled out. Boom! The pointed sword light cut to the sole of the giant foot, and disappeared in a flash though it was not bounced off. Lu Ming was truly stunned this time. He flicked once again as he couldn't accept the result, and then burst out several sword lights, which faded away on the surface of the giant foot alike. Lu Ming was getting desperate by now. If it couldn't exterminate this demon even with the sharpest golden moon sword, there was no other more suitable means. As for the white chains bundling the giant foot, he would never decompose them as long as he was not insane. As time elapsing, Lu Ming tried firebomb technique, ice cone technique and some other attack techniques. The attempts were of little avail. Lu Ming walked along the edge of the matrix and around the giant foot again, with his eyes swept slowly every inch above and below the giant foot. Where the giant foot had been cut off was covered by a layer of black scales anew, exposing not an inch flesh. As for the rest part of the foot, there was no weakness could be taken advantage from at all. Abruptly, Lu Ming halted, with his eyes fixed on a basin-sized scale on one side of the giant foot, and then he was startled. If he had not been dazzled, there was an unfamiliar purple character emerged on the huge scale just then, and disappeared all of a moment. But what appeared as crazy to Lu Ming was that, it was a grotesque and tedious ancient character that was clearly he had never seen before. However, he knew its meaning and pronunciation at a glance, as if he were born to know it. Weird as such a thing he encountered, no wonder he would be bitterly frightened. But when he thought about it again he figured it out a bit. The reason why he could recognize the character was greatly connected with the experience that someone had possesses him to come back to life once. Thus it was not he knew the purple character but the person who had possessed knew it. Chapter 321, The Demonic Eyes. Chapter 321, The Demonic Eyes. Since he had nearly been possessed by someone else, he had specially looked up many related books and records after going back to his sect, in which did record that some of the learners who had been possessed and got good out of such a misfortune. These men had got their spiritual power increased, or had directly overwhelmed the one who tried to possess them by obtaining their memory and mastered some secret techniques overnight instead. Of course, there were also someone who had not been possessed successfully at that time, but their spirits were influenced by the residual spirit of the stealer later, and then they went mad and died. He just got a little memory of the man who was intended to take his body in the ancient character, which was quite normal in this case. But when Lu Ming pondering the source of the purple ancient character, he got nothing, for he had no definite memory when it came to specific details. Nevertheless, he would never let go of the opportunity presented to him. He then stared at the scales on the giant foot. Only then did he realize that the scale seemed a little larger and darker than the other nearby scales. After gazing at the scale for nearly the time for a meal, there flashed a black light as well as the purple ancient character, that of the same as before. Lu Ming was vacillated a bit when he saw this and kept looking at the scale. And then after a while, he unexpectedly uttered an obscure syllable when the purple ancient character appeared again. Poof! Then the purple ancient character fixed on the scale in an instant. At the same time, there came a faint light in the blank area near the scale, and there appeared another wholly disparate purple ancient character. Lu Ming started being nervous, which can be seen from his shrinking pupil, while he recited the pronunciation of this ancient character without any delay. Consequently, the second purple ancient character fixed on the scale as well, and the third purple ancient character followed after. Lu Ming read all the characters out as soon as a new one leaped in front of his eyes. A moment later, 9 purple ancient characters flickered in a row on the scale, while nothing else happened beyond this. Lu Ming frowned and stood up, then opened his mouth to read out the 9 characters all at once after meditating for a while. It seemed that was a sort of sign. Bang! Just as he pronounced the last syllable, the 9 purple ancient characters on the scale scattered and gone simultaneously. Yet there was a faint and muffled sound coming out from the giant foot. Though the sound was low enough, somehow Lu Ming's heart jolted as he heard it. Lu Ming was alarmed while he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Whereas seconds later, another louder muffled sound came out of the giant foot. And Lu Ming's heart jolted once again. At this time he was definitely terrified and his face turned paler. Then the muffled sound came out of the giant foot one after another, and became louder and faster, as if there was a strong heart resuscitating inside. After a while, this powerful bang sound resounded all over the altar. Lu Ming had put a palm on his chest at this point while he looked exceedingly ghastly. Now his heart within his chest was beating unexpectedly at the same frequency with the muffled sound. Even if he desperately drove his supernatural power to make a change, nothing improved at all. At this time, every beat of his heart sped up his blood circulation from head to foot, which was an ineffable bad feeling to him. Oh no! Lu Ming turned around promptly and headed towards the outside of the altar. Although he did not know what changes had taken place in this giant foot, he'd better stay away right now in case of any accident. But just then the muffled sound stopped, followed by dense silver wires emerging on the black scale's surface and gathering later. It was seen that the gathered wires suddenly turned into an egg-sized silver eyeball that stared at Lu Ming with its silver light shining in the pupil abruptly after a budge. The next moment, Lu Ming felt the air around was tightened, a tremendous suction beyond imagination rolled out from behind, dragging him back like a magnetic attraction in an instant. Naturally, he was shocked by such a situation. He was truly despaired when he turned his head and saw the silver eyeball on the scale. Then he shouted without any preparation and clenched his fists. He became far heavier than before at this moment and paused the tendency of being dragging backward, followed by a side somersault with one of his hand. Hereupon the golden sword emerged from the air and slashed backward. Z. The invisible suction was severed by a blinking golden light. Lu Ming was delighted. He was about to extricate himself in virtue of forming a sign once again. But just then, along with a dull boom from the altar, the scales on the giant foot erected instantaneously. Each scale possessed a silver eyeball after glittering, reaching a quantities of 300 to 400, and stared at Lu Ming right away. It was no wonder that Lu Ming may be tensed up as he turned his head and saw the whole scene in a hurry. Then he was rolled away by the black gas that turned from a hovering black foggy dragon. And after a few flash, he got somewhere 300 meters away. Just when he was relaxed and thought he was secure enough, the silver eyeballs on the giant foot flashed once in the pupils all of a sudden, shooting out a silver wire each. And all the wires disappeared into the nowhere nearby in a flash. The next moment, the air around Lu Ming fluctuated, followed by hundreds of silver wires ejecting out in an instant. After another flash, the wire straightly pierced all the light shields that played on Lu Ming's body surface and tied him up, and suddenly pulled him away toward the altar. Lu Ming fought tooth and nail by driving some signs. However, all his powers were non-effective as entangled by the silver wires at the moment. At the same time, some energy was transfusing into him, which made him feeble to an extent that couldn't even lift his limbs up. Lu Ming was overwhelmed at the very moment. Meanwhile, the white seal chains that had been almost buried in the giant foot were buzzing loudly after the demonic eyes of the giant foot spewed out the silver wires. Accordingly, these chains were dyed by 7 different colors, then released some light golden flames and tightened up all at once. Tightened by the 7-color seal chains, coupled with burnt by the golden flame, the hundreds of silver eyeballs twisted with a monstrous sizzle, sound and shrank at a rate visible to the naked eyes. At the same time, it was seen that a silver mark on the sole of the giant foot. Then as the mark shined again, the mark ruptured and exposed a large and fierce-looking black mouth, orienting toward Lu Ming as he was dragged by the silver wires. Lu Ming was so horrified as he saw the things happened in the altar and the giant foot. However, he could do nothing but see himself getting closer to the altar as he was restrained. After a quick think, he was determined to release the embryo of the plow sword once he was finally dragged to the giant foot, even though he would be severely hurt and consumed his spiritual energy. He thought that, if this embryo of sword's terrifying power can be fully released, maybe the only mean to strike down this giant foot. And as long as he could power through this trail, those 7-color seal chains should be able to suppress the foot once again. At this point, a peculiar and familiar feeling was sensed within Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew it well and then swept his spiritual power within him in an instant, only to see a bean-sized sparkling bubble in the spirit sea, out of which came a sense of great longing in the subtle twinkling, while targeting to the giant foot that sealed on the altar. Lu Ming rejoiced and was about to do something, but only saw the mysterious bubble in the spirit sea rotated and rose up gently. Poof! The silver wires that wrapped around Lu Ming were self-ignited at the same time with surging black flame, and then out of sight as a black smoke. Lu Ming halted as soon as he cast off these wires, and his power and body recovered at the same time. Meanwhile, the giant foot was grilled by the golden flame on the altar, and its hundreds of silver eyeballs attached collapsing coincided with the disappearance of the silver wires. However, the giant foot itself was tightened by the 7-color seal chains, struggling and twisting at its full split. The bloody mouth on the sole of the foot opened as wide as possible, with more black air exhaling out. Lu Ming was surprised as well as delighted to see the scene. The mysterious bubble was closely related to the sealed giant foot as expected. But then, a weird cry suddenly came out of the sole of the giant foot, which followed by a bang sound, and a dark light column burst out. It merged into Lu Ming's body after a flash and flew madly into the mysterious bubble of the alchemist. Lu Ming could only sense the bright black light before him. He then closed his dim eyes after a hum in his ears. The black light columns coming out from the weird mouth kept on pouring into Lu Ming, while the giant foot shrank at a rate visible to the naked eyes and became shrivel. At the same time, the 7-color seal chains buzzed, emitting more golden flames, like a golden sea of fire, which almost shrouded the whole altar. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked around. He couldn't help wearing a wry smile. He was once again in the mysterious overcast space. This place had no big difference comparing with last time he left. After a brief examination, Lu Ming sat down randomly and meditated on everything he had recently experienced. Unquestionable. The reason why he was directly dragged into the space was related to the black light column emitted by the sealed giant foot. Although he was pulled into the space at the moment of touching the light column, he could still sense the horrifying demonic aura in the light column through his spiritual power. In this case, from the aspects that his power had been absorbed more than once by this mysterious bubble and the missing of the other giant hand, the prerequisite for his spirit entering this space was to be absorbed a great deal of energy. It seemed that the mysterious bubble brought some changes to the space each time it absorbed energy, and such changes depended on the different energy it absorbed. Chapter 322, The Round Sky Stele. Chapter 322, The Round Sky Stele. The last time his power was sucked away from him, this universe expanded. And with the disappearance of that giant Atlas hand, a second Lu Ming appeared out of thin air. To go along with this line of logic, since the giant foot and the Atlas hand were both part of the giant fiend, the power that was being sucked should be something akin to the fiendish spirit. Then it would be very likely that another Lu Ming appeared in this universe. But these were only his speculations. He needed to see with his own eyes to know what would happen. Another thing he couldn't be sure of was how long he would be stranded in this space. Because last time the giant hand appeared, he immediately passed out and had a weird dream. Just as Lu Ming was contemplating in the mysterious universe, the entire place trembled and suddenly strange booming sounds came from above. Startled, Lu Ming looked up. The cloud of gray fog above him was now suddenly rolling ferociously with a thunderous roar. The fog was madly whirling into a huge whirlpool in the sky above. Lu Ming's face changed. He instinctively took a step back and turned his hand to summon the golden dagger, startled by the likeliness of imminent danger in front of him. Just then, a shrilling voice pierced through the whirlpool and a ball of black gas charged out, as if attempting to escape the whirlpool. Boom. A white light screen appeared at the eye of the whirlpool and completely blocked it. The ball of black gas hit the screen hard. The light screen shone brightly and the gas ball was rebounded. The light screen slightly shook and became still as rock again. The black gas let out a shrill and rotated, then a giant face appeared, whose facial features were exactly those of Lu Ming's, but with furious eyes and an expression of madness. The mouth on that visage opened and out spat innumerable black fireballs, charging at the light screen. In an instant, the black flame and the white light were meshed together and there were explosions here and there. The booming sound had filled every corner of the mysterious space. Seeing the unusual situation, Lu Ming was horrified. His hand holding the golden dagger broke out in a cold sweat. But the light screen obviously was one notch above. The black flame was gradually retreating. When the huge face let out a weird shout and stopped the fire in its mouth, the light screen was still intact, not a single crack on its smooth surface. Just then the light screen twisted and suddenly millions of rays of light darted out, and with a flash penetrated the giant face, leaving countless holes. The giant face shrieked and after recovering from a blur, it shrank to a smaller size with a look of indignation in the eyes. Just at this moment, peals of thunder were sounded in the whirlpool and countless green electric arcs convened from all directions and pressed down towards that giant face. Seeing this, the giant face howled deeply, swiftly turned around and charged backwards in escape. Just at this moment, the light screen spitted out a puff of white silk and, in a flashing second, tied up the giant face. The giant black face was astonished and spitted out black flames in the struggle, but couldn't get away, and was soon surrounded by the blazing army of electric arcs. The giant face shrieked in pain and with every attack, gave out a whiff of white smoke while visibly shrinking. Though it kept emitting clouds of black smokes in defense, they were slashed into harmless size in no time. It was then that the face first showed its fright. More and more electric arcs emerged from the whirlpool. It was also a sea of electric thunders. Seeing that it was impossible to escape, the giant face suddenly turned its face and fixed its eyes on Lu Ming, with a cruel and smirky expression. It suddenly started to chant a barbaric-sounding spell in a strange language. Lu Ming froze in confusion hearing the strange chant of spell. He had never heard this spell before, but he recognized that the chant employed the same language as those purple ancient characters on the giant feet. And as he tried to further deliberate on the matter, the giant face in the whirlpool suddenly exploded. Black concussion waves swept in all directions, so forceful that the black arcs were kept off for a few moments. And seizing this chance, a silver crystal stone darted out from the explosion center, and with a flash, hit hard on the white light screen that had been blocking the whirlpool. Boom. The silver crystal disembodied into a ball of silver light. But the light screen also squeaked and cracks the size of a rice grain appeared. Puff. A black crystal thread shot from the crack and with a wriggle charged directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who was watching all this happening, saw this and without thinking, he wielded the golden dagger, which transformed into layers and layers of sword shadows and slashed towards the attacker. At the same time, a red light flashed in his other hand and he wielded his red scale-covered fist with a mighty force. Then something inconceivable happened. The short black crystal thread of Mircha's long was completely unimpeded by the wall of sword shadows and the ensuing force. With a flash, it had already arrived at the place between Lu Ming's eyebrows and was intending to delve in. Astonished, Lu Ming's forehead instantly flashed. He forcefully summoned up all his spirit power and crystallized a palm-sized transparent crystal shield placed in front of his eyebrows. Ding! The green thread hit the shield and the shield disintegrated in a flash. Lu Ming felt a disabling throb of pain and his head buzzed. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. But the green thread's charge was also intersected by the small spirit materialized shield. After a slight tremble, it dashed towards Lu Ming's forehead again. Just at this moment, the whirlpool gave out a thunderous sound and a line of green electric arc dashed out, striking the green thread head-on. A shrill. The black crystal thread instantly melted into a small cloud of black mist and was blown away. Most of the mist disappeared at the strike, but a small puff twirled and escaped. Lu Ming only had the time to see an incredible flash of electric light when his body was uncontrollably thrown out by a hot wave with a burnt smell and crashed hard onto the wall behind. Had he not instantly triggered the Jiaolong spirit armor and cushioned the blow with a layer of red radiation, his head would be buzzing and his eyes dizzy. But even so, Lu Ming still had a headache and a feeling of dizziness inside his brain from the attack that had broken his spirit-turned shield. No longer had he started moving when he felt an air wave in front of his eyes, and that whiff of remaining green thread of air appeared in front of him, and swiftly dived into his head from between his eyebrows. Now this had greatly frightened Lu Ming. But suddenly he heard a soft "em." He immediately looked to where the voice came from. A shadow seemed to have flashed through the gray whirlpool in the sky. But when he looked carefully, he saw nothing but a myriad of green electric threads. "Who is here?" Lu Ming slowly asked, staring at the whirlpool. He waited a long while and no one replied but the thunder. Had I misheard? Lu Ming was utterly confused. Just at this moment, thunders sounded again in the sky. The huge whirlpool was visibly shrinking and all the green electric arcs flashed and disappeared altogether. Just when the whirlpool was about to vanish completely, its inside rippled and a giant object fell and with an enormous boom, landed a few hanks away from Lu Ming. The entire universe solemnly quaked. Lu Ming's jaw dropped. It was a two-zangstal steel, the upper half crystal jade and the lower part inky black. In the middle where the two materials were joints was ingrained Aqi's tall pattern of golden sandglass. The silver grains of sand were still falling. This is... Lu Ming licked his dry lips and after hesitating for a while, walked slowly toward the steel and walked around it for 2 times. On the back of the stone steel were countless patterns of unknown demons and fiends, whose teeth showing and clawed paws waving. At the center of them was 3 purple characters of an ancient language, each the size of 1 du. Du is a unit of volume, saying that the size of each character is large. The round sky steel. Lu Ming translated the characters into human's language. Expressions kept changing. But when he walked back to face the front of the steel, he had an idea. So he stood still in front of it. If he was correct, the amount of sand in the upper half of the golden sandglass pattern was less than a while ago and that in the lower part was more. Without a word, Lu Ming looked at the pattern on the steel, squinting his eyes. When he had taken dozens of breaths, the golden sandglass suddenly blurred and with a flash of silver light, more sand appeared in the lower section, dozens of grains in all. Lu Ming resumed his breath again and glanced at the upper part as well. Only a slim layer of silver sand was left, a handful of hundreds of grains. His brain was busy at work. But he could not immediately figure out what this strange pattern of a golden sandglass signified. He looked up at the sky. The giant whirlpool had long gone. The sky had resumed its look of a grayish misty wall. Lu Ming thought for a while and looking again at the steel, he suddenly stretched out a finger and gently poked the white part of the steel. The moment his fingertip touched the steel, a warm feeling flew through his body. Lu Ming's heart sank. Moving away his finger, he poked the inky part in the same manner. A feeling of coldness passed through. Chapter 323, The Comeback of the Round Sky Steel. Chapter 323, The Comeback of the Round Sky Steel. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. He did not retrieve his hands immediately but instead looked deep in thought. Strange. When his fingers touched the steel, he had a familiar feeling, as if his blood and his life pulse were synced with it through multiple sacrifices having been made towards it. Lu Ming was very much surprised. He thought for a moment and started to try instilling some of his power into the steel. At that moment, the steel trembled and with a humming sound, the golden sand on its surface suddenly shone with golden rays of light. Startled, Lu Ming immediately took back his finger and, glancing at the sandglass pattern, he realized that the upper part of the sandglass became empty. Not a single grain of sand was left. Then the surface of the steel blurred and the weirdest thing happened. The golden sandglass pattern turned itself upside down right in front of his eyes. Immediately Lu Ming's sight went dark and his head felt heavy. Soon his spiritual sense exited the mysterious universe and reappeared above the altar again. His face changed. Looking around, he realized that his body was floating high in the air and that the sealed giant foot was apparently 10 times smaller than it had been. that giant mouth at the center of the footpad had disappeared, and the foot itself had shrank into a 10-zhang-long dried stub, no sign of life at all. Its scales were all withered and sallow. On the surface scattered several long lines of mysterious white powder. Lu Ming stared at the powder for a moment, and finally realized that they were the remains of the previous white chains. For some reason they all turned to ashes. Lu Ming looked at the altar up and down and found that the spirit patterns that had once been intact on the surface of the altar was now infected by cracks. There was not one good part spared intact of the formation. Clearly the white chains turned to ashes because the formation was destroyed. Even so, Lu Ming would not risk walking over. He formed a sign and with a wave, a wind blade darted out. A sliver of green light flashed, and the wind blade slashed into the giant foot, which was already dried up. This time Lu Ming was indeed dumbfounded. The sealed limb of the ancient giant was destroyed just like that. No one, even the celebrated cultivators in the ancient time, could do it. Lu Ming stared unbelievably at the black ashes on the altar. He didn't know that the seal set by the ancient capable cultivators was able to gradually consume the power in the giant fiend's limb. That Atlas hand was luckier than this giant foot in that its seal was half broken by some demonic beasts and had lost most of its power. Therefore, when the Atlas hand was awakening, it still retained a stunning amount of strength. But the giant foot, which had always been confined by the intact seal on the altar, had already lost most of its power. So after it had injected its remaining fiendish spirit into the mysterious bubble in Lu Ming's body, it readily collapsed and went extinct. Sensing no power coming from the sealed giant foot, the white chains also burnt up in flames. Lu Ming, however, knew nothing of all this. But when he concentrated and pondered over it, soon he was no longer completely clueless. The look of surprise disappeared from his face. He thoughtfully stared at the half-zhang's tall pile of black ashes and pausing for a while, he patted on a leather bag tied at his waist and a ball of black smoke charged out of it. With a twirl, it solidified into a head of a man's with green hair. It was no other than the villain's flying skull. Go! Lu Ming pointed at the altar and ordered the flying skull. Hearing this, the flying skull swiftly turned and charged towards the dried-up giant foot without a single moment of hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt somewhat relaxed. If the flying skull, a creature most sensitive to fiendish spirits, did not sense any danger, then surely there was nothing to worry about on the altar. Just when he was having this thought, the flying skull halted above the pile of black ashes. It moved its nose and was suddenly seized with ecstasy, plummeting into the black ash and started devouring. Lu Ming was a bit taken aback. But then he understood. The flying skull fed on fiendish spirits. Although the giant foot had been dusted, possibly it would still do some good to the flying skull. Now Lu Ming's worries were completely gone. Slowly, he glided away and landed upon the altar, looking at the flying skull devouring the ashes. The flying skull feasted really fast. After a few breaths' time, a small half of the ashes was gone. After some time, it spitted out a green cloud and started supping it. Then sucking in the last morsel of ashes, it raised its head and let out a joyful shrill. Seeing that it had finished, Lu Ming thought of something else. He reached into his sleeve and took out a small package and flew it to the villain's flying skull. The skull opened its mouth and a whiff of green wind rushed across, eroding the package into a sift. Ding! Black crystals fell all over the place. It was no other than the hundreds of fiendish crystals that he had previously won from Gun Jiang. The skull paused in surprise. Then opening wide its mouth, it sucked in a black crystal into its mouth and started munching happily. Then it sucked in all the black crystals all together and flew in zigzag towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his sleeves. Kaboom! The flying skull exploded into a cloud of black smoke and swiftly flew into the leather bag at his waist. Lu Ming gave out a breath and his face lightened up. The flying skull passed a voice to him on its way towards the leather bag, telling him its big plan to have a nice long sleep. Obviously the black ashes and the fiendish crystal were good for its recovery. Maybe they could even transform it and lift it to the next power level. Having done this, Lu Ming did not leave right away. He patted another leather bag tied at his waist. A cloud of purple gas whirled out of the bag and a Zhang's long giant black scorpion appeared on the ground. It let out a low call in joy, crawled towards Lu Ming and rubbed its ugly head against his legs. Go guard this area and let no one come near, commanded Lu Ming in a low voice, patting on the head of the giant scorpion, who was already about the height of his thighs. Hearing this, the scorpion swiftly turned and crawled towards the edge of the altar and laid still on the ground. Since the giant scorpion had entered the liquid stage, it could understand most of his language without using spiritual sense. This had made it much easier for Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground. He formed a sign and immediately his body was surrounded by clouds of black mists. At the same time he merged into his spiritual sense and started scanning his body. When he was still in that mysterious universe, a whiff of remaining black air entered from between his eyebrows, though most of it was diminished. Though he had not felt anything bad yet, he could not stop worrying and had to carefully examine his body when he came out. Just like other times, the mysterious bubble in his spiritual sea was gone. And no trace of that whiff of black smoke was found anywhere in his body. His meridians and his dantian were all as normal. But the more normal they were, the more worried Lu Ming was. He sighed, forming another sign, he parted a whiff of his spiritual sense to scan his spiritual sea. And the moment Lu Ming was dumbfounded. In his spiritual sea was not only the whiff of unknown black smoke, but also another unexpected object, a sparkling cuboid. One half inky black, one half jade white, and a golden sandglass pattern on the surface. It was the round sky stele that he saw in the mysterious universe. It should have stayed in that space. What is it doing in my spiritual sea? Lu Ming thought this was crazy. But Lu Ming being Lu Ming, he soon resumed his calmness and was deep in thought. That gray space was itself extremely unusual. None of the things inside of it was a real and concrete object. It wouldn't have been entirely crazy if he had taken away something and that it had appeared in his spiritual sea. But the question now was whether it would be a threat to him if it stayed there. At this, Lu Ming wielded his willpower, and with a swift move of figure, the giant stele was immediately before his eyes. Lu Ming carefully inspected it and something surprised him. If he had remembered correctly, the stele was white top and black bottom when it was in that mysterious space. But now it was black top, white bottom. Did someone turn it upside down? While Lu Ming was thinking, he willed his will again and immediately he was behind the stele, where the three purple ancient characters were clear and upright, not upside down. He willed again and was back at the front of the stele, eyes fixed on the sandglass. The lower case of the sandglass was now empty and the upper case was full of silver grains of sand. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and thought back to the sight of the sandglass's empty upper half when in the mysterious space. Could it be that? His eyebrows raised for he had a theory, and his face started changing. A while later, Lu Ming decided to perform another test on the stele and see what would happen. He took a deep breath, formed a sign and started sending a bit of his power into his own head, which, at the pull of his spiritual power, was slowly injected into the round sky stele. As soon as the power touched the stele, it disappeared into it, without any impediment or abnormality. Lu Ming's spirit lightened up a bit and he gradually increased the dose of power. Chapter 324, Out of the Tower. Chapter 324, Out of the Tower. As the power poured in, the pattern of sand on the stone tablet gradually came to be faint golden light, which became brighter later on. Lu Ming got faster heartbeats confronting the situation while he gritted his teeth and kept pouring powers into the tablet. After a moment, he had almost ran out of 1/3 of his energy that the whole hourglass had much the same turned into a golden sun in the sea of divine, from which emitted dazzling golden light. At the time Lu Ming suddenly heard a whong. Next second he was covered by darkness and presented once again at the gray space. Lu Ming was absolutely both surprised and delighted of seeing the scene before. However, before he was ready to do something, a golden light came over close to his brow, followed by a loud bang. Then the giant stone tablet rose before him. The stone was as gigantic as ever however, it had restored to its original formation of white on top and black bottom with the golden hourglass blurred between the colors, from which silver sand of sand started to fall grain by grain. It seemed that every breath corresponded to each grain. Lu Ming couldn't help laughing then. Although he knew nothing about the mysterious space, he finally mastered the method of entering into it anyway. It was really a comfort to him. He then glanced at the hourglass on the stone tablet, estimated the time and sat cross-legged in front of it, waiting quietly. About an hour later, the last grain of silver sand in the hourglass dropped and the whole hourglass reversed once again. Lu Ming turned up on the altar after hearing a whong. His eyes opened and his sense triggered without any delay. In the sea of divine he found the tablet stood there in black and white. I know it. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Then he meditated about the reason why this round sky stele cropped up. After turning everything related over in his mind, He finally came to the conclusion that it must had something to do with the gigantic face appeared in the space of divine. The face was exactly alike his, which was out of question that it should be incarnated by things that had intended to usurp his body. It seemed to be sealed up as it tried desperately to rush out after blocked by the white light curtain. He didn't know it before. What he knew was it must have had succeeded once, and that was why it could objectify him, and then took advantage of his serious injury to possess him. Yet it did not succeed this time while it was killed by the seal. This was certainly some good news for Lu Ming. But then again, how many of the kind of thing were sealed in this mysterious space? There seemed to be more than one on the grounds of the weird dream he had had before. If that was the case, he was still in danger of being usurped, which made the searching of a spirit weapon to restrain the seizure a necessity. Keeping it in mind, Lu Ming was depressed unconsciously for quite a while before coming to his mind. Then he happened to see a small mass of black gas in the sea of divine. This was what the face left. Whereas he had no idea of what it was, it couldn't be any good. Hence Lu Ming sized the black gas up, sweeping away with his spiritual power, only found it was just a dead thing of no consciousness. He then was reassured and was about to dislodge the black gas out of his body with a tremendous spiritual power. Then there came a bang sound. At the moment of his spiritual contact, the black gas unexpectedly burst and melted into countless black silk, dissipating in the sea of divine. Lu Ming was startled, who then hurried to scan around with spirit in the sea of divine but found nothing. He got alarmed. Then he employed several other secret techniques successively to sweep the whole body inside and outside several times but fruitless, as if the black gas had never existed. He had no choice but gave up temporarily after 4 more hours of searching. Luckily, the black gas was so weak that he could wipe it out after borrowing a young attribute spirit weapon, combining with the exhaustive search of the fire of true yuan inside and outside his body again. Lu Ming felt at ease as he made a solid plan to counter this black gas. He then drew back his spirits, got out a pill that helps to restore his cultivation from his arms and took it, set about recovering at ease. An hour and a half later, Lu Ming had almost recovered when he got up from the ground. He waved at the immobile skeleton scorpion lying beside the altar and went away. Not long after, beneath the 6th floor of the suppressing demon tower, Lu Ming flashed out from a white halo. The submerged seal lingered a faint light on him, while he was relieved to find that everything was as the same as before, in which there was no one else nearby. He turned around to take a look at the white halo behind, and then suddenly groped for something in the sleeve with one hand, of which drew out the golden dagger. Then he strove to chop toward the space crack with the utmost of his strength. In an instant, some golden sword lights emerged one after the other like shocking dragons, splitting toward the white halo. At first, the white halo seemed as if nothing had happened. However, after the lights got more and more intense, there came a terrifying wave, in which finally came the buzzing sound, and it began to tremble violently. Lu Ming then severely chopped out, turned around and left away at once. He turned into a ball of black gas a moment later, which rushed out of the ground, moving out of the ground more than 10 feet away after several flickers. The place he came out banged right away with countless grains of sand splashed from it, came to be a huge sand pit a moment later. Muttering to himself, Lu Ming swung his sleeves to spring up a fierce gale, by which the devil pit was filled up with sand rolling around. Everything he had done, of course, was because the place he had been to was definitely connected with somewhere secret of the suppressing demon tower. Besides, the elder man killed by Giant Foot on the altar was seen to be someone of great importance in Yuan Mo sect. Lu Ming was not supposed to be found out that he had been there, otherwise he would definitely get into trouble. He checked the nearby area again, then he formed a sign with one hand as he found nothing unusual to summon a dark cloud, making its way toward where the 6th floor of the transmission matrix located. Half an hour later, Lu Ming fell down from the air and walked to the nearby transmission matrix. Han Li was sitting in the light curtain nearby. Right next to Han Li, the giant python kept its body unmoved. The young lad opened his eyes as Lu Ming coming asked eagerly, "Brother Lu, you've had a long day. It must have been quite a haul for you to come back after such a long time. You must have obtained something valuable." Lu Ming cracked a smile, waved his hand to shoot out a black crystal core. The young lad was truly delighted to grab the crystal core. He checked it up and ensured with great joy. "Yeah, this is indeed the core of the fiendish python. So we've successfully fulfilled this mission. By the way, the body of the fiendish python serves as rare material. If Brother Lu is in need, you can take some and I'll bring the rest back." "Then I shall don't stand on ceremony." Lu Ming was quite pleased. With a flash of golden light in his hand, he cut off a large piece of abdominal skin from the python. Then he walked to the python's head to dig out a fist-sized eye. And finally he knocked off several huge tusks from the python's mouth and ceased satisfactorily. "You're so appreciative." The abdominal skin was the most suitable for refining close-fitting soft armor, which is also the best material for high-ranked talisman. The eye is beneficial to improving eyesight and clearing internal heat. If it is for alchemy, you can get manifold rare pills. As for the teeth, they're scarce materials for spiritual tools or exceptional spiritual weapons. Han Li put on a natural and unrestrained smile, flickered his sleeves, from which a yellow talisman rushed to the rest body. Poof! The python disappeared after a roll of white cloud in a blur. And the storage talisman came back the moment of the young beckoned. Lu Ming commended no more on that except a chuckle. Han Li made no detailed inquiry about how Lu Ming killed the escaped black snake. They meditated at the edge of the matrix after chatting with each other for a few words, waiting for 3 days to be delivered out of the tower. Time went by and it was the evening of the 3rd day. A temporary matrix had already set up near the suppressing demon tower, in which Lu Ming and Han Li flashed out together as the air undulated. Looking around, Lu Ming couldn't help showing a surprised expression. In addition to several other temporary matrix and transmitted disciples of Yuan Mo sect, there was Xiao Yuebai, the only alchemist in the nearby. Everything had disappeared, including the liquid levels and the master of Yuan Mo sect. "Brother Xiao, what happened?" Han Li was startled and questioned. "Nothing but some affairs of the sect. Senior disciple Su and other juniors have dealt with it. Brother Lu, junior disciple Han, how was your trip?" Xiao Yuebai smiled reluctantly and showed his solicitude for them. "Be at ease, senior disciple. We have killed the fiendish python. Thanks to Brother Lu's help this time, otherwise I would not have been able to get out of the tower. By the way, this is the demon core of the python." Notwithstanding Han Li sensed Xiao Yuebai's abnormal response, he truthfully answered Xiao and threw Xiao the black crystal stone. Xiao Yuebai was somewhat astonished while he got the black stone. He then swept his spiritual power inside, exhaled softly and said to Lu Ming, "This is exactly the crystal core of the fiendish python. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Lu. And sorry for that. The master planned to host you properly after you came out of the tower, but something urgent came up. I'm afraid we can't keep you here. Since you have something important to deal with, I won't bother you anymore. I left my sect for a long time already, and was intended to get back after I delivered my promise. But may I ask you one more question? What happened? Is there anything I can do for you?" Lu Ming replied genuinely and sincerely without hesitation. Chapter 325, Meeting of Dragon and Tiger. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Lu, and it's nothing but a venerable elder died of acute disease." Xiao Yuebai replied with a wry smile. It was definitely an excuse. The old man who lost life on the altar passed through Lu Ming's mind subconsciously. Lu thrilled but asked no more, then officially parted with the hefty fellow after a small talk. Xiao Yuebai and Han Li personally escorted Lu Ming out of the gate of the Yuan Mo sect to the edge of the enormous stone forest and returned. "Senior disciple Xiao, Brother Lu has gone. Can you tell me now who passed away?" Han Li loosed his tongue on their way back. "It's my master." Xiao Yuebai was silent for a moment before told him. "Your master? What, you mean Uncle Xian, are you sure?" Han Li was confused at first, but soon he sobbed out as he realized something. "It's only known to the top as we're investigating the cause of his death. After all, although he suffered from the demon power in his early years and had to be trapped in forbidden area, his sudden death is quite suspicious and outrageous. You shall try your best to keep it under wraps for now," Xiao Yuebai sullenly replied. Han Li nodded repeatedly in shock. Lu Ming released a swift boat after his departure from Yuan Mo sect, went straight to the country of Dexian. He finally got back to the barbarian ghost sect more than 2 months later. His long-term absence did not come into notice to many of the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming returned to his abode to have a 3-day good rest, and started learning by doing the blood tiger's head according to the method described in the ancient book of the dragon and tiger hell tricks. He came out invigorated a dozen days later with a bottle of carefully mixed purple spirit liquid, heading to the Ina tribute cave where he had practiced. Time had passed hours by hours, while Lu Ming had stayed there for more than a month. This day some disciples passed by the hill the cave located, where suddenly came a loud bang inside, followed by a rushing black air column, which turned into a black giant dragon and a tiger after splitting into 2 parts. The two greeted each other playfully the moment they appeared in the air. One raised its head to cry, while the other lowered its head to roar as if living creatures. This was a really spectacle for the dumbfounded disciples. A figure moved over an adjacent hill, which turned out to be the master of barbarian ghost sect, who stared at the extraordinary scene nearby astonishingly. How amazing! It must be one of the younger disciples who gets to the liquid advanced stage and reached the peak of perfection in cave directly. An old man emerged beside the master, who gave a surprised and bewildered estimation after examining the scene in the sky. This old man was senior disciple Huang, who had refined heavy water drops for Lu Ming. Meanwhile, there was a breaking sound afar, coming along with some other alchemists. A formidable breath as it is, it's not yet a sign of breakthrough of the liquid advanced stage but an indication of some kind of power beyond free control. However, such a phenomena of meeting of dragon and tiger is rare indeed. I forget at the moment what kind of cultivated skills of our sect will be so. Junior disciple Huang, do you know anything about this? The master shook his head and inquired thoughtfully. What you have observed must be right. But I have no idea of what sort of skill it is either. Huang blinked and shook his head. There came two whoosh sounds with two people touched down at this time. It was a fair young woman, Lin Xiyu, one disciple of the ghost dancer, and a tall man named Lei of the Secret Hill respectively. After greeting the master of the barbarian ghost sect and senior disciple Huang, they looked at the peculiar phenomena above the nearby hill in surprise. The dragon and tiger only played with each other for a while, then blew out with a loud noise and turned into a ball of black gas as before. After only a few flashes, they disappeared into the hills below. It seems that this younger disciple has ceased his power and must now consolidate his accomplishments in the cave. I'm afraid he won't come out and meet us now. The master said regretfully. It's easy to get who's in the cave as long as we call in the disciple guarding here. Lin Xiyu smiled softly as she suggested that. Well, Sister Lin makes a good point. The master was rather embarrassed and formed a sign with one hand quietly to summon all his disciples. A figure in the opposite peak flashed after a while, and there emerged a green-robed disciple in his 30s, full of panic. Respectful master and uncles. As soon as the disciple saw them, he rushed forward to greet them with full respect. Well, tell me, who has been in the cave these days? The master put his hand and calmly asked. My master, there's only Uncle Lu Ming now. The disciple bent down and answered. Oh, you say younger disciple Lu Ming. When did he get in? The master made a detailed inquiry as he was stunned. So did the other three. My master, it was a month ago. The disciple honestly replied after 1 second thought. Well, I get it, you can leave. The master ordered after suppressing his amazement. Then the green-robed disciple withdrew with courtesy. Younger disciple Lei, what do you think of this? The master turned his head and asked Lei and others after the green-robed disciple vanished in a serious tone. Lu's achievement should be a hot wire for our sect either way. Lei answered as his eyes flickered. Ho ho, younger disciple Lei, there's no need to fool me like this. You know I don't mean it. The master chuckled. You're worrying about how Lu's practice is advancing by leaps and bounds. After all, he has just been a primary stage alchemist for a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't take him much time to break through liquid middle stage at this pace. Are you anxious about he may take some pills to stimulate his potential or employ some secret techniques with similar effects and go astray in his practice? Lin Xiyu explained beside. You're right. After all, he should never make such progress by traditional methods of cultivating. By the way, such a strong breath I've seen may be equal to the liquid advanced stage. It worries me that he's too eager to succeed. The master concerned. It's really his talent so long as younger disciple Lu has never adopted some evil means. After all, we have only a few liquid middle stage alchemists in the whole sect. As for practicing other secret techniques or taking pills, it's his choice and we cannot interfere. The big fellow surnamed Lei answered after contemplating for a moment. Exactly. Although I'm startled that he may be in a rush for quick results, it merely demonstrates that he gets a lucky chance. If master is in suspense, we can only call his attention. As for whether he has adopted method of inspiring potentials, it's not what we should worry about. Ha ha, at least I would never give up if I could advance with 7 league strides when I was young. Huang yawned and said firmly. Well, that makes sense. Lu should only make a minor achievement in his practice and there's still a long way from the liquid middle stage. I'll give him some advice when I'm free. However, Uncle Yen attaches great importance to him, thus I hope that he will choose a right track. The master finally nodded and said after being both dismal and joyful. The others then had no dissent. Well, my master, have you got some message from Uncle Yen about the result of the competition of the 3 true and 6 disciples? Is there any hope that the nephew disciple Gao will be among the 6? Lei brought up a new topic suddenly. I just received the tidings from Yen that the outcome of 3 true, yet Leng Yu failed to make it. The 3 true are Tian Sha of Yuan Mo sect, Bai Wenzhou of Uniform sect and Han Chuanxiu of Sun Valley respectively. As for the 6 disciples, owing to the large amount of participants and the strict selection, there's no result yet. However, Gao Chong has only got a slim chance, whereas Zhang Xionyang of Moon sect is very promising according to Yen. After all, her spiritual sword is so rebellious that it will never dwarf itself even compared to the heaven spirit of Yuan Mo sect. After hearing that, the master raised his eyebrows and replied with a sigh. It's really a pity. If the selection of the 6 is based on their own strength but not qualifications, perhaps younger disciple Lu will have a good chance of being ranked among them. The big fellow Lei regretted. If there's no strict qualifications, I'll nominate younger disciple Lu above anyone. After all, Gao Chong is far not a patch on him, said the master of the barbarian ghost sect, full of regret. Chapter 326, Liquid Middle Stage. Chapter 326, Liquid Middle Stage. Actually, Gao Chong is a force to be reckoned with, he is just not as good as Zhang Xionyang. Besides, it's a shame that the selection of 6 disciples from different sects is not much about capability but natural endowments this time. He who would make the cut should have a great probability to be cultivated to the advanced crystal stage. Even if we have recommended junior disciple Lu, he would have been rejected directly by the Yunchuan League for his natural endowments. Huang shook his head and expressed his opinions after pondering. My master, does Lu really have no chance to reach advanced crystal stage? Lin Xiaoyu had a look at the nearby hill and asked. Sister Lin, what do you think? The master asked in reply. Well, forget about it. Now that I know the ins and outs of the unusual phenomenon, I'm relieved. Whatever stage Lu may be in the end, with his amazing capability, I truly believe that a common liquid advanced stage cultivator is unable to be evenly matched with him as long as he can make it to the liquid middle stage. This is certainly some good news for our sect. Excuse me, we'll leave now for I have some matters to discuss with Lei. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled and left with Lei. The master's eyebrows wrinkled slightly when looking them went far away. So it seems Sister Lin and senior disciple Lei are quite intimate. Maybe it won't be long before we hear good news about them. Huang chuckled. Oh, they have been on good terms as before. A subtle expression was perceived from the master. I'm not sure about the details, but they seem to have reconciled with each other after fighting side by side in the battle with Sea Race. Huang looked quite pleased saying that. That explains a lot. Junior disciple Lei and Sister Lin were a perfect match who broke up for some misunderstanding. It's a matter of joy if they're able to make it up now. The master twiddled his beard and replied. The black-robed old man nodded and said right for several times. They got away after a few more words. At the same time, Lu Ming opened his eyes with ecstatic expression when he assimilated a whiff of black gas from the sky in the cave. He stood up and gently held his hands, from which came 2 blasting sound unexpectedly. And then he waved his arms, followed by a firecracker's crackling sound from all his bones. After taking the spiritual liquid brewed with the blood tiger's head, he made Ito the first stage of the Dragon Tiger Hell method out of the blue. Lu Ming's accomplishments at the moment were not quite behindhand from the liquid middle stage as the master of Banqi sect supposed, but he had naturally advanced to the middle stage when he cultivated the first stage of the Dragon Tiger Hell method, which meant he slid over the bottleneck mentioned by other spiritual alchemists. He was startled and surprised at the same time. The Dragon Tiger Hell method deserved to be the most legitimate method of the extrication sect of Zhongtian Continent's methods, which enabled him to overleap the bottleneck of practice and made progress so easily. Otherwise, with his natural endowments of 3 spiritual pulse, it was possible for him to be trapped in liquid primary stage for life if it was some other methods. It seemed that the extrication sect was definitely a great sect in the Zhongtian continent, otherwise how could a random method be so profound? He had no idea of whether he could get a way to break through the bottleneck of the advanced stage after the second stage of the method. Lu Ming marveled at his smooth progress, which he wasn't aware of. Of course, this Dragon Tiger Hell method was excellent even on Zhongtian continent. However, most important of all was that his body was transformed by the usurper with the help of the essence of Red Serpent in the advanced crystal stage and a rare secret technique of the human race. After all, the usurper was about to forcibly occupy Lu Ming's body, who would definitely ensure its physical fitness. Although he made the transformation in a hurry, Lu Ming was not inferior to the general practitioner of 6 spirit pulse while he manifested it like a 3-pulse cultivator, if other external factors were not taken into account. Moreover, it couldn't be perceived then but could really bring its effects into play after a long period of time. Although the human race had several secret techniques that resorted to external force to reform natural endowments, all of them were demanding in terms of after effect, let alone their strict restriction. Besides, the auxiliary external materials used were God-given cure-all, which couldn't be compared with the secret techniques used by the usurper. Lu Ming was not aware of this while he could definitely sense the tremendous difference of himself comparing with the primary stage. After scanning around, he grabbed at a nearby black rock with one hand. Bang! The black rock meters away cracked immediately into a pile of broken stones. Lu Ming raised his eyebrow with his palm got ready, and he rushed to the rock wall more than 10 feet away. He gave it a pat and left. Poof! A deep handprint appeared on the rock with great clarity like it was carved by a kinfi. The handprint on the wall vibrated all of a sudden the moment when Lu Ming withdrew his hand. After the whole rock wall rumbled, it turned into white powder falling off. Lu Ming was full of satisfaction then. He was physically strong at the time, which was beyond the reach of an advanced alchemist. Most of which were attributed to the Dragon Tiger Hell method, while the others were the effect of body augmentation attached to the Hell bone. The more powerful he was at the moment, the more he could feel the astonishing benefits of the Hell bone. He was even more regretful for his deficiency of the subsequent methods. Otherwise, with effect brought from the Hell bone, even if he only practiced a common method, he could easily be one of the legendary cultivators who owned both method cultivating and body cultivating as long as he finished the method. Furthermore, as his level went higher, the more amazing his body cultivation could be. In spite of the deep regret he was holding, Lu Ming soon left it behind and sat on the ground to form a sign, with his mind immersed in the sea of divine right away. It was seen that in his sea of divine, the black and white stone tablet was still quietly suspending. However, something had changed on the surface of the golden hourglass pattern. The lower part of the hourglass, which was empty at first, had now amassed a layer of silvery gravel. Lu Ming sighed as he saw the scene. He had already discovered that the golden hourglass would drop silvery gravel with the passage of time slowly. If he was right that it would be the right timing to enter the mysterious space when all the gravel above fell off. After all, he had found that the falling speed of the silvery gravel was slow and fixed. Besides, according to its amount and speed, it would take 6 or 7 years to finish a cycle. It was exactly the same as his estimation of the time that his power would be taken away next time. Fortunately, he had just broke through liquid middle stage, thus he didn't have to worry too much about the lack of power in a short period of time. Lu Ming's mind was in a whirl while a black light flashed in his sea of divine, then a thick black book emerged out of air and kept turning pages. It was the Dragon Tiger Hell method. What he was looking at was the second level method. Although he had seen it at the beginning, he hadn't really understood the specific method of practice. However, it seemed that the second level was much more difficult than the first. It may take a lot of time before he could fully understand it. Tick-tock. And half an hour later, the black book disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming withdrew his mind from the sea of divine. He frowned and considered. The second stage of Dragon Tiger Hell method can only be practiced by resorting to external force to forge body for a long time. It seems that I can only improve my accomplishments step by step instead of taking pills or other spiritual methods. Lu Ming murmured. He didn't really look disappointed. If it weren't for the mysterious bubble, which had the uncanny ability to purify power, Lu Ming would dare not to take much even if there were more useful pills in front. It was already a great chance for him to be a liquid middle stage alchemist within 10 years in virtue of pills. If there was a disciple of the 3 spiritual pulse with the same natures as him, no one knew whether the one could get the same achievement as him now. So Lu Ming wasn't swayed by considerations of gain and loss anymore. Besides, his training was longer this time, which was of great benefit to digest the sudden improvement and to temper his accomplishments. Although he was not comparable to ordinary practitioners in terms of pure power, his foundation was still weak than practitioners who had been practicing for decades or even hundreds years of the same level. Lu Ming got a plan about what he should do in the future, then he stood up and ran to outside. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming got back to Jianghu Mountain. He visited Gue Ruchuan first and then quietly went back to his cave. After packing some necessary belongings, he left Banki sect quietly one more time. A few days later, message of Lu Ming having advanced to the liquid middle stage got spread across the disciples of Jianghu Mountain. It had caused a stir inside and outside the entire Banqi sect. However, words concerning Lu Ming's unstable foundation for excessive use of some pills and urgent leave of finding a solution to practice also passed from the mountain. Many practitioners were enlightened suddenly. Even so, however, Lu Ming's tremendous advance within such a short period of time had aroused the interest of many other spiritual alchemists in the sect. But for Lu Ming had left the sect ahead of schedule, there would have been quite a few people coming to spy on some relevant information.